ask those issues. I was getting a lot of different responses and comments saying congratulations on Into the Power. And I remember thinking, I don't remember ever seeing my name in Into the Power. So I found out that my name appeared in the August issue, 2018, page 93, at the back of the community area. It was a great feeling to be in the magazine, having been an avid reader since I was super young. I was still subscribed to the Power. I loved being a part of Nintendo officially, like, this official acknowledgement. And I know from then on, I would be known as this Mario Paint person on YouTube. And it came to true today.
So as a coder, I eventually go off and started my career, working in the industry, doing film and storytelling and so on. And of course, I have stories that I want to be telling, but I also don't have the resources of, say, a big budget or even a large crew, a lot of actors. So I began to consider Mario Paint as a viable option. So with Mario Paint, I can tell stories that have a scope far beyond what I'm able to accomplish now. For instance, one of the first short films I made in Mario Paint in my adult years was called In for a Treat. It was about Bigfoot being imprisoned in a secret government base in the United States and managing to escape during a bake sale by giving everybody food poisoning. Just trying to imagine what that would be like to do in live action. I started submitting my Mario Paint work to local film competitions and showcases, and I was very excited by the kind of response it was getting. A lot of people who saw these things were unfamiliar with Mario Paint, but they were really into the whole aesthetic of it. There was something about it that seemed to resonate with them. It became clear that there's so much more that can be done with this medium. I'm still exploring what that means. There's such a great synthetic quality to Mario Paint in that it is digital, in that it is pixel. It always invokes the feeling of video games on some level, even if people are unfamiliar with Mario Paint. And so that's something that's really fun to play with in regards to short films.
So I applied to be an animator, and I got this extremely vicious rejection letter. And told me I was a terrible artist. I mean, be a worse animator, and I shouldn't even try. And despite all my years of Mario Paint, of course, that's very disappointing. So then I said, well, I want to do something, and I want to do something now, and it has to be creative. And I ended up looking up courses for design or settle on graphic design. So I worked in design for over a decade, and then what happened was I was working on game jams and stuff here in Toronto around like the mid-2000s, which is when the indie scene kind of blew up. Around 2011, I submitted this game concept I had to the IGF called Home. So it's a game where you write the story of your character. So as you explore the world, you're examining things in these sort of sound text boxes. But every now and then you'll examine something and the game will ask you, well, did I pick that up? Or like, I didn't take that knife, did I? Like, I would never do that. And your only choices are yes or no. But as you're making these choices, the game then starts building other aspects of the narrative for you. So it's like you're building a bridge as you're walking across. I'll use these things I call planning sheets, which isn't my idea. I completely stole them from 80s Nintendo. If you ever see those images of how they made original Mario Zelda games, they have these sort of Korean-style planning sheets so that artists and designers can design models on paper and keep track as people were sort of translating that into their software at the time. I realized that was a great idea because I had no idea what I was doing, but I knew I had to plan things out so I could make this game. So I drew things with pencil and laid things out and plan stuff. And that came from using Mario Paint and doing those storyboards and realizing I have to make some note of something so that I can keep on track. When the trailer went out, just like this amazingly rudimentary trailer, it was being picked up by websites, and I suddenly realized, oh my goodness, people are interested in this. And then we launched Home, and it was a huge hit. We were totally shocked. After Home succeeded, I thought, well, maybe there's something here. Maybe there's some way for us to turn this into like a real game. So at the end of that year, I decided to quit doing freelancing and take a stab at making games full time. Thankfully, I've been doing it ever since. So it's been kind of all because of Mario Paint that I suddenly realized that digital art and making stuff on a computer that's creative is awesome.
Does limitation breed creativity? In the case of Mario Paint, absolutely.
As far as I know, it's the only game that Nintendo has put out that allows you as the player to tell your stories. And we are the stories that we tell. Perhaps that's why people have such profoundly personal experiences with the game and why they range in such different ways. Everybody has a different experience with Mario Paint because they use it in unique ways. Their use is a reflection of how they are unique. I still play Mario Paint because that feeling is still there. Storytelling is the oldest medium, and I just love that about Mario Paint. I think it's always going to be one of my favorite games for that reason.
Funding for Giving a Story is provided in part by supporters on Patreon. Thank you.
In 1992, Nintendo released a quirky little racing game for the Super Famicom and Super Nintendo. They called it Super Mario Kart. The game began as a failed experiment, developed as a small side project within Nintendo's Entertainment Analysis and Development Group. But the young group of designers saw potential in the game and persevered. Over time, it evolved into an offbeat kart racer, featuring twisty racetracks, power-ups, and familiar characters from the Super Mario universe. Despite receiving little hype leading up to its release, Super Mario Kart was a surprise success. It became the best-selling Super Famicom game in Japan, one of the best-selling games for the system worldwide. But more importantly, Super Mario Kart brought people together and set a new standard for multiplayer console games. It launched a franchise that still exists today and continues to be one of Nintendo's best-selling game series. This is the story of Super Mario Kart. In the fall of 1990, Nintendo entered the next generation with their newest console, the Super Famicom. But they were late to the party. NEC's PC Engine had been on the market since 1987. Sega had joined the competition with the Mega Drive in 1988. However, Nintendo was confident their latest console would dominate the market. Hardware-wise, it was much more powerful than its predecessor, the Famicom. But the true strength of the Super Famicom lay in the software. Nintendo knew that all the hardware power in the world meant nothing if the games weren't good. The Super Famicom launched with 2 games, and they struck a balance between showing off new technology and providing exciting gameplay. The first launch title was Super Mario World.
a continuation of Nintendo's most popular franchise. Super Mario World was an evolution of the beloved series, with minor technical features to show off the new bells and whistles of the Super Famicom. Things like rotating platforms and transparency effects were cool, but didn't affect the gameplay that much. The second launch title, however, was an impressive technological feat: F-Zero. F-Zero was a fast-paced, futuristic racing game where players zipped through huge, sprawling maps with long, narrow tracks. It was unlike anything ever seen on a console, and it was all thanks to a new graphics technology in the Super Famicom called Mode 7. Mode 7 was able to scale and rotate the background, altering the perspective for a pseudo-3D effect. It was impressive. Critics were blown away by F-Zero. Famitsu Magazine gave the game 37 points out of 40, 3 points higher than Super Mario World. One reviewer stated, "The sense of speed found here is unlike any other racing game we've seen so far. It feels like this game clearly shows off the allure of the Super Famicom." But there was one major problem with F-Zero. It was a single-player game. That bothered Nintendo's chief software producer, Shigeru Miyamoto. Miyamoto was the man behind some of Nintendo's most popular game series, including Super Mario Bros. And The Legend of Zelda. He was also heavily involved with developing the Super Famicom. He consulted on the system's design, the controllers, and even the packaging. Miyamoto insisted that the Super Famicom come with 2 controllers. He wanted to ensure developers would keep multiplayer in mind when they made games. But ironically, neither launch title utilized both controllers. F-Zero was single-player only, and while Super Mario World was a 2-player game, players couldn't play simultaneously. Miyamoto felt that development teams had only scratched the surface of the potential of the Super Famicom. So he devised a new project. Make a game like F-Zero, but for 2 players. He assigned the task to 2 talented staff members within Nintendo's Entertainment Analysis and Development Group, Tadashi Sugiyama and Hideki Kono. Both men had experience working with Miyamoto. Sugiyama joined Nintendo in 1983 and came up through the creative department with him. Sugiyama initially designed characters such as Popo and Nana from Ice Climber, and eventually became a game director. His first job was the highly anticipated second game in the Zelda series, Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link. Sugiyama also had experience with the Mode 7 technology in the Super Famicom, having just wrapped up director duties on Pilot Wings, a flight simulation game. Working alongside Sugiyama was Hideki Kono. Kono joined Nintendo in 1986 and cut his teeth designing Ice Hockey, a fun arcade-like sports game for the Famicom Disk System. But his most significant work was creating the overworld maps for both Super Mario Bros. 3 and Super Mario World. Miyamoto oversaw both projects. Kono recalled he learned a lot about game development and creation by working under Miyamoto. Now, in the fall of 1990, Miyamoto entrusted Sugiyama and Kono to direct a new racing game for 2 players. As for himself, Miyamoto would serve as a producer, a self-proclaimed, pretty relaxed role. He remembered, "I don't know if I can really say I participated in this development. It was more like I observed it." Sugiyama and Kono also recruited additional staff, including programmers, to help with the project. Among them was Masato Kimura. Kimura had helped program F-Zero, so it made sense for him to help with a potential sequel. He was named the director of programming. They also brought in Hajime Yajima. Yajima had previously worked on Pilot Wings, implementing a digital signal processing chip, or DSP chip, on the cartridge. The chip helped the game program run extra calculations behind the scenes. Sugiyama and Kono knew their 2-player racing game would need this chip to work.
Sugimoto walked over to Yajima's desk, tapped him on the shoulder, and said, "Let's work together." With a team in place, Sugiyama, Kono, and the rest of the staff got to work. But by most accounts, the work was somewhat informal. There was no master design document, and Kono recalled not taking any notes during meetings. They were more like chat sessions. Everyone sat near each other in the office, so team members simply went up to each other's desks and talked. Many team members split their time with other, more extensive projects. Despite this, they were a dedicated group. Kono recalled that early development was mostly just sitting at one's own desk, grinding it out. Unfortunately, they quickly learned that making a two-player F-Zero game was next to impossible. F-Zero's racetracks were massive, with long straightaways that gave a sense of speed. The tracks were displayed over an area of 100 screens, but due to hardware limitations, it was way too complex to do this for two players simultaneously, so sacrifices had to be made. With two players, the racetrack would have to be downsized from 100 screens to only 16. With such a small race course, they couldn't add those long straightaways, only twists and turns. Kono finally admitted, with more than one player, it would have been impossible to illustrate the high speeds of F-Zero. F-Zero's fast, futuristic vehicles would not work on such a small map, but maybe another type of vehicle could. So, as a last-ditch effort to save the project, the team changed things up.
That was our first idea, actually. A fun, light-hearted game using around unrealistic weekend cars. It wouldn't be the life-or-death, dangerous world of F1 racing, but more the atmosphere of screeching wheels as you sit around an amusement park. From those ideas, the concept eventually evolved naturally from cars to karts. Shigeru Miyamoto.
Go-karts were a perfect choice. They didn't go very fast, which suited the smaller, winding courses, and they were becoming more widespread in Japan thanks to the rising popularity of F1 racing. Japanese auto manufacturer Honda was heavily involved in the sport, providing engines for winning racers such as Ayrton Senna and Alain Prost. And many F1 racers started their careers by training in go-karts. There were many F1 racing video games. Nintendo had even made a few themselves. But there were very few kart racing games. The idea had enormous potential. Co-director Hideki Kono recalled it was lucky timing for us. But there was one big problem. No one on the staff had ever ridden a go-kart. Co-director Tadashi Sugiyama purchased a book on go-kart racing and watched videos, hoping to get more acquainted. But a senior illustrator on staff and a veteran of the anime industry, Yuichi Kotabe, shared a piece of wisdom with the team. No amount of research beats the real thing. Kotabe suggested the team go to an amusement park and ride around in real go-karts. Kono took the idea to Miyamoto, who needed to approve the outing. Miyamoto rebuked the suggestion, thinking it was unnecessary. But he eventually relented. The team took a trip to the Nebu no Sato amusement park and drove around on go-karts for a day. Illustrators took sketches of the karts. Programmers got a feel for physics and handling. The development team also got to experience the lower speed and perspective of the vehicle. It was an educational experience, but more importantly, Kono, Sugiyama, and the rest of the staff learned that kart racing was really fun. But that was only the start of their crash course on go-karts. Back at the office, the team built a small remote-control kart to learn about its internal construction and to let staff members get more familiar with the vehicle. Unfortunately, a programmer immediately crashed it into the wall, ending their research. Despite a few bumps in the road, a new game took shape from the ashes of the old one. By June of 1991, the development team had a prototype featuring two driving modes. The first mode used a slower F-Zero style hover vehicle. The second mode used karts. At this point, there was no racing at all, just aimless driving around a generic track. But between the two vehicles, the The team loved the carts the most, specifically the experience of zooming past other racers, but visually the game needed some work. The racers were generic people with helmets and coveralls in various colors. Kono noted that with 8 nearly identical guys racing, it'd be boring, so then we began to focus on design. They needed a better way to tell the racers apart, so the development team brainstormed possible characters that were easily recognizable from behind. And one character immediately came to mind: Mario. Adding Mario and friends to Nintendo's two-player racing game was a good idea for multiple reasons. For one, the Super Mario series was easily Nintendo's most popular franchise. Super Mario World was the best-selling game on the Super Famicom at the time. Including Mario in this new racing game was a guaranteed way to boost sales. It wouldn't be Mario's first racing game either. Nintendo threw Plumber and earlier titles, such as the Famicom Grand Prix series, mostly for marketing purposes. But more importantly, from a design standpoint, adding Mario and his friends to this new two-player racing game provided variety and recognizability. So as an experiment, the team added Mario, Luigi, and Bowser as playable characters. It was a game changer.
You'd be able to tell immediately whether it was Mario or Luigi with the color red and green. They looked good visually, and were able to clearly differentiate their characteristics, so you thought it was a good choice. Hideki
Kono made the decision. This was now a Mario game, Super Mario Kart. The two directors split up responsibilities for the project. As a veteran of the Super Mario series, Kono oversaw the game's overall presentation. Tadashi Sugiyama was responsible for course design, backgrounds, and characters. With the Mario theme in place, Shigeru Miyamoto's vision for the game evolved. Super Mario Kart wasn't just a two-player racing game anymore. It was about the thrill of competition, the fun of driving in go-karts, and the joy of playing video games with friends. But before they could figure out the gameplay, the team had to fill out the roster of playable characters. Mario and Luigi were obvious choices. Princess Peach and her loyal servant Toad also made the cut. They also added the newest character of the Super Mario series, Yoshi. The cute dinosaur made his debut in Super Mario World and quickly became one of Nintendo's most likable characters. He particularly appealed to women and children. Rounding out the roster were villains, including the Big Koopa himself, Bowser. It was the first time players could control Bowser in a Mario game. The team also added Donkey Kong Jr., a somewhat surprising addition. According to Miyamoto, it was to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Donkey Kong Jr. arcade game. Sugiyama also noted that Donkey Kong Jr. was more recognizable from behind than his father, Donkey Kong, because he wore a shirt. The development team now had 7 characters, but needed one more to complete the roster. So they threw in the most common enemy of the Super Mario series, the Koopa Troopa. After a few experiments with character design, the roster was complete. But the Super Mario Kart team didn't stop there. To help differentiate the racers further, they applied attributes such as acceleration, top speed, weight, and handling ability. Mario and Luigi were balanced racers, with mostly even stats. Peach and Yoshi had excellent acceleration, but poor handling. Toad and Koopa Troopa could easily turn corners, but weren't very fast, and their lightweight made them easy to knock around. Bowser and Donkey Kong Jr. were the fastest and heaviest characters, but their acceleration was slow. With the racers in place, the Super Mario Kart team had to design racetracks. They got plenty of inspiration from Super Mario World. The team created many courses based on Dinosaur Land. World 2 of Super Mario World, Donut Plains, got a corresponding racetrack. The grassy landscape contained a dirt track and narrow bridges to traverse. The ghost houses scattered throughout Dinosaur Land, known for their hidden exits, became Ghost Valley, a track made of wooden planks and filled with hidden shortcuts. World 6 of Super Mario World, Chocolate Island, also got a racetrack, with plenty of dirt and mud to slow players down. And of course, there was Bowser's Castle, full of lava pits and dangerous jumps. Other tracks weren't necessarily based on Super Mario World levels, but fit perfectly into the Mario universe. For example, Koopa Beach had soft sands and shallow water that carts skimmed across. Vanilla Lake was a track filled with ice, snow, and chilly waters. And finally, there was the ultimate challenge, Rainbow Road, a bright, colorful racetrack with no guardrails to keep racers on the course. At first, these courses were simple raceways with twists and turns, but the designers added enemies, characters, and objects from the Mario universe. Monty Moles popped out of the ground in Donut Plains. Ice blocks on Vanilla Lake made navigating the course even more difficult. Thwomps in Bowser's Castle could block a player's path or smash a cart. The designers also changed how carts drove on different terrain types. An asphalt track was a relatively smooth ride. Ice courses made driving a little more slippery. Stone blocks made the carts bounce up and down slightly. To help streamline the creative process, the Super Mario Kart team created a track editing software suite that allowed them to manipulate the courses directly on the game cartridge. Designers could place objects like speed zippers and jump bars on the racetrack, add walls or obstacles, and even configure the driving path for computer-controlled players. It was a huge time saver. The new obstacles and terrains made the racing even more dynamic, and getting the kart controls right was more important than ever. Head programmer Masato Kimura spent most of his time tinkering with kart physics. He struggled to find a balance. The more realistic the controls got, the less it felt like a video game. Miyamoto got involved too, to the detriment of Kimura. Miyamoto constantly changed his opinion on how he thought the carts should control, which worried and annoyed Kimura. But luckily, Kimura remembered one of the game's core ideas, to capture the fun of driving go-karts. He said, "I had to go back and tinker with the controls over and over, till I approximated something that felt right." The team also added new elements to the driving experience. Racers could jump, something not typically found in a racing game, but Miyamoto insisted on it, claiming it was a feature that couldn't be missing from a Mario game. But one new technique would become a core element in the Mario Kart series: drifting. Drifting was a driving technique made popular in Japan. It was thrilling, but somewhat tricky to perform. Cars drift by counter-steering in the opposite direction of the turn. Initially, the Mario Kart team tried this idea, but most playtesters couldn't complete the move. The team wanted to ensure that any player could pull off the maneuver, so they simplified the concept. All players had to do was hold the L or R button and steer in the direction of the turn. Although Hideki Kono knew the compromise wasn't perfect, he thought the technique was really cool and fun to perform. He wanted to reward players who could pull it off, so the team made the carts go faster around turns during a drift. Driving the carts was a blast and easy to learn, but it rewarded players who could perform the more advanced techniques. There was also no speedometer in the game. The development team felt it would clutter the view. The sound of a go-kart's engine would signify how fast the player was going. And naturally, everyone would want to drive a go-kart as fast as possible. Still, at that point, Super Mario Kart was just a racing game set in the Mario universe. That is, until the team added a feature that would define the series: items. Super Mario Kart was not the first racing game to use
use items. For example, RC Pro-Am on the Nintendo Entertainment System had various weapons and power-ups scattered along the tracks. Missiles could take out other racers. Turbos gave the player a speed boost, and the tire power-up increased the player's turning ability. But Super Mario Kart took items in racing to another level. The idea was there right from the beginning. Before the development team added Mario to the game, co-director Hideki Kono felt the racing was lacking. It wasn't exhilarating just driving around the track at slow speeds. So, as an experiment, the designers added oil cans that players could throw onto the asphalt and create oil spills, which caused the karts to spin out. It added a new thrill to the race. But with the game now set in the Mario universe, potential items were endless. The development team experimented with a few ideas that didn't make the cut, including a placeable piranha plant. In the end, they settled on 8 items that players could use in the Grand Prix races. Green shells fired straight ahead or could be placed behind the player as an obstacle. Red shells acted like a homing missile, targeting the nearest racer ahead of the player. Banana peels, which replaced the earlier oil cans, spun out racers. Mushrooms gave players a speed boost. A feather, based on an item from Super Mario World, gave racers a super jump, which allowed them to take shortcuts on certain tracks. The star power-up increased the player's speed and made them temporarily invincible, allowing them to spin out other racers and blow through obstacles on the track. There were also coins, an idea from Miyamoto. After all, what was a Mario game without coins? Coins served multiple purposes and added a layer of depth to the race. Collecting coins increased the max speed of the kart, but they also served as a currency. If the player got hit with an item or spun out by another racer, they lost coins. And if a player fell off the track, Lakitu took a few coins away. And finally, there was the lightning bolt, arguably the most powerful item in the game. It shrunk all the other racers on the track, slowing them down and making them vulnerable to being run over. Playtesters loved how the lightning bolt created sudden upsets. The Super Mario Kart team tested items incessantly to refine the balance. And thanks to the track editing software, designers could place item question blocks on courses to quickly test them. However, they ran into a problem. The playtesters found that items sometimes led to chaotic and unfair racing. For example, players at first could get powerful items like lightning bolts or stars, giving them an extraordinary advantage. But co-director Tadashi Sugiyama had a simple solution. The chances of getting certain items depended on the player's position, lap, and race course. If a player was in last, they had a much better chance of getting powerful items, but if they were in first, they would likely get less useful items. It worked perfectly. Thanks to the item balancing, there was no guarantee a skilled player could come out on top. It allowed for even more thrilling upsets and tighter races. DSP chip programmer Hajime Yajima implemented the change, but he couldn't get it working perfectly. The Super Famicom wasn't powerful enough to calculate item odds for both human and computer-controlled players. To compromise, the design team scrapped the idea of computer-controlled players acquiring items. Instead, they got unique weapons based on their personality. Mario and Luigi essentially got a star power-up, making them invincible temporarily and dangerous to racers who got too close. Toad and Princess Peach threw poisonous mushrooms, which shrunk racers. Yoshi, Bowser, Koopa Troopa, and Donkey Kong Jr. launched projectiles that could spin out racers, including an egg, a fireball, a green shell, and a banana. While items added a new dimension to the racing, some development team members worried that hardcore racing fans would scoff at the idea and introduce too much randomness to the races. So as a compromise, the designers added an option to disable items. But Miyamoto thought the option would remove tension from the experience. He said, "I think that indeterminacy, knowing that something might happen, is the most fun." Co-director
co-director Tadashi Sugiyama agreed.
Mario Kart is not Mario Kart without the items. The opportunities that come from using the items means that both skilled and unskilled players can play the game together. A key characteristic of Mario Kart is how it's often the case that you can't win just with your driving skills alone, with the races being very close as everyone does everything they can to get over the finish line first. Tadashi Sugiyama.
In the end, the team removed the no item option from the game. With items in the game, the racing portion of Super Mario Kart was ready to go. The game featured a Grand Prix mode, where players competed against computer-controlled opponents and each other to win a trophy. There was also a match race featuring one-on-one racing. Finally, there was a time trial mode, a must-have feature for a racing game. But as Miyamoto envisioned, Super Mario Kart really was more than just a racing game. And there was one more gameplay mode that would set the game apart from other racing titles: a battle mode. As development began, the Super Mario Kart team knew they wanted a game mode that had nothing to do with racing, so they tried several experiments. But ultimately, the one that stood out was a game where players hurled a ball at each other. They collected points if they scored a hit, but the game needed some work. There were very few walls or obstacles on the course. This allowed players to drive around freely, and it made the playtesters dizzy. Not only that, but the Super Mario Kart team was running out of memory on the cartridge. As they added more and more features to the racing modes, they had less and less space to work with, so the team shelved the battle mode. But as the racing modes neared completion, the team decided to revisit the idea. To fix the dizziness problem, they added more walls and obstacles to the courses. They also replaced the generic ball attack with items. The designers also added a new item, exclusive to the battle mode in match races: the Ghost Power, which turned a player invisible and stole the opposing player's item. To keep track of hits, each player had 3 balloons. If they got hit, they lost a balloon. For Miyamoto, the battle mode was another defining feature of the game.
The very fact that battle mode had nothing to do with racing is what made us want to add it and give it special attention. It helped strengthen the image of the game. It is not you become a world-class racer, but rather you get to race around and play in this go-kart with your friends.
With racing, time trials, and now a battle mode, Super Mario Kart was almost ready for prime time, but it wouldn't be complete without music. For that, co-director Hideki Kono brought on a composer he had worked with in the past, Soyo Oka. Oka seemed destined for the job. She had been at Nintendo since 1987 and had composed music for earlier Famicom racing titles, including Famicom Grand Prix 2, 3D Hot Rally, and Versus Excite Bike. She had also previously worked with Hideki Kono on ice hockey. Her music had a distinct sound. Oka's work was known internally at Nintendo as Soyoism. Oka enjoyed the challenge of composing music under the restrictions of the Famicom, where music still had to sound good if a track disappeared due to hardware limitations. She called it a sound puzzle. But with the Super Famicom, those restrictions were gone. It allowed her more freedom in her compositions. She called the new system Beyond Wonderful. Oka's first works on the Super Famicom were Pilot Wings and Sim City. Both game soundtracks had a mellow, relaxed sound. With Super Mario Kart, Oka had to come up with more upbeat music that fit in a racing game, but also had a Mario flavor. Hideki Kono, who was in charge of the game's overall presentation, gave her the freedom to unleash her Soyoism on the soundtrack. While a few music tracks were based on previous Mario compositions, most of Oka's work was brand new, and the new compositions sounded like they had been in the Mario universe the whole time. There was the upbeat, hard-driving theme of the Mario circuit.
relaxing coastal vibes of Kuba Beach. And Oka's personal favorite, the epic synth-heavy music of Rainbow Road. What began as a failed experiment to make a two-player F-Zero game is now a unique, fun, go-karting adventure. Super Mario Kart expanded the idea of what a racing game could be. Power-up items allowed for thrilling, upset victories. Distinct racetracks make navigating the courses an integral part of the gameplay, and the new battle mode made games with friends even more intense. For co-director Hideki Kono, the thrill of competition made Super Mario Kart a memorable game.
I really played the game a lot during the adjustment and debug phases of the development. Because of the strong competitive gameplay, once I started test playing, I would get excited and start shouting out while I played. I just couldn't help it, because of the randomness and potential for making huge comebacks. I made a bit of it distracting for the development teams working on other projects. Hideki Kono.
By the summer of 1992, Nintendo was ready to reveal Super Mario Kart to the world. But surprisingly, despite being a Mario game, Super Mario Kart did not generate much hype leading up to its release. Early previews in video game magazines were short, lost in a sea of other games. Many of the write-ups compared the game heavily to F-Zero. Nintendo tagged Super Mario Kart for an August 27, 1992 release in Japan. Leading up to the launch date, co-director Tadashi Sugiyama remembered feeling unsure about the game's success. He said, "I knew it was fun, but I didn't imagine users would actually like it that rise." Thursday, August 27th, 1992 was a big day for Nintendo. Super Mario Kart was on store shelves, and Nintendo was hosting their annual Famicom Space World exhibit at the 4th Shoshinkai Trade Show in Tokyo. The event allowed Nintendo and third-party developers to show off their latest titles from the Famicom, Super Famicom, and Game Boy systems. Out of the 240 games exhibited, Super Mario Kart was one of the few playable titles at the show. People waited up to 1 hour in line to play the game for only 5 minutes. Word about Nintendo's funky new racing game spread quickly. Children and adults rushed to stores to pick up a copy. Some, including HAL Laboratories' head of software development Satoru Iwata, snuck out of work to buy the game. In just 2 days, Super Mario Kart was sold out across Japan. According to Electronic Gaming Monthly, many stores wouldn't even accept deposits to hold the game, and it only got more popular. Reviews poured in from the Japanese video game press.
Games that simulate reality can never actually be reality, and while catching up to reality is very difficult, fiction can draw into it, or even surpass it in some ways. While Super Mario Kart is absolutely a work of fiction, it's more faithful to reality than any simulation. It simulates the excitement of race and the joy of driving. Namukoshida, Famitsu.
Famitsu magazine gave Super Mario Kart a 32 out of 40, calling it exhilarating, challenging, and much more polished than F-Zero. Family Computer magazine scored the game 24.5 out of 30, noting that the multiplayer modes were very appealing. However, the game wasn't perfect. One reviewer felt that doing well in the game depended on getting lucky with items. And a 16-year-old from Tokyo wrote to Famitsu claiming people were morphing while playing the battle mode. But that didn't stop Super Mario Kart from flying off store shelves. It entrenched itself in the Famitsu Top 30 list for more than a year. The Yomi Urishi
one of Japan's largest newspapers, nominated Super Mario Kart as one of their top games of 1992. Competitions were held throughout Japan, where people competed for the fastest times around tracks. There were even rumors Nintendo was working on an updated special edition cartridge for a 1993 release. Super Mario Kart made its way into other mediums as well. The Super Mario Club Show, a weekly video game program on Japanese television, regularly featured Super Mario Kart competitions. There was also a rush of merchandise. The combination of Mario and go-karts lent itself well to toys. There were plushies, battery-powered RC cars, small go-kart figures, model kits, children's toys, and more. Super Mario Kart would become the best-selling Super Famicom game of all time, selling 3.82 million units in Japan. But would it be popular elsewhere in the world? 1992 was an important year for Nintendo of America. It was the 16-bit Super Nintendo's first full year in stores, and Nintendo faced stiff competition from Sega and their 16-bit console, the Genesis. The Genesis had been out since 1989 and made quite a dent in Nintendo's market share. The Genesis was also cheaper than the Super Nintendo and had more games. In addition, Sega had recently launched their flagship mascot to compete with Mario, Sonic the Hedgehog. Nintendo had to change things up to stay competitive. They lowered the price of the Super Nintendo from $200 to $150. They also released a standalone console without a bundled game and only one controller for $100. As a response, Sega lowered the price of their Sonic Bundle Genesis to $130. Started offering a standalone console for $100. Sega was also showing off their newest hardware creation, the Sega CD, due in the fall of 1992. The peripheral beefed up the hardware power of the Genesis, and the CD medium provided more storage space, better sound, and full motion video games. Nintendo also had plans for a CD-ROM attachment, but it never came to fruition. Nintendo's best hope for success was with its software.
The name of the game in this business is games. When the consumer pulls out his wallet, he wants top value for his entertainment dollar, and that's what we've always delivered. But this new lineup represents the best group of games we've ever introduced. Peter Main, Nintendo of America.
Nintendo showed off their new game lineup at the 1992 Summer Consumer Electronics Show in Chicago. During the show, Nintendo announced more than 175 new games for the second half of 1992. 75 of them were for the Super Nintendo. It was the largest rollout of new software in Nintendo's history. There was Mario Paint, an educational art program that came with a mouse. Street Fighter II, a port of the popular arcade fighting game. And finally, Super Mario Kart. CES attendees got to try all the latest titles. Super Mario Kart was the surprise star of the show. Luckily, gamers wouldn't have to wait very long to own a copy for themselves. With little text in the game, the localization process was relatively quick. However, there were minor changes between the Japanese and international versions of the game. Most notably, the animations during the trophy presentation screens. In Japan, Bowser and Peach drank champagne when they won the Grand Prix race. But for the international releases, they simply celebrate with the bottles. Nintendo of America was adamant about maintaining a squeaky clean image with parents. On September 1st, 1992, just 4 days after its Japanese launch, Nintendo released Super Mario Kart in North America. And just like in Japan, the response was incredible. GamePro magazine gave the game a near-perfect score, praising the multiplayer modes and accessibility for people of all skills. Electronic Gaming Monthly gave the game its
Editor's Choice Award and called Super Mario Kart the best driving game to come along for some time. Nintendo backed up Super Mario Kart with a fourth quarter $30 million advertising campaign.
You make a neat test. Win the battle ball and broadcast today. Two speeds. Fast and light. It's two-player fun on the split screen. Super Nintendo Entertainment System.
Super Mario Kart graced the cover of the October 1992 issue of Nintendo Power, which contained tips and tricks, maps, and strategies for various courses. Nintendo also teamed up with Domino's Pizza, which had a Super Mario Kart scratch and win game with $25 million in prizes. In December of 1992, Super Mario Kart crossed the Atlantic and hit store shelves in the UK. British video game magazine Control scored the game an 86 out of 100, calling it the best racing game on the Super Nintendo. The following year, Super Mario Kart reached the rest of Europe. German magazine Video Games had high praise, calling Super Mario Kart the best racing game of all time. Not bad for a small side project at Nintendo. Super Mario Kart was a surprise hit. Nintendo sold more than 1 million copies globally in less than a year. It was so popular that Nintendo bundled the game with the Super Nintendo in several regions, further increasing sales. By the end of the console's lifetime, Super Mario Kart had sold more than 8.5 million units worldwide, making it the fourth best-selling Super Nintendo game of all time. But while Super Mario Kart sold incredibly well, it impacted the living room even more. Whether it be the natural competitiveness of racing or the friendly aesthetics of the Mario universe, Super Mario Kart brought people together like no other game before it.
So innocently, Super Mario Kart crept into the house. It looked at first about as interesting as Tribe, but I soon discovered that this game crossed barriers, both in gameplay and generations. And what's even sweeter, the kids didn't always win. My teenage years as an owner on wheels were finally beginning to pay off. I knew how to drive like a fool. They didn't. Mark Cam, the Sydney Morning Herald.
Friends teamed up to unlock all the races in Grand Prix mode. Siblings duked it out in battle mode or raced each other one-on-one. Parents competed with their kids for the fastest time around the courses. So it was no surprise that Super Mario Kart won a Parents' Choice Award in 1992, given to, quote, entertaining products that introduce skills, reinforce them, and glamorize courage and common sense. Other game developers took notice of the popularity of Super Mario Kart, and soon a flood of clones hit the market on both PC and consoles, hoping to cash in on the kart racing craze. Sega put out Sonic Drift on their handheld Game Gear system. Atari released Atari Karts for the ill-fated Jaguar console. There were also clones on the Super Nintendo, such as Street Racer, a kart racing, kart fighting game. But nothing came close to the success of Super Mario Kart. The game stayed on the Nintendo Power charts for an astonishing 68 months, until the magazine stopped tracking Super Nintendo games. It was the beginning of a popular new franchise for Nintendo. Their next console, the Nintendo 64, would feature the first follow-up to the original game, Mario Kart 64. And soon, Mario Kart games would come out for every new Nintendo console and handheld. And today, its popularity is bigger than ever. The best-selling game on the Nintendo Switch is Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Many of the staff members who were involved with the original game still work at Nintendo. Shigeru Miyamoto is still Nintendo's chief software producer. He is widely considered the greatest video game designer of all time. Hideki Kono remained involved in every future Mario Kart game. Today, he is in charge of Nintendo's mobile game division. Tadashi Sugiyama would go on to work on several Mario Kart games, including Mario Kart 64 and Mario Kart Double Dash for the GameCube. Sugiyama also directed F-Zero X, released in 1998, and
and thanks to the power of the Nintendo 64, he was finally able to implement multiplayer in the fast-paced racing game. Today, Sugiyama is still with Nintendo, working as a designer. Programmer Masato Kimura, who worked tirelessly to perfect the kart controls, continued to program various Nintendo games, including The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker and Super Mario Galaxy. Most recently, he worked on the latest Mario Kart game, Mario Kart 8. Hajime Yajima, who implemented the DSP chip into Super Mario Kart, continued to put his technical knowledge to use. He provided assistance with new, graphically intense games like Star Fox and Super Mario 64. Today, he is still working within the technology department at Nintendo. But not everyone stayed. Composer Soyo Oka left the company in 1995 to become a freelancer, working in radio, television, and video games. But Super Mario Kart stayed with her. Even today, people come up to Oka and talk about the game. She said, "I am truly moved to think that I have inspired children and young people more than I had ever imagined. At these times, I again come to understand how much of an amazing hit the game was, and how many people played it." In total, the Mario Kart franchise has sold more than 150 million copies worldwide, making it one of Nintendo's best-selling series. And it all started with Super Mario Kart. A game that began as a failed experiment became one of the most influential games of all time. In 2019, the Strong Museum in Rochester, New York, acknowledged the game's impact by inducting it into the World Video Game Hall of Fame.
Super Mario Kart's unique combination of familiar characters and exhilarating social gameplay produced a powerful franchise that invited friends, family, and gaming fans of all ages to the Mushroom Kingdom for an unforgettable ride. The Strong Museum. Funding for Gaming Historian is provided in part by supporters on Patreon. Thank you.
Today I'll talk about a franchise that deserves a lot more love, and that's the Super Mario Land games. The games were Nintendo's way of bringing Super Mario Bros. Onto the Game Boy. There were only 3 games, and in one of them, you don't even play as Mario. But they were all solid titles, and they introduced a few characters to the Mario universe that have become staples. Between the ages of was my life, and I had all the Super Mario Land games. They were some of my favorites on the system, and I feel like they're a bit underappreciated today. You don't hear about them that often. I mean, there's a few references to the series on Super Smash Bros., but that's about it. But I have many fond memories of playing these games growing up, and they deserve more love. So today, I'll share the history of the Super Mario Land series and what makes these Game Boy games so wonderful. The Super Mario Land series began during the development of the Game Boy. The Game Boy was created by Research and Development 1, Nintendo's oldest internal development team. Their previous inventions included the Game & Watch, the D-pad, and Rob the Robot. Legendary Nintendo engineer Gunpei Yokoi and his co-worker Satoru Okada came up with the idea for the Game Boy. According to Okada, Yokoi originally envisioned the Game Boy as a successor to the Game & Watch. It was more of a toy than a gaming system and would play simple, quick games. Okada disagreed and thought the Game Boy could be more like the Famicom or the Nintendo Entertainment System, a full-fledged system with third-party developers. Yokoi eventually gave in. The new system needed games to go along with it, and Gunpei Yokoi knew just what to make. We initially thought that a character like Mario was essential for the launch of such a machine. Platform games are accessible to all, and Nintendo's mascot obviously had enough popularity to attract many potential users. However, Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto wouldn't be involved. He was too busy working on his own projects for the Super Nintendo, like Super Mario World and The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. So development of the new Mario game would fall to R&D 1, the same team developing the Game Boy. It made sense. They knew the system inside and out, as well as its limitations. They also had experience in game development, having made several NES titles, including Kid Icarus and Metroid. Yokoi was pretty familiar with the Mario franchise as well. Miyamoto consulted with Yokoi when he made the original Mario Bros. Arcade game, as well as Super Mario Bros. From a design perspective, Miyamoto said Yokoi was the biggest influence on his career. It was the first time Miyamoto wasn't involved in a Super Mario game. Director duties were given to Satoru Okada. Okada was more of an engineer than a game designer, and that came in handy. They had to shrink the colorful world of Super Mario into a handheld system that could only display 4 colors. Being co-creator of the Game Boy, Okada was more than capable of the job. Because it was a brand new development team, R&D 1 created a whole new land for Mario to explore, thus the game's title, Super Mario Land. It launched alongside the Game Boy on April 21st, 1989 in Japan, July 31st, 1989 in North America, and September 28th, 1990 in Europe. Super Mario Land was originally planned to be the packet title with the Game Boy, but Nintendo famously decided to include Tetris instead, gambling that Tetris would appeal to a bigger market. In Super Mario Land, Mario explores the world of Sarasa Land. Its inhabitants have been hypnotized by an alien named Tatanga. He has also kidnapped Princess Daisy, who makes her debut in this game. Mario must traverse through the 4 kingdoms of Sarasa Land and rescue Daisy. This is the first Super Mario game not to feature Luigi, Toad, or Princess Peach. Now when you first start playing, the game definitely looks small, but compared to the other launch titles, it's actually pretty impressive. All the Game Boy launch titles had a somewhat similar look. Considering most of them were developed by R&D 1, that makes sense. If you look a little closer, though, R&D 1 came up with a few tricks to get around some of the Game Boy's limitations. For example, there are no one-up mushrooms. Why? In previous Super Mario games, a red mushroom made Mario bigger, and a green mushroom gave Mario an extra life. With only 4 gray colors on the Game Boy, that's impossible to implement. So in Super Mario Land, mushrooms make Mario bigger, while hearts give Mario extra lives. Each of the 4 kingdoms look more like real-life locations than anything from the Mushroom Kingdom. Mirabuto looks like ancient Egypt. It's got hieroglyphics, pyramids, the works. Muda, I'm honestly not sure what this is supposed to look like. It could be either the lost continent of Mu, which is supposedly in the Atlantic Ocean,
island of Bermuda. Either way, there's a bunch of water in this kingdom. Easton is definitely based on Easter Island, considering the large number of Moai statues situated throughout the level. And finally, there is Chai, which is based on ancient China. The music definitely has a Far East sound, and the level is filled with bamboo and, pardon my Chinese, jiangshi, which are basically hopping vampires. At the end of each level, there are 2 exits. If you can reach the top one, you get to play a Chutes and Ladder style bonus game to earn extra lives or a power-up. While exploring Sarasa Land, you'll hear catchy tunes by Hirokazu Tanaka, the game's composer. Tanaka is mostly known for his work on Earthbound and Dr. Mario, but his jingles in Super Mario Land are, as usual, very good. It's amazing how he can make a 30-second tune, and it never gets repetitive. The ending theme is also one of the best compositions on the Game Boy. Now, gameplay-wise, Mario feels off. Don't get me wrong, it's definitely a Mario game. There's stars, mushrooms, jumping, stomping on enemies, everything. But the physics are a little different than the NES games. Mario's movement is much more stiff, almost tank-like. You won't be skidding off the edge of a cliff in this game. Mario stops on a dime. Mario also has a new power-up as well. No, it's not a fire flower, although it definitely looks like one. It's the Super Ball. Firing a Super Ball bounces a projectile all over the screen, destroying enemies in its path. It can also collect coins. While going through Sarasa Land, you'll encounter a whole bunch of new enemies. Fun fact, the Super Mario Land manual kept all the Japanese names for the enemies. No, that's not a Koopa Troopa. It's Nobobone. These are also known as bombshell Koopas, since their shells explode after you jump on them. Oh, you think this is a Goomba? Nope, it's Chibi-Bo. I mean, come on, this is a Goomba. There's Pacoon Flowers, Sarasa Land's version of the Piranha Plant. But most of the enemies are new here, including my favorite, Chicken. Besides platforming levels, there are also some shoot-em-up levels, where Mario is in either a submarine or an airplane. These levels are a nice change of pace. Even the final boss stage where you fight Tatanka is a shoot-em-up level. Interestingly enough, Miyamoto wanted these kinds of levels in the original Super Mario Bros., where Mario would ride a rocket and fire a beam gun. But when he couldn't make the controls work, he abandoned the idea. At just 12 levels, Super Mario Land is a short game. An average player can beat the game in under an hour. Once you beat it, you can play it through again in expert mode. There's no save system, but I doubt you'll need it. At the time, critics praised Super Mario Land. Computer and Video Games Magazine said, a small yet perfectly formed Mario whizzes past equally impressive sprites and backdrops. Electronic Gaming Monthly said, even though it's black and white and on a 2-inch screen, Super Mario Land is a fantastic game that is, above all, very fun to play. Now, I've got a few gripes with the game. You can't go backwards in a level, and I don't really like how Mario handles. It's also just way too short. It hasn't aged as well as the other games in the series. By the time the sequels came out, Nintendo had a better grasp of the Game Boy and what it could do. Nevertheless, Super Mario Land is still a decent platformer, and it showed the potential of the Game Boy, and that's important for a launch title. You might be shocked to learn that Super Mario Land sold more than 18 million copies worldwide, making it the 7th best-selling Super Mario game of all time, and the 4th best-selling Game Boy game of all time. It sold more units than Super Mario Bros. 3. I'd probably chalk that up to the game being a launch title for the Game Boy. Super Mario Land proved to be very popular, even spawning toys, comics, a board game, and drinking glasses. The ambassadors of funk even made a song about it. It was enough popularity for Nintendo to begin working on a sequel. In November of 1991, a new group of employees at R&D 1 were assigned a project, Super Mario Land 2. Hiroji Kiyotake was given director duties.
He previously worked on Dr. Mario, but he was more well known for being the original character designer of Samus in Metroid. At first, Kiyotake and his team wanted to follow in the footsteps of the previous game, make a whole new world for Mario to explore, but they made it a little too new, and the feedback wasn't great. Kiyotake said, when we showed our first draft to everyone, they were like, I don't know, is this Mario? We realized we were on the wrong path, so we toned down that idea and made something a little closer to the existing Mario world. And when you play Super Mario Land 2, it definitely feels more like a Mario game. I'd say it's pretty close to Super Mario World on the Super Nintendo. There's battery saves, an overworld map, secret levels, bonus games, 6 unique worlds, and graphically, it just looks more like Mario. One interesting change to the Mario formula is the storyline. For once, Mario isn't rescuing a princess. Kiyotake stated, Mario has always fought for someone else's benefit, but we thought it would be a nice change of pace to make a game where he's fighting to win back something of his own. In this instance, Mario tries to take back his castle from a new villain named Wario. Wario made his debut in Super Mario Land 2 and has become a mainstay in the Mario universe. He began simply as a name. R&D1 wanted to create a new villain for Mario. Well, Mario's a good guy, so what's the opposite of good? Bad. The word for bad in Japanese is Wadui. Flip the M upside down in Mario and you get Wario. R&D1 imagined Wario as a Pluto-type enemy if Mario was Popeye. This time you'll explore a world called Mario Land. I don't know where this is in relation to the Mushroom Kingdom, but it's apparently where Mario lives. He's done pretty well for himself to afford this massive castle. While Mario was in Sarasa Land saving Daisy, Wario, who's always been jealous of Mario, took over his land. So, technically, this is a direct sequel. Within Mario Land are 6 unique worlds to explore. Conquering each world gets you a coin, and you need 6 of them to unlock the door to the castle, setting up your final battle with Wario. Takehiko Hosokawa, a relative newcomer to Nintendo, designed the whole look of the game. He'd only been with the company for a year and a half before starting work on Super Mario Land 2, but this was the first game he got to work on that really showed off his designs, and it's really superb work. Super Mario Land 2 feels and looks more like a Mario game. Each world feels pretty unique. They can be accessed at any time, so there's no certain order you need to beat them, meaning their difficulty is about the same. Kiyotake and his team claim getting the difficulty level just right was the hardest part in making the game. You've got Pumpkin Zone, which has some spooky enemies, my favorite being the walking Jason mask, literally named Jason in Japan. Mario Zone has you explore a giant mechanical Mario statue. I guess Mario built this to worship himself. One cool Easter egg are the N and B blocks in one level. Back in the 60s, Nintendo made these to compete against Legos. One level is built completely out of these blocks. Gunpei Yokoi worked on the N and B toys and was a producer on Super Mario Land 2. Turtle Zone is the required by gaming law underwater world. As a kid, I always thought being inside the whale was kind of creepy. Look at those teeth. Oh, and the sharks are wearing boxing gloves. Macro Zone has Mario shrunk down to a microscopic size, exploring a house and fighting off ants and mice. Whose house is this? We don't know. We'll probably never know. Space Zone was a unique area that you can't just go to it on the map. You actually have to beat a level to get there. Gravity is gone and Mario can float around in space. It makes for some cool level design. Also, the world boss is Tatonga from the first Super Mario Land. Finally, there is Tree Zone, where you battle flies and bugs, and eventually defeat a massive angry bird. Seriously, his name is just Bird. It's almost as good as Chicken from the first game. After you collect all 6 coins, you've got to take back your castle. This level is pretty challenging as it's full of traps. Mario and his crazed look awaits you at the end of your journey. One interesting change to gameplay is coins. Instead of getting 100 and resetting to 0, you can collect up to 999 coins. You can spend these coins on bonus games to win extra lives, power-ups, and more coins. Killing 100 enemies earns you
power-ups, there are plenty to find in Super Mario Land 2. The bunny ears are very cool, but it can also make levels very easy. You can literally flap your ears across areas and barely fall. The Fire Flower power-up is finally back. To get around the lack of colors, Mario grows a feather out of his hat to signify he can shoot fireballs. He also has this new spin move, which is handy for breaking blocks below you. R&D 1 did bring back a few things from the first game. If you reach the top area of the exit, you get to play a bonus game, and one-ups are still hearts. Kazumi Totaka, another newcomer, composed the music in the game. And if that name sounds familiar, it should. Totaka is famous for Totaka's song, a simple little jingle he likes to hide in the games he works on. He's still at Nintendo today, so he's hidden his song in a ton of games. For Super Mario Land 2, just wait on the Game Over screen for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Totaka's work here is incredible. Catchy tunes and classic sound effects. Super Mario Land 2, 6 Golden Coins, was released on October 21st, 1992 in Japan, November 2nd, 1992 in North America, and January 28th, 1993 in Europe. It was the largest Game Boy game up to that point, a whopping 4 megabits. Like its predecessor, Super Mario Land 2 was a hit with critics. Electronic Gaming Monthly summed it up pretty well by stating, "Absolutely the best Game Boy action I've ever played." The game would go on to sell more than 11 million units, making it the 6th best-selling Game Boy game of all time. This is my personal favorite of the Super Mario Land games. They fixed all of my complaints from the first game. You can go back in a level now. There's way more stages. Mario feels like Mario again. My only real complaint is in some areas there's some slowdown. It's also a fairly easy game. Now, when I first beat Super Mario Land 2 as a kid, I thought for sure Mario had peaked. You can't get any better than this on the Game Boy, right? Well, in a way, Mario did peak with Super Mario Land 2, because the next game in the series stars not Mario, but Wario. Yes, Wario Land, Super Mario Land 3, was the 3rd installment in the series. There is no doubt in my mind that Super Mario Land was added to the title for brand recognition. When the first 2 games sell more than 29 million units combined, it's a smart move. This was Wario's first game all to himself. Many of the same people who worked on Super Mario Land 2 returned, including director Hiroji Kiyotake and designer Takehiko Hosokawa. After getting kicked out of Mario's castle, Wario hears a rumor that the brown sugar pirates of Kitchen Island, yeah, there's a food theme in this game, stole a statue of Princess Peach. Wario's goal is to find the statue and sell it for a hefty price tag to buy his very own castle. It seems the developers kept with the theme of opposite of Mario. While Mario games are generally fast-paced with lots of platforming, Wario Land is a little slower paced with more exploration. And instead of mushrooms making you grow, it's garlic. The name of the game in Wario Land is Collecting Treasure. Wario collects coins, which are tallied up at the end of each level. You also have to spend money. You can't use checkpoints or even leave a level without owning up some dough. You can even attack enemies with coins. Hidden throughout stages are treasures, which Wario admires after beating a level. He's just like a retro game collector. This aspect of the game really drew me in as a kid. It might have been the beginning of my love for collectibles in games. Wario can jump on enemies, but he has special hats that give him powers. The ball hat allows him to ram through blocks easily, and ground hat, which stuns nearby enemies. The dragon hat lets Wario shoot out flames for a short period of time. And the jet hat lets you jump higher, run faster, and fly through the air.
With 40 levels, it's a much bigger game than Super Mario Land 2. There's plenty of secrets in here as well. One cool feature is how the levels interact with the map. For example, in Rice Beach, one level will alternate between water and no water, depending on the tide. Wario Land is also a fairly decent challenge. I can breeze through the first two Mario Land games, but Wario Land always gave me a good fight. The final boss is against this absolute unit of a genie, and once you defeat him, the map reveals the missing statue of Princess Peach. But here comes Mario, who did nothing, flying in to steal your prize. I actually feel bad for Wario. However, the genie decides to grant Wario one wish, and of course, he wants a castle. The size of the castle you get depends on how much treasure and coins you collected during your journey. My first playthrough, I got a tree stump. Wario Land, Super Mario Land 3 was released on January 21st, 1994 in Japan, March 13th, 1994 in North America, and May 13th, 1994 in Europe. Critics once again loved the game. Wario even got his own cover of Nintendo Power on issue 58. The game sold more than 5 million copies. This game marked the beginning of the Wario Land series, and sadly, the end of the Super Mario Land series. In 1995, Nintendo hyped up their newest console, the Virtual Boy. It was basically a headset that played games. Everything was rendered in red and black, but it did have some cool 3D effects. Nintendo treated it as a successor to the Game Boy, but it was ultimately a disaster. During the Winter CES show in 1995, Nintendo teased a few titles, including a new Mario game. It went by several different names. Some called it Mario Adventure, others called it Mario Brothers Virtual Boy, but it's most commonly referred to online as Virtual Boy Mario Land. This game never came out, so we don't really know too much about it, but it looked like a standard Mario game that utilized some 3D effects. Virtual Boy did get a Wario Land game, and it's quite good. In fact, Nintendo kept making Wario Land games, the last one being Wario Land Shake It on the Nintendo Wii. In 2011, Nintendo released Super Mario 3D Land on the Nintendo 3DS. Was this a return to the Mario Land series? No. It has a similar name, but as far as I can tell, it has nothing to do with the Super Mario Land series. Nintendo took a gamble handing off the reins of Mario to a team that did not include Shigeru Miyamoto, but it ultimately paid off. Were these games revolutionary? Not really. But they were important. They clearly helped make the Game Boy a success by selling more than 34 million units combined. I have wonderful memories playing these games growing up, and I'm sure anyone else who played them feels the same way. In fact, one fan by the name of Torres released a ROM hack that turned Super Mario Land 2 into a Game Boy Color game. It even had Luigi as a playable character. Very cool. But let's not forget that these games established new characters into the Mario universe. I mean, think about it. Without Super Mario Land, we might not have Daisy or Wario. Without Wario, we would have never gotten everyone's favorite character, Luigi. That's all for this episode of The Game Historian. Thanks for watching.
Funding for Game Historian is provided in part by supporters on Patreon. Thank you.
In 1996, North America was introduced to a new Mario game on the Super Nintendo. But it wasn't just any Mario game. It was a role-playing game. Super Mario RPG, Legend of the Seven Stars. It seemed like an odd idea. Mario
in an RPG setting? Mario had been in a lot of different genres: puzzle games, sports, kart racers, edutainment. But RPG might have been the last genre on people's minds when it came to the Italian plumber. But Super Mario RPG was a hit, and it's considered not only one of the best Super Nintendo games, but also one of the best RPGs. In Business Insider's list of the top 10 Super Mario games, Super Mario RPG is ranked number 9. IGN placed it at number 10 on its top 100 Super Nintendo games list. Notable JRPG fan and Kotaku writer Jason Schreier lists the game as one of his JRPGs you must play. Super Mario RPG was the result of Square and Nintendo collaborating during their prime. Together, they created something very special. Super Mario RPG is filled with memorable characters, a unique battle system, hilarious dialogue, fun side quests, pleasant visuals, and unforgettable moments. Let's take a look at this classic title and the impact it left on gamers and the industry. Video game developer Square was known for making high-quality role-playing games, most notably their Final Fantasy series. Electronic Gaming Monthly called them the master of RPGs. Square's games sold well in Japan and were a hit with critics. However, sales in the Western market didn't meet expectations. In late 1992, following disappointing sales of Final Fantasy II in North America, Square created a simplified RPG for Western audiences with Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. But people didn't bite. The game only sold about 400,000 copies. 2 years later, Final Fantasy VI, or Final Fantasy III in North America, sold more than 2.5 million units in Japan within a few months, making it their best-selling game of all time up to that point. Critics heaped praise on the game, calling it the greatest RPG of all time and a must-own for Super Nintendo fans. But once again, sales in the Western market did not meet expectations. Square needed to break through in the West. It was a challenge they couldn't conquer on their own, so they sought the help of the most popular video game character of all time. While Square struggled in the Western market, Nintendo was riding high. Their Super Nintendo console was beginning to outsell the rival Sega Genesis. Children recognized their flagship mascot, Mario, more often than Mickey Mouse. Super Mario World sold more than 20 million units. Even spin-off games like Super Mario Kart were a huge success, selling over 8 million copies. Mario seemed invincible. Shigeru Miyamoto, Nintendo's most well-known game designer and Mario's creator, was eager to try the Italian plumber in other genres, including RPGs. So in 1994, when Square approached Nintendo about collaborating on a new game, Miyamoto was interested. He was a fan of the company and their work. During the pitch meeting at Square headquarters, Square presented Miyamoto and his staff with a picture of a cute Mario holding a sword atop a horse. It made sense considering the source. Most of Square's role-playing games had a medieval fantasy setting. But Miyamoto gave them a puzzled look and said, "That's not right. You mentioned Mario might have a hammer, but not a sword." The two companies had intense discussions about the use of characters, story, and setting. Eventually, they agreed to make the game, their first collaborative project with each other. Square began development in the summer of 1994. Nintendo pitched in with creative consulting to ensure the game had the Nintendo and Mario flair. Director duties were given to Square employees Yoshihiko Maikawa and Chihiro Fujioka. Fujioka previously worked on Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, Square's first attempt to appeal to Western audiences. He recalled the relationship with Nintendo as being, quote, "very close and favorable." Shigeru Miyamoto would come in often to meet and talk, as well as provide suggestions on gameplay. Fujioka said that Miyamoto had two main points of advice in his consulting. One was to, quote, "keep an eye on handling Mario's entry into the RPG world without destroying the Mario universe." The other was to make the game fun. At first, Super Mario RPG looked like a traditional Square RPG. A top-down view with 2D sprites. Square perfected this look, pushing the limitations of what the Super Nintendo could do with
games. They shifted from the 2D perspective to an isometric perspective. This required some extra hardware power to work, so Nintendo suggested they integrate the SA1 chip into the game. The SA1 chip had 4 times the processing power of the Super Nintendo CPU and faster RAM. This allowed quicker calculations to render the graphics and show more characters on screen. Square developed the look using the same Silicon Graphics workstations that Rare used to make Donkey Kong Country. By the summer of 1995, Square had a working prototype, but they couldn't decide whether to give Mario weapons and magic attacks or his signature hammer and jump moves. According to director Chihiro Fujioka, he and Miyamoto confirmed their decision at the 1995 V-Jump Festival, where they unveiled the game to the public for the first time. Fujioka asked the audience to applaud for the option they liked best, Mario fighting with swords and magic, or hammers and jumps. The audience overwhelmingly chose the latter. With the game nearing completion, a beta build arrived at the Nintendo of America offices in late 1995. It took the staff by surprise. A few thought it was a silly idea, and were surprised by the RPG battle system menus. In the November 1995 issue of Nintendo Power, one writer commented, "It's fun, a little weird, but it's definitely Mario and an RPG." When it came time to translate the game for the West, notable Square localizer Ted Woolsey, known for his translations of Final Fantasy VI and Secret of Mana, got the job. Since their offices were down the street from each other, Nintendo's product analysis team periodically met with Woolsey to make corrections and ensure the game had that signature Nintendo personality. In 1996, the world finally got to play what would become a classic game for the Super Nintendo, Super Mario RPG, Legend of the Seven Stars. It was released on March 9th, 1996 in Japan and May 13th, 1996 in North America. In Japan, the game came with a coupon to get 4,000 yen off, or about $37 off, the purchase of a Super Famicom system. This was perhaps an effort by Nintendo to sell their backstock of consoles before the release of the Nintendo 64. Unfortunately, Europe would not see the game until years later. Nintendo software analyst Jim Cornell said that the European release was next for several reasons. The time it would take to do another translation, the added cost of the SA1 chip, and low projected sales all factored into the decision. Super Mario RPG was released just 4 months before the Nintendo 64, at the height of the Super Nintendo's popularity. For many gamers, like myself, it was a great holdover until the Nintendo 64. Plus, it was a new Mario game. We had to get our hands on it. However, I don't think anyone anticipated just how popular and impactful it would become. Super Mario RPG begins just like every other Mario game. Princess Toadstool has been kidnapped by Bowser, and you have to rescue her. But during the fight between Mario and Bowser, a giant sword falls out of the sky and crashes into Bowser's castle, scattering everyone into different directions. Mario soon learns that this is the work of the Smithy Gang, who have not only taken over the world, but destroyed Star Road, which helps grant people's wishes. Mario and the gang must recover 7 star pieces to rebuild Star Road and defeat Smithy. Along the way, Mario meets new characters who join his party. There's Mallow, a cloud who seems to think he is a tadpole. A star spirit takes the form of a doll, known as Gina. Even Princess Toadstool and Bowser join your party. There's also a ton of memorable non-playable characters that you will meet along the way. One of my favorite parts of Super Mario RPG has always been the characters and their interactions. Some of the lines are great, and the character expressions are very impressive for a 16-bit title. It's a very funny game. According to director Chihiro Fujioka, many of the staff members who worked on the game were fans of stand-up comedy. It's also a gorgeous game. There is no doubt that Super Mario RPG is one of the best-looking games on the Super Nintendo. Square was definitely stepping out of their comfort zone, but it paid off. Everything is bright and colorful, and the isometric view works well without any slowdown. Gameplay is a mix of traditional RPG and action RPG. There's menus, items, equipment, hit points, experience, battle commands, etc., all staples of a traditional Japanese role-playing game. But the battle system incorporates a timing mechanic when attacking and defending. If you time it right, you can hit the A button while attacking to deal extra damage, or hit the B button while defending to reduce damage. According to director Yoshihiko Maikawa, this unique battle system was inspired by a Japanese children's toy. He said it was like a large laptop with these buttons that would play music. You had to press the buttons with good timing to the music. It was that idea that the gameplay built around timing button presses that inspired me to hybridize these two genres of game to get a little bit of action and RPG into the same game. Square also incorporated platforming into the game because what's a Mario game without some platforming? There were hidden treasure chests, coins to collect, and obstacles that Mario must traverse by running and jumping. Instead of random battles, enemies appear on screen. There are also mini-games scattered throughout the world. Yoshi races, minecart maze, running on barrels down a river, collecting coins in a waterfall, and many more. The soundtrack, a combination of remixed Mario tunes and original compositions, was composed by Yoko Shimomura. She had previously worked for Capcom, where she composed the soundtrack to the popular Street Fighter II arcade game. When she wanted to pursue more classical-style music, she left Capcom for Square. Shimomura considers Super Mario RPG a turning point in her career. Nintendo and Square did a great job ensuring the player felt like they were in the Mario universe. Everything you would expect is here. Goombas, Toad, flowers, mushrooms, cornpipes, and Amber Brothers. Nintendo even threw in a few Easter eggs throughout the game. Square threw in a few as well, most notably Culex, an optional boss that wouldn't be out of place in a Final Fantasy game. It's amazing what Square and Nintendo were able to fit in this whopping 32-megabit cartridge. Upon its release, Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Stars received rave reviews. GamePro magazine gave it a perfect score, commenting, "Once you pick this one up, you're hooked." Electronic Gaming Monthly was similarly impressed, calling it a masterpiece. Super Mario RPG combines the role-playing elements of Final Fantasy with the world of Mario flawlessly. The game was a commercial success as well. More than 2 million units were sold at a retail price of $75. Square was ecstatic about the numbers. Yusuke Hirata, one of the producers, said that the series would likely continue on Nintendo's upcoming console, the Nintendo 64. However, those hopes were dashed when Nintendo and Square had a falling out. Due to Nintendo's insistence on sticking with cartridge-based media, Square shifted its focus to the CD-based Sony PlayStation for more artistic freedom. This essentially eliminated any hope for a true sequel. Although Square was out of the picture, Nintendo still went forward with the idea. They teamed up with Intelligent Systems and worked on a sequel, Super Mario RPG 2. Possibly due to legal issues with Square, they renamed the game Paper Mario. Released on the Nintendo 64, the game borrowed several elements from Super Mario RPG, mainly the action timing-based battle system and the humorous dialogue and plot. But Nintendo was able to make the game stand out on its own with its unique paperbook visual style. It became its own popular franchise and is still around today. But believe it or not, there is another Mario RPG-inspired game in the form of the Mario and Luigi series. Once again, the game series borrows the action timing-based battle system, as well as maneuver. The handheld series of games was developed by Alpha Dream, a company with many former Square employees. One of them is Chihiro Fujioka, the director of Super Mario RPG. Music for the series is composed by Super Mario RPG composer Yoko Shimomura. Even with two spiritual successors, fans still clamor for a true sequel to Super Mario RPG. However, Square Enix owns a lot of the rights to the game, so it would take some licensing and legal hurdles to make something happen.
Yo, what up?
A few references to the game.
I'm here, big dog.
Gino makes an appearance.
Yo. How are you? I'm listening. Go ahead.
I'm good. I just wake up, and I'm good.
For how long did you sleep?
I know. That's a good question. I know. 3 hours.
Okay. Are we going to do a podcast?
Give me. I need recovery. I don't know. My brain is not training. My brain is not like victory when I wake up. So give me few moments.
Take your time. I understand. Did you have a good sleep? Take your time. I understand. Did you have a good sleep?
You can say that.
Do you feel like it was one of the greatest sleeps in the history of the world? Do you feel like it was one of the greatest sleeps in the history of the world?
No.
Okay, I appreciate the honesty.
Fuck.
All right. And are we really going to do a podcast 2031?
Yes, we are going to go try. Let me say something.
Say whatever you want to me, big dog. Go ahead, big man.
Okay, so when if somebody is like your sister, but it's not your sister, like you have friends like your sister, you know what I mean.
Yeah, a good close friend, a good close girlfriend.
Yeah, very good friend. Like she's like my sister.
Yes, go ahead.
So I made a joke with her in the phone.
Okay, what did you say?
I don't know why I said this. I said to her, I am sitting here with my socks, with my underwear, and with my towel. I don't know why I said this. I was thinking I was too comfortable because I was thinking, yeah, I can say anything with her. Anything. You know that feeling.
Yeah, okay.
She's mad.
Yeah, because you disrespected her.
But
So you can tell her after thinking about the situation, I wanted to let you know that I regret my actions. Apologies. I will do my best to never let it happen again. I appreciate your friendship, and I would like to move on from the situation.
I wake up for them. So I cannot have any good day without anything is fucking up.
You were horny. What do you want me to do?
You don't have to do anything.
No, I'm not gonna do anything, but it's just like it's part of life. You can't control it. You made a mistake. You should know the very important quote I want you to hear. 4 words. If you don't remember anything from me, I want you to remember this. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Time. Say it with me. Time heals. No, say it. Time. You're not saying it. Say time.
Time
Heals
here
all wounds. I didn't hear you say it.
time here or
No, time heals all wounds.
all wounds.
Yeah. Give it enough time Your wounds will heal, and so will hers.
But like I don't mean that I was in this disrespectful way, but like I was feeling like I can say anything
Okay.
with her.
Well, you can't.
I know. I don't know.
So send her your apologies and move on.
I know. But right now I'm not good with phone number.
Yeah, you're dog shit, dog. You have no experience. You have no game. You lack confidence. You're undesirable. But we can change that. It's not the end of the world. We need to break you down and build you up from the ground. You need to learn how to speak with women. You need to learn how to have confidence in yourself. And that's the thing you have to have first. If you don't have confidence in yourself, no woman's gonna give you that confidence. Now, why did you send this thing about you being in your socks and a towel to this girl?
Because I was feeling I can say anything. I was like really free moment. I'm not like because I was feeling in my heart I can say anything. You know. Because it was like we knew each other for 2 years. She knows me, and like yeah, I was feeling like I can say anything.
All right, well, obviously you can't. In 2 years is not that long to know a person. So tell her how you feel, that you wish you could that apologies for disrespecting you. I am going to do my best to learn from this. I want you to know I value your friendship greatly, and I'd like to move on.
You know, I'm a good person.
Okay, good is relative. I think you're good-hearted. I think you were horny and you wanted to communicate. Yeah. That's the reason why a guy communicates to a girl. I'm in my socks. I'm in a towel. That's why. Even if you don't recognize it, you have to understand that there's a sexual connotation to it.
It was no mean.
I'm not saying you were mean, and I'm not saying that was necessary.
I mean that like that.
Okay, but that's how it comes across. It's not that big of a deal, but communicate to her that you recognize that what you said might be interpreted as being disrespectful. You didn't mean it that way, that you love her friendship and you want to move on, and she can take as much time as she needs, but you value her friendship and you'd love to have her back in your life.
יש אנשים שלא כל כך מזרים, עושים כל מיני קורס כאלה, יש בזה עניין של גייבה. עכשיו, אם אנשים מסתכלים עליו, ולמה אתה עושה את זה? למה אתה...
Okay, I will be back, okay? I will be back.
Are we going to record 2031?
No.
Okay, well,
Because like I'm not doing everything I need, like episode today with the other way. So I don't know, like in like 3 p.m. today.
what time? 3 p.m. my time?
Yes.
You're not going to be up at 3 p.m. my time.
I'm the episode, so I need to.
Oh, your episode with him is at 3 p.m. Okay, so why don't you go do what you need to do for an hour and come back and we'll record.
Okay. 1 hour.
Okay, so whatever. So I'll see you 1 hour from now at the top of the hour. So you have 1 hour, 7 minutes, okay?
Okay.
And I want you to be accountable. So in 1 hour, 7 minutes, you better be back here. If you're 1 minute off, I'll understand, but I'm going to ask you, why were you 1 minute off? You should be specific, okay?
Okay.
All right, I'll see you 1 hour, 7 minutes.
Yeah.
In Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga, and as a Mii Fighter costume in Super Smash Bros. But that's about it. In 2008, Europeans were finally able to play the game, and Nintendo released Super Mario RPG on the Virtual Console. Super Mario Kart.
אז גם בכלל, אין עניין שאני אומר לך, כולה אני אגיד את זה בשבילך, תגיד לך עליו. לא, בשלוש יש כאלה, לא משחק. אני לא משחק שוח לבצע, יכול לצחק שופלים, למצווה, להגיד את הביצה מרביעה. זה לא אומר, אני חושב שבסוף, שאני אגיד לבוא, אבל אתה רוצה לבוא, אתה יודע. בסוף אני לבוא, אני יכול להיות.
RPG left quite an impact. For many fans of the Mario series, it was their introduction to the RPG, and it made them permanent fans of the genre. It was also Square's big break in the Western market. Super Mario RPG outsold all of their previous releases on the Super Nintendo and helped them see what works and what doesn't in the West. Super Mario RPG is a classic. If you don't already have it on Super Nintendo, it's readily available on Nintendo's Virtual Console service. We may never see a true sequel to the game, but sometimes it's best to go out on top. That's all for this episode of The Game Historian. Thanks for watching.
The exiles, the nations of the world bow before him, and the third temple in Jerusalem will be built inaugurating the Messianic age, the dead. The Renaissance of the 15th century could have said to have had a single battle cry as Fonte spat into sources. Thinkers of this time period saw themselves as emerging from centuries of backwards, Gothic, ignorance, and spiritism to scholastic sequel. Their solution was to give humanism at its very source and revelation, and how to take scientific wisdom of the Egyptian sage Hermes Trismegistus, the mystical mathematics of Pythagoras, the mystical natural powers of iron, Zoroaster. In their reasoning, what was most ancient was closest to that divine revelation itself, and thus most foundationally true. The aim was nothing short of ritual innovation philosophy, fantasy, oracle, philosophy, but also innovation, spiritual, life, religion, and even of the practice of magic. The last part of the 15th century made this true innovation, as they would have it, with the theory of hypothesis and magic. Here is a tonic morphing that is the most recent infusion of that time, Kabbalistic philosophy. Together, before being exported to Yamas, where they would be taken up by the genius of Orpheus and Rabbi, the foundational sort of magical theory and practice, philosophy. One curious combination of medieval solid-mind and astral magic and then new magical philosophies was fused together to produce the famed Enochian system of magic. That chain of transmission foundation was the 15th and 16th century humanist Rothschild. His total systemization of Kabbalah served to recover regions of the south to Scotland. In his 1494 paper of these together the very foundation of Kabbalah outside of the specific traditional Jewish context and paved the way for Rabbi, but also improvised Hermetic Kabbalah centuries. As part of the collaboration of underground control that a system of congregation still untranslated 1494 they were Fico, or the wonder-looking word
joined this great whole form of magic based on what we call symbol, on the dividing power of divine names. Dr. Rothschild later access to the holistic of make sure to subscribe and check out the
ועכשיו יום רביעי בלילה בברזיל. אני נוחת בארץ יום שישי בבוקר. אבל זה היה כדאי. אני באתי לכאן ומאוד מאוד נהניתי. קודם כל אנשים מזומנים פה. אגב עניינים פה. הרבה אנשים, ערבים, נורמלי. אני רוצה להגיד אני הייתי הרב, מי שקיבל אותי בקרבות, כולם רב שהגעתם ותודה לכולם שהגעתם. אנחנו רוצים תעשתה לשלותי למטה, לשלותי למטה גם. אם אתם לא מכירים, אם את שהמבטא, מבטאים בישיבות, עושים לזאת, זה לא נורא. אתם רגעים אחרי יום יומיים, נופסים אותם. אני מדברת על הסעד שאחר סבינה, ואחר כך הוא רוצה לתמוך את הסעד. מה הוא יעשה? גם עכשיו יום מתנח. שהוא ינגב את ישראל שלו מבפנים. זה לא מנדיע. שישתות את הפה שלו כמו שכולם מכירים, שישתות את הפה שלו. הרבה אנשים שכרו וויסקי. זה דיקטור טוב. וויסקי. אוקיי. מה יש לנח אומר? מדיע? הנה, בשם אנחנו צריכים להיות עצמם. הנה, בשם היו בקנח, היו בו מדיע. בשם אולי סוגרים שאתה חתיכת מטר. וזה מספיק לשטוף את הפה. לא יכולים מדיע, לא צריכים לשטוף. אתם יודעים בעברית, מה זה מדיע? יודעים את המילה מדיע, מדיע, תגידי מה זה? לשטוף. ובסדר לא יכולים מדיע, ולא יכולים לקנח. בסדר אומרים שלא צריכים לשטוף את הפה, ולא צריכים להכניס חתיכת מטר. שואלת הגמרא יש כאן בעיה. ולכל זה המחשבים כמו הפה, אלו ופעס. כמעט בזה מתוסף שלקנח בפה זה לא ילך. רגע, כי בשמה, אז אנחנו כמו בשמה, אנחנו עושה כמו בשמה, אנחנו יודעים שיש מחלוקת, בשמה יש כדר, ההלכה כמו בישראל. אבל כמו אלו בשמה יומים לקנח ולגויים ולפיע. ושם אומרים לקנח בלי מים, רק רוצים לא אומרים אף מדיע, צריכים שריעה, צריכים גם לחם וגם לשטוף הפה, או יש לו בעיה אחרת. ושם אומרים שצריכים לעשות שתי דברים, ושם אומרים שצריכים לעשות דבר אחד, צריכים לבקר ושם, אבל לא למדנו שיש שש דברים שבשם מכירים, לא אחד, שבע, אבל הם יכולים לשם לצפור בישראל. אז אני לא לפני להסביר משם הם יכולים בישראל. אז תגידי, אז שזה בלי ששם. אין לו חלק, הגמרא אומרת, זה הלכה למעשה, אתם שומעים הלכה למעשה. לקנח הוא עבור מדיע. כשבן אדם אוכל חלב, ואחר הוא רוצה לאכול בשר, הוא צריך להכניס חלק לתוך הפה, ואחר כך הוא שטוף הפה. ובסדר לא אומרים, אתם רואים יש כאן א' בשיעור של השולחנות, ולפיה שהוא הדין לקנח, צריך שתיהם, גם משם וגם בסדר אומרים שזה שתיים, לא מספיק לשטוף את הפה ולסתים. מה הרמחוד ומה הרמחוד ולספיק, אין גם אחרי לפני שם ולסתים. בסדר אמרו את המילה של מסתיע, ושם אמרו את המקנח, אבל הם מתכוונים אותו דבר, צריך לעשות שתי דברים. היום יש המון אגביקים, המון סיפורים, והלכה למעשה זה משהו, מלחמות, סיבוב, המון את זה. שהתקיעו הפה, אלף הכעס. עכשיו אמרנו שלשטוף את הפה, לנגיר את הפה, זה עם לחם. זאת אומרת, הגימור המעניינים ובדפיקים ושטויות, כיתה. אבל לא סורים, לא לחם מסורה. הוא נגיד לנמילה לא נמתינו. אנחנו נראה גם בעבוד כל מיני דברים דומים מזה. ויש זכויות סופר, אבות, ולא יצא אברהם. כל מיני דברים מעניינים שבאמת בין זה יותר על פי קבלה. דברים שהם לא כל כך מובנים, יענו, על פי קבלה. ובגין העולם לא מצביעות, לחם כך. לפעמים לחם נשמע, לא ישתה עכשיו, זה לא טוב, זה נפתח בתוך הפה, זה לא שוטף עוד הפה. ואני מבין את זה פתוחה אותו, כשזה נראה, אבל זה לא קרציה, זה לא טוב לשטף הפה, כן, חתיכות כאילו פשוט, זה לא שוטף טוב. זה קצת יותר רע, כמו לחם. אבל אם נשאול אותה גימור בפולגיליה, אני אפשר להיכנס לשם את זה כי אם הם מגפים בקטש שאתם נותנים כל מיני לבעה, לשלוש דברים שלא לשלוש אחר, לעתים חולנו לא נגן את הפה, תנח שהוא רך מאוד, דברים ביד ועובר ביד. בואי נראה מה שמדבר אותנו, כל אישה ובאסור לגילה. אני מתאר לעצמי שכולם בחלותם מחכים 6 שעות. יש לה מישהו שלא מחכה 6 שעות בין בשר וחלבים? למשל, אתה לא צריך להתבייש, אתה מחכה למישהו. אין בעולם מחכים כמה זמן? 6 שעות. על הלילה. עכשיו, מאיפה זה הגיע? למה 6 שעות? למה? זה הסוגיה של היום. זה הסוגיה בכל השעה. אומרת הגימור מהקום הרבה, נשאר לכם עצמו חכות, ולא כלום, אפילו לא דקה. איפה אם אחד אכל בשר, אסור לאכול גינה, אז אם לא תקנש. מה רש"י אומר שם? מה הבעיה? מה הבעיה לאכול גינה אחרי שאוכלים בשר? אומר רש"י, בשביל רוטשילד מוציא שומן, הוא בק בפה, הוא מעמיס בפעמו. זה שיטת רש"י, הרמב"ם אומר שזה יותר משהו נכנס לשיניים, אבל רש"י אומר, אתם שומעים, השומן שבתוך הבשר נכנס בפה, מדבר, השומן הזה זה בעייתי מאוד. אמרנו קטן, תראה הנתון יש סרטון קטן.
Now these radical ideas goes capitalism like this discourse in the 7 days of creation goes like the assassination of the age of 31 first on their literature fell their dissemination. However, a lot of people live to carry that forward in many ways that not only develop this relationship between magic and Kabbalah, but also transport ideas across the mountains. So they
כשבשר נתקע לו בין השיניים, היו צריכים עכשיו לחכות 6 שעות, היו עכשיו כאילו סוכר את הבשר. אם עוד שבוע את הבשר בין השיניים שלו בשעה 12, אולי צריך עכשיו לחכות עוד 6 שעות, אני רואה לכל כל עלי הפסו, הבאנו בין שיניים, כאילו, תעשו מוקרב, חייבים להוסיף את הבשר נמצא בין השיניים, מתחילים לספור 6 שעות. אבל אני לא מאוד נצור, כשמגיע לחכות בין בשר וחלקים, קל לו בהתחלה מאוד לגבי העם. אני כלום לא מדע. מה אני? אבא שלי, הוא מחמיא מאוד. מה זה חמו? אני כמו קומץ ויין. איך עושים קומץ? השאלה שהוא היה בחוץ, זה היה קומץ. אני כמו הקומץ של היין, אני הבן של היין, אני כלום לגבי הקומץ. וואו, אוקיי, אבל זה בישראל לא. הנה, זה היה אוכל עכשיו בשעה 7:47 בלילה במרכזים. שבע בלילה ביום שישי. הוא לא היה אוכל מנהל עד המחר עד אסטו, עד אותו שעה, 24 שעות. לא, ואני והעוד סעודות סעודים לא אני רק בסעודה אחת. באותו סעודה אני אוכל, וסעודות זה הכי טוב. אני אוכל אחרי סעודה אחרת אני אוכל. מכאן מתחיל כל הבלגן. למה אנחנו מחכים 6 שעות? בגלל המשפט הזה. אני לא אוכל באותו סעודה, אני מחכה לסעודה אחרת. עכשיו, בזמן הגמרא, מה זה סעודה אחרת? היו אומרים 2 סעודות ביום. זה היה הפרש של 6 שעות בין סעודה לסעודה. מכאן יש לנו 6 שעות. פרסס, לא? פרסס קטן. הנה, לא הולכים לצדדים, כל המצרה. לאן תסתכל שתנו לצדדים גם להמצאה? לא בסדר, זה לא 6 שעות. ואפילו לאלתר, מילה, עושים את השופון, הוא עושה את עושה את המזון, מותר ולא יקרוא לבואו. לא יקרוא לבואו. אומרים, אתה ישראל, שמילה דקה הסעודה, מותר לאכול חלבים. מותר לקח על המון, והאנשים של המון, חמוד שעה. ואולה, יש לו לעבוד, ולכן תוקר, ולעבוד, ואומר לנו, הוא מחכה שעה. כדי לשכנע את הציבור לחכות 6 שעות, הם סוברים שזה משהו מאוד חשוב לחכות 6 שעות, ובגלל זה ישראל מאוד קיבל את העניין הזה של 6 שעות. הייתי מישהו שחוזר, מישהו שמחשיב את זה, ממש סופמו, וכאן זה מוכן לספור. וואלה, לא שמור, משהו מאוד דומה. אני שאחד הבחרנו גם להחליט בדבר הזה והלכה הזאת, אני כמו חומץ ביין, סמורה והרסאי מיקסי איזון ביין. אבא שלי, שזה אומר, היה בא לביזנס פעמיים ביום, הולך לבוא לביזנס, פעמיים ביום. לא, בשיעה הוא לא רחב איזון. אז לא קודם, כל שאלה, עשרה פעמיים, אתה עושה פעם אחת. לא, זה חובה, אני לא אוכל שם. אוקיי, וואלה, אני לא רואה, שמור לקמי, גם שמור למי בסי ומיצי כולנו, מה שכך הסתירה? בסדר, ממש, תשימו את המשמעות, לכאורה, מי שהולך לביזנס שלו ובודק מה קורה, אז ימצא שם כסף. הוא ימצא בעיות בביזנס, אז הוא יוביל כסף. לא יודע, לא רואה סיפור. הבעיה, בסי ומיצי כולנו, לא יודע, אולי נראה לכם את הסרטון, בוא נראה, אני מנגד לסרטון קודם, עם ביטות. הנה, זה הסרטון. זה העובד של הבית.
And metaphysical realms from the Arachnids navigation and the investigation and development of their letters to the divine revelation and of course mathematical and philosophical developments of Pythagoras and other religions. Look here how
הבעיה בסדר מיסי כולנו, הבעיה הולך וראה את היחסים של הסטוריה. לא קודם בהכניסי, לפגע בבן אדם שעובד בשדה שלו, וכל מציב כל דברים שהוא לקח. הציב, חדרה של הציב, אבל איפה אתה חושב את העובד? אבל אני מביא את הציב לבית שלו הבית. אבל כבר סעד מרחבון, אל תנסה לעבור אליי, נשת, שקר, אתה לא... בגלל שרבון אמרו לי, לבוא לבקר, כל יום הספקתי ותפסתי בצרפת. הולך אדמו"ר, אומר לבאסי הבשאי מיצי קובר, עוד סיפור. לבאסי היה הולך לראות את ההשגות שלו כל יום. אומר, איך מביאים לכולם להסתר זמן שמואל, אני לא מבין. שמואל אמר שמורכים כל יום, מורכים כסף. אני אף פעם לא מצאתי כסף. יום אחד, חוזר צינור בביצקו בארץ. פתאום, יום אחד הוא רואה שהמים מתחיל לצאת החוצה שם, היו מביאים מים מהנהר, אני רואה לכם וידאו שנייה. שאלתי לבדים יודעים את החלפה שלו, זה, קשר את זה, כל צניע בגדי, שם זה שם לחור, יום אחד הוא התחיל לצוף, עוד סוגים שהצטחו, ואז אנשים באו, ואז הוא מספר על הגימון האלה, אז תקשיבו לכולם ישראל בנפשו, יצא, רק בגלל שהוא הקשיב להלוכם, אז הוא הביא המון, למה? כי היה לו, אם הוא לא היה מצלמות, עכשיו הוא מביא את כל הכסף, הנה שכל הצעה וגיזון,
In fact, that act is where you find love, which God sees to Christ also that you are powerful to love into the world as miracles or wonders of my habits. Yes, yes, praise God. Such wonders as it's been lost in Hebrews, much less Greeks, Romans,
השמואל הבטיח כסף. לא אומר שכל פעם שתלך לפגש לך תמצא ערימה של כסף כל פעם. לא, לפעמים זה מגיע במצע, הנה, כדאי כל הכסף שלו, אז זה שהוא הלך ושמע בדברי חכמים ומוצאים את השדה שלו. אומר רבי לרבי, אומר רבי זה ברש"י. עוד סוגיה מאוד מעניין, 10 שורות ולמטה. אומר רבי ברבי זה ברש"י, מה הם משאים מצוות? זה מצווה. למה זה מצווה? כל ידע ככה 2 למה? אם אני כבר אומר את זה לא להגיד זה היום בבוא ונגיד אחרת. סתם הלכות מהירות. צריכים לקרוא עד לכאן. חבר'ה, אני לא עובר אנשים לשום ככה, כמו בנות טיפול, לא כדי תקרוא חתיפה. זה עד לכאן. אחד, 2. נגיד 2. ייגמר. אחר כך נגיד, כן? טוב. אז לא אמרתי, לחומר אמרו שצריכים לקרוא ידיים. מצווה לשמור להיות חכמים, אז זה מצווה. אז זה לא חובה, זה מצווה. לא יפה. והכל נמצוי בו, אבל הנה נפסק להלכה, שמים הקוראים חובה. בישראל ג'וגן לא מים ושוגן והכל יכול להקים תשובה שלוקה. מי שגם המים הקשורים הם חובה. למה אתה אומר לי זה רק מצווה ולא חובה? אז אמצעים בשוק, מה זה אמצעים שנראה את סוגיה אחר כך? יש מים באמצע סוגיה בין שתי מנות. רק המים האמצעים הם בשוק, אבל המים שהם חובה, אבל לא לא. מצווה ולא בשוק, קודם כל לא. זה באמת מצווה, אבל אנחנו קוראים, זה כבר לא משנה, אם זה מצווה גדולה, מצווה קטנה, שניהם כאילו, קצת פחות, כמו שאמרתי, הראשון זה רק מצווה, לא חובה, אבל האמצעי זה כלום, אז במילא אנחנו קוראים לשניהם חובה. אוקיי, יופי. מה אם לשאול לאחר לקרוא לו? אמצעי משהו. לשאול לא לדבר בפי בין אדם וקרצה. אם שמת לב, אנשים שנותנים ידיים והמים החולים תמיד בתוך כלי כזה. לא עושים את זה על הרצפה. המים החולים אפשר לעשות גם לשפוך על הרצפה. החולים לא עושים אלו הכלי. למה? כי במים האלה יש רוח שזה סכנה לאנשים. אם אתה שם את זה על הרצפה, מי שידרום בזה זה סכנה. ואני לא, יש כאלה שלא אומרים שצריכים לתפוס את הכלי, אלא הם לא הולכים על הקרקע, לא לשפוך על הקרקע. מה ביניים, הקריים אומרים אותו דבר, שחבר, לא לשפוך על הקרקע, זה חוקר. הכלי, לא בינה, כי כבר היה קינצר. אם אתה שם וואו, זה לא כלי, אבל לא שפכת על האדמה, אז זה סכנה. אז אם אתה לא צריך לשפוך את הכלי, אז צריך להשתמש בכלי. זאת אומרת, לא לשפוך על האדמה, זה שם גם על קרקע. מים ראשונים לא יודעים בין בכלל בין מקצועיים. אז אפשר לתור ידיים של במים חמים. אחרי כל המילואים האלה מצוין. הנה זה אחר במעשה, אנחנו לומדים המון הלכות במעשה היום. אסור לשתות מים אחרונים עם מים חמים מאוד. ברגע שחמים, לפעמים זה ידיים, זה מרקב את הידיים, ומעביר את זה לא, זה לא עושה עבודה טובה להעביר, כמו שצריכים להעביר את הלכלוך. שנראה את עבוד בית מה זה. מים שהם בגלל בעצם לראשון אלו שאין היה צולדת ספוהר, היה צולדת בדרך כלל רש"י, שהיד נכתב לזה, היה צולדת שהיד, אתה משך את היד שלך, יש רש"י אחר שאומר שהבטן של התינוק נשרף מזה, אוקיי. אבל היד צולדת בהם, אם היד, אתה מושך את היד שלך לזה, אין, לא יודעים בו עוד. אז יש כאן רש"י מאוד מעניין, מה שאומר, למה? נכנס היד צולדת בהם, עוד ונשתנו אותו לפני זה לא מים. אם היד, אם אתה מושך את היד שלך, אז יש כבר אין לזה תקטור, יש גם של מים. זה דבר שאומר, וכדי מה זה לא הסייפה. יש כאלה שאומרים על הסייפה מאחור, אבל בחיים לא. אנחנו לא עושים איתו בחמים. אבל הוא היום זה אומר, יאללה, הוא שומע שיד צולדת בהם. יד צולדת בהם לא יפנים. משתמש במים. מותר לשמש במים אחרונים שהיד לא סולת, לא משך את היד לזה. בכלל, ויוצא מזה, שבשונים, הם הראשונים, שכנפים, שהצולדת והגותו. אם אתה משתמש במים חמים מאוד, ממש חמים, ויוצא לכאורה מים ראשונים. אמצעים רישוף. ומנה במנה, ושופים בדרך, זה לא אפילו מצא. אבל אנחנו נשארנו לדעים תעשים תעשים. בין שתי סוגים בצביעה, ובינם סוגים לכל, אחרי בנינה, לאכול בשר, תגיד לשתות את זה. אז יוצא ככה מאוד מעניין. אנחנו נביא היום משהו חדש. שבנדם, בשבת הרבה אנשים נותנים בבוקר חלבי, ואחר כך נותנים בשרי, כן? אז מה עושים? עוד כבר נותנים קצת שקיעה, משהו. אז היום אנחנו יודעים משהו אחר. שגם צריכים להכניס איזה חתיכת עוגה לכם, או תעוגה, ואז לשתות ממיסטי. ועוד דבר, צריכים לשתות את הידיים. נכון לב? אבל של הגביל אוכלי ואחד הגבול חייבים לשתות ידיים. אבל רבי מברד רב ציון, ולמה אנחנו יכולים לו? ולמה? מה זה כל הדבר שמה יכולים? שמלח יש שנשא מסוימת. יש מלח, יש איזה איך הוא מוקמת את זה בעברית? כמיקל? יש חומר מאוד מאוד קריא במלח שזה מושבע מסדור ויש שם קוראים זה לאו דווקא מסדור זה משהו מאוד מסוכן זה יכול לעשות בו גם מלח עכשיו אומר הבית נשתף את הכתות בקרוב ואפילו חתיכות גרביר אחד של מלח בדקו משהו ענק של 4,500 ביצים משהו כזה משהו ענק כאילו חתיכה אחת לכל הראש הכל לגרוע להתארץ לכן היינו צריכים להצדק אומר לגמרי אומר לרב רבשי כל מלחמה כלומר הבן אדם שהוא מבשל הוא רוצה כנראה להחלט שרוצה לפני שטוף ידיים אבל ברובוי ודאי אומר לא הייתי אומר הייתי אומר שמים בסוי עליי הסיבה שאתה שם במים אחרונים על המצווה אנשים זו כן, הידיים שלך לא מלוכלכים, ביחד עם מים, יש נשלח על המצווה, עכשיו אתה עושה בלגן על המצווה. אומרים אז רב אמר לו, נשאר לי רוח פה עליי, יש כאן דבר אותו דבר, עתיק קבלה, יש כאן רוח רעה, זה יכול לגרום נזק לאנשים. כל רבי מראה זה ראינו, מה יגידו שאומרים לפרסוי לו? כי לא כדי לשפוץ לי משפוץ. הייתי אומר, אם באדם מחזיק כוס ביד ובאמצע לשתות, אל תיקח משהו מהשופחה. בוא נגיד, אתה לוקח לו, יש לי איזה כלי אחר. אתה לוקח לו את הכלי ובאמצע לשתות, מה יקרה? הוא נתפס. והוא יקרב לו המים לתוך ויחלוק אותו. הוא לא מסוגל. שם הילד רק את הכל בסדר, הוא משחק, הנה יש לנו סרטון אפילו קצר. קודם כל, מה זה 40%? זה אני לא ראיתי את זה. אבל שלי. לפעמים אני לא מבין את זה. זה גם טוב בסדר. אוקיי. אבל זה... בואו נקח גם מהשולחן דבר הזה. אוקיי, אבל זה לא הסיבה. אורי, מה? לא, זה לא נכון, זה לא ש... לחלוק את עצמו, בשביל כל של זה, הוא יהיה משיגנר, יש לנו עוד סרטון, אני לא יודע לכם. זה יעשה לו, הוא יהיה משיגנר. ויראה לנו שם לימון העלה. אז יש כבר להגיד קבלה לבורה, לא יודע, כל יש דברים מעניינים. זה לא לוקח, הוא מחזיר, אבל יש לו בעבור, אנחנו לא צריכים להגיד. הוא לא יהיה משיגנר, להחזיר את זה, לא יבוא לעשות להבאה, אתה לוקח מוסיף, זה פשוט, אתה מתרחק הרבה, אבל זה הרבה לפני בו, זה הרבה, לא, זה לא יצא מסידור, זה רק אצלוסידה, אבל מי לא יצא מסידור, זה לא ימין, זה לא, זה כמו שבסרטון שהוא רק זה לא צריכים את זה מסידה, אז לא. רבה רבה שפועלת אפילו הסיסו, חוקנו בטאבי, הנה יש לנו תמונה, זה מחטש, זה חוקנו, ויתה זה צריך להיות סדר בכמה היו משתמשים, בתחום וכך, תמינים, אז אחרי מסודר, אל תיקח לו. בואו רבה ולא רבה מינו, אין כאן שנשבור, אז יש אנשים, מכירים אנשים שמאוד מסידים על חירונים על המצפה, אז זה מגיע בגמרא שם. למה אנשים מתחתים, לוקחים את השם ומתחתים את המצפה? ששום זה היה קירוסו, מי יכול להגיד? אבל מה, רבא אמר לי, שנתחוש לי יוסו, יש מלאך שממונה על הניעות, ויודעות אותך עד הסוף, עד שהוא יסוד חנה. למה הוא מסרב להקפיד על הקירובים? ההוא גם לא, זה פה את הגמרא, במחקר עלי, סוף את הניעות סוף להב יוחד. המלאך שהיה צעיד על הניעות, לא יצא לתפוס אותו, לא יצא לתפוס אותו. בכזור אני שבוע בטובו, ולא יכול לי בכזור אני שבוע בטובו. תמיד מרים כל חתיכת קירוב של לחם מרים, אבל הוא לא יכול לעשות את זה אני... לא יודע, נכון, מחליף לו היה, הוא עושה פיקניק, איך אומרים פיקניק בפור שלי? אז בעצם אני לומד ככה, והעברית אומרים לי שכל דבר זה פורמילה, אז בעצם משחק שפה גם בתור פלוטוס, אומרים לי בזנות, לא פלוטוס, איך אומרים כאן? קיצור זה חוסר. הוא עושה פיקניק על הדשא, כן? אז מה קורה שאתה עושה פיקניק על הדשא, אתה אוכל לכם? כאילו, וואי, המהלך הזה היה כל כך שמח, סוף סוף הוא תפס. הוא ממש תפס לי דקות ביודו, עכשיו הוא תפס אותו לנסה אותנו. פה זה לא אחרי, אייסי מולו, הוא הביא את החומה, שעה בגאולה והוא שמע את המלאך אומר, דעתי העוג'ה מבייסי, פשוט הוצאתי מהבית שלי, אמרתי בחיים הבן אדם הזה, הנה יש לנו סרטון יפה, וזה נסיים או לא נסיים? שיהיה לכם מלפון נעים, תודה רבה שהגעתם. כל הבשר, כל הבוסו, עוד שום דבר שבכל הרי כתוב בפסוק, ריישיס ביקורי המוסקות או בבית השם וזה השם גידים שחלי דימו עוד פעם זה בספר הזה 3 פעמים, תמיד לפני העלייה רק תמיד לפחות פעמים שלוש אבל כתוב רבות שכתוב גידים לא כתוב צלי, לא כתוב פרש, ולא כתוב רוב. אז מה כן? כל הבשר, גם של רוב, גם של חיה, ומים בגלל, וגם של חודשים, כל הבשר. כל של לבד שבכל לא אסור לשאול לך. אנחנו יודעים שיש 3 פסוקים, אז בגלל שיש 3 פסוקים, זה בא להגיד לנו מה אסור לבשל, ויסולה של הרבורה, זה פסוק השני זה בא, אסור לאכול, ואסור לאמור. חוץ מבוסו דודי ישיבה, אז סבבה, לימון, לא, לא. ואוסו לעלו הסכים הגבינו על החוקון, אסור שיהיה גבינה חלבי על השולחן עם הבשר, או שבשר דודים וחגבים, זה אנחנו יודעים שאין בעיה של בשר דגים עם חלב, אבל אתם יודעים שהספרדים כן מקפיצים על דגים וחלב, אז אני יודעים מהבוסו, לא טוב לבוסו דגים וחגבים, כי כשאתה אומר את המילה בשר, אתה מתכוון לדגים, ואתה לא מתכוון לחגבים, אבל לא כשתראה ששם, אבל אני אומר, איזה נראה
Yes, sir.
I think this is the best question you ever hear.
That's what I like to hear. All right, big dog, hit me with it.
So, can you get a ban from this server? Are you banning people?
I have had to ban someone earlier this week for showing nudity.
And for attacking, nothing is ignorated.
Yeah, if somebody comes in, some people think it's funny to come in and just go N-word, 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 N-word until I kick them out. So yeah, people get banned for that. That's how people like to spend their time online, so that's what happens.
But what if you can ban if you get banned for life or you get banned for a sort of time? How this works?
I have an appeal server, so anyone who gets banned can appeal, and I can let them right back in. I get some people who are like, "Hey, apologies, I was immature. Can you let me back in?" Or some people are like, "Hey, I was drunk and I was just being stupid online." And then I get some people who are, they'll be like, "Hey, I was 17 and I used to just ban anybody who wasn't 18. Now I just ask them to leave nicely." But they'd be like, I was 17, but now I'm 18. Can you let me back in?" And I let them back in. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Okay. And that was the best question you ever had?
Perhaps. All right. In 22 minutes, Big Doug. Excellent, sir.
Okay.
Again, make sure to check out
לעיתים צריכה להיות. זה בדיוק הבעיה, זה בדיוק שמתקבל אומר רבי עקיבא.
until
בן אדם
next
חוזר
time.
ושואל,
I'm Dr.
האם
Justice
אתם חושבים שלפני
George
גלאט? אז אני אומר לך שגלאט הוא חלק מהירקות. בן אדם לא חוזר ושואל, האם אתה מסכים שלפני שעות זה לא חלק מהירקות? אבל עכשיו מגיע לנו, אם בן אדם שולח בן אדם לקנות בשר, הוא חוזר ואומר, אין בשר, אבל יש שניצל לקנות, זה אומר לי שהמילה בשר גם כולל עוף, ולכן זה נכלל בנזר. אבל זו שאלה איך חלק השני של הולך לפי רבי עקיבא, בחלק הראשון, לא הולך כמו רבי עקיבא. יש רבנו מסייב רבי עקיבא, או רבי יוסף רבי, זה לא עושה לעני ולדנו. הרי שזה לא רבי, וזה לא רבי עקיבא, וזה לא רבנו, וזה לא אף אחד, זה רבי. זה רבי רבינו הקודש שכתב את המשנה, הוא הכתיב. ועכשיו הוא סובר כמו רבנו בחלק אחד, וכמו רבי עקיבא במשהו אחר, זה מה? ונדומים, שזה הסעיף של המשנה שלנו, סובר לא כרבי עקיבא. רבי עקיבא סובר מה? שכל דבר שנכלל בלשון של בן אדם, שאם אני אומר לשליח שלי, לך תקנה לי ירקות, והוא חוזר שוב. זה נכלל בירקות, אותו דבר פה עוף, זה חלק מבשר, אז זה חלק מהנזר, וזה אני סובר כמו רבי עקיבא. בעיקר זה בכל לא, אבל האם מותר לבשל עוף מבחנה, האם אפשר לבשל על פי הדרך, שניצל במחנה, זה סובר לרבנו, שעוף זה אסור לדיירייסר, אסור לבשל עוף שמה, זה רבי, הוא הולך כמו רבנו וכמו רקיבה בחלק השני. רש"י אומר כולו רבי עקיבא, רש"י אומר לו, זה הכל רבי עקיבא. ועוד נקרא לו ועכשיו במשפט. כל הבשר אסור לבשל לאכול לו, מהם בריתוי ומהם בריתוי. מה אתה אומר? שעוף זה רק ברבנו לפי רבי עקיבא. נכון, זה לא דיירייס, לא דיירייס. הוא אמר שאסור לבשל כל הבשר אסור לבשל בחלב. כל הבשר, מהעופות ובבשר, והכל הזה, אז יש כאלה מהבשר הזה, זה אולי שום בשר בחלב. ויש מהם ברבנו שזה בשר חוץ מצד טוב, וחזר, גם לא מבינים אותנו, לא מבינים אותנו, צולי. אבל אני לא יודע, אסור להעלות את החלב, יחד לבשר על הפשיחה, כל רבי ששמע מאוד, בשר אוי, בכל זה יחסה. למה אסור לשים באותו סוכן בשר וחלב? למה? אולי תאכל את הבשר וחלב. אז הוא אומר לי, למה לא? בשר אוי, בכל עובדי רייצה. למה אסור לשים עוף שניצל ביחד לחלב באותו סוכן? שחייב להיות שזה רייצה, וטיסו ודאלי ברבנו, אם האיסור לכל חלב עם עוף. זה רק רבנו, הכי זהו. מה זה? שניצל, לכל שניצל ביחד לחלב, וזגזל ברבנו, לפי השיטה הזאת כמה, שאולי תאכל בשר בקר אז למה אסור לשים זה לשולחן? כי אולי זה לבד תאכל את זה, ואם תאכל את זה, אולי תאכל בשר בקר. דברים, פה יש לימוד, ודאי לא לאכול בשר. What do you think is the check I swear, I'm never used to meet again. I thought this was a kosher place.
And perhaps of the divine celestial I'm Dr. Justice
בסדר? זה נשמע טוב.
philosophy.
תראה שלא עושה את הדם. למה? כי חגבים ודגים זה בסדר. So... שם שמבין לסעד.
This episode is a third
Following Islam and all the family would cause the rights. I want to see what they do. And I remember Allah, אני לא כאילו לא יגזו את זה למחיר. אני לא חושב חיים פנים שלא גזו את זה למחיר. אנחנו יודעים שנשים עושים חלה, צריכים להפריש חלה. בארץ, בארץ ישראל, לפי רייס, ומה זה חלה? זה בעצם מתנה לכהן. זאת אומרת שישראל אסור לאכול את החלה. אז באמת בארץ, בארץ ישראל, אסור לכהן לאכול את החתיכה הזאת ביחד בתוך אחד עם ישראל. למה? הוא לא יתפס אחד. אז לא, בארץ חוץ לא. אבל אם זה צורה שגדל בחוץ לארץ, מה נשמע לחוץ לארץ? זה שזה נמצא באמריקה, בברזיל, אלא שהתחולה היא מחוץ לארץ. נאכלת עם האזור היישוב הרשמי שגם בחוץ לארץ, העיקר זה התחולה. זה הזור. נאכלת עם האזור על השולחן. למה? כי להפשיש את החלב בחוץ לארץ זה רק לעבור. ומה אתה חושב? שיבוא המעורבת, יבוא הזב ויוכל את החלה שלך, מהמצב שלך. זה כנס לכל פעם שמיץ, לא צריך כל מיני ש... אפילו כל מיני מעורבת צריך שאומר, שלא משמר כלום. מותר לתת את זה לענות. אז אומרת, אני אומר, רגע, אנחנו נכנסנו לתחילת הארץ, יכול להיות שזה להפריע הבא. התחלת זה זה כהן. מכאן זה חוסדה. מה זה מה ששם בזה? מה זה? עוד פעם בזה? מה זה? אז אנחנו מה נחשוב? שהכהן שעושה את התחלה, שהוא רק ברבון, הוא אולי הישראל כך. זה הגיוני. לא יודע, אני פשוט מאוד פגיעה שלי נכנס לסגור בוא נעזור שלה אז עכשיו אני מודה. למה? אני כאילו זה בשביל לעשות את זה. אולי לא, לא. אם זה היה בירושלים, לא, אז אולי בינתיים הכל ישראל ניקח את החלה של הגאירס, זה עולה של נשים נפלאה שגדלה בארץ. ואז ולא עושים לדברים שלא עושים, זה זה. שיגידו שזה. לפני הצטער ברזיל, אין שום חשש, מה החשש הכי גדול שלי? התקופות שזה לא זה. אולי נקרא אפילו מוכן, מה שגדל בארץ, עדיין זה לא בעיה. שרק ישתות שעשו הפלסטינים, שאנחנו נפלא. אם תתן לו מסמלים, זה קרה, חוסר עצמי בסוף, ואומר, אבל בכל זה רייס. אפשר ילד רייס במאוף וחלה, לכן צריכים לגזור בחלה, בחוץ להרצי של הגרשו רייס, אין מצב, אין קיום רייס בשביל זה, אף פעם, בחלה. לא, בתבואה, אנחנו אומרים, זהיר לגזיר בחלה. חלה בחוץ לארץ אומרת, אין שום זהיר לגזיר, אין שום מה המקסימום שאתה יכול להגיע בחוץ לארץ? רק לעבור לברמה. אז לכן אין זהיר לגזיר. לכן, אלפי השישים, לאכול בזו שוקן עם ישראל. אבל אם אפשר להגיע למצב של לעבור אותו אליי, זאת אומרת, אם אתה תוכל שניצל עם חלה, מכל זו בעולם, אולי מישהו אחר יאכל בשר חלש, לכן, אז תלמד הסטייק זה בבשר, האור זה בבשר, אבל אפשר להגיע לבשר, זה בבשר. בסופר, אין מצב להגיע לדרך, So sorry, so the mother nothing what should I do as this it's מה קורה? התשוכה לזה היא אלקטרון בינה אז היא לא דבר הבית זה שלו יאללה אולי אתה תשתמש בסיר שנותר ואז על המורצה סוצות מה זה בואו בואו מבינה שאתה לוקח את השוקות מהסיר בתוך איזה צלחת אז הצלחת השני זה לקשישי אם זה הסיר שבשלת בו השור בזה אי אפשר ברגע שאתם מוצאים למשל הקורסים בשבת אתם מוצאים מרינה בתוך הזה אז הכל שור אישי בכל שבת שעושים קפה, זה פה שיקרו זה לא קפה זה קרה מישהו מה זה עושה אבל כאן שם זה כמו רגע אפילו אתה לוקח עם סיר שהוא לא כל כך עושה שהוא יכול לבשל זה עושה שיירים באחרים אז אומרים שהיו פה זה זה לא שמדינה לביקוס ראשון השאלה היא ביקוס ראשון אולי בזה זה ראשון לגמרי אולי זה צריך בסופה אם ראשון לגמרי זה תקשיס זה ממש מישהו להגיד שזה לא על האש כדי לשאול נשמע זאת נשמע ועוד מגבינו על השולחן וכאן זה ביחד ואין לנפל אבל לא תמיד ג'ו לשם וזה לא אומרים אסור לשים מבינה על השולחן ביחד אז מי יותר מחמיר לבוא ישראל? שיסידה אבל לא יסידו יצאו לשם היינו בכל מיני אבל אם כל ילד יכול להבין מספר שזה מהחומות של שם ויסידה אז למה לא יסידו אבל בגלל שיסידו זה בעצם הוא סובר זה השיטה שלו עוד מעטים איזשהו ממש פשוט עוד שואל כלו לא גם היום תמיד שמים את האוכל ישר על השולחן ודברים שמים על השולחן הנה יש כאן בופי כל טוב זה השולחן מה שהוא שם זה השולחן ששמים את האוכל זה עוד שולחן שאוכלים שמים בימים בופי יופי אז באיזשהו שולחן שואל שלו דווקא השולחן הזה שאנחנו יושבים עליו אנחנו חושבים שסוף העולם זה הדף של בבא ולא יצטרך את זה ולכל שאפשר לעשות את זה ביד השני יכול להיות כמו ובאיזה שולחן פעם וגם כמה אומר שבישראל מקבילים מה ובין סיבה לרב ותקיים הכי מאופוי כדי כי במשנה כתוב שאסור לשים את האוכל אחד ליד השני לא דיברו שם על כל חצי אוכלה זה היו מבינים שאסור אולי לא בא ובאיזה אומר שלא גם מותר לאכול את האוכל עם החלב כדי להמשיך לא יגבנן וכל מגן לכם ובחלום חלוצי ואין לו שאתה גם אומר שכולם נסים לא שאנחנו חושבים שלא כל אוכל חלב ודאי שעשו אנחנו לא מבינים מותר לשים את השולחן אחד ליד אבל אני לא יודע שאתם גובו בכלים שם ואומרים לזה לא ושם אומרים שמותר לאכול חלב וכאילו ביום זה לא יכול להיות למה זה לא יכול להיות? עדיין לא מבחינת שפשוט מפורש או אסנן וישנה מפורש של בייבי שישו
Gabriel? In fact, one such example of angelic quasi-gematria is kind of a detour to the revelation of the word Volon, first key, truth, and the locational values are at one point called the mystic root, and then they're called the square of the philosopher's word, which confuses me, ever the careful mathematician. The angels, perhaps red-faced, confusing squares, roots, just split the difference. It's square root. To me, one of the most comical sections of the angel diaries, even more than when they mess up their Latin and go looking for treasure. I mean, whoever said angels had good at math, maybe they were liberal arts majors. Of course, nothing is as funny as the buried treasure escapades, and yes, those escapades are going to get their own episode at some point. You know that I love the giant buried treasure for diaries. Regardless, the unitive link of numbers, letters, and ontology are perfectly at home in this twilight of radical realism. Though, I suspect that the large, inexplicable numbers here could just as well be Kelly using them as subterfuge to hide his, let's call it celestial cribbing. Regardless, just as with the painstaking revelation of the Liber Loci, the process of the revelation of the keys would eventually be expedited to forward order, with Kelly apparently fluidly speaking in the angelic language during his trance states, with the English sense provided later. So what are these keys? What are the Enochian calls? Briefly, they are psalm-like texts of apocalyptic divine pronouncements and angelic quasi-invocations. They range in length from the 30th, being about 180 words, to the shortest, the 15th, hardly even 30. Really only about 19 if you don't include the final refrain, move and show yourselves, open the mysteries of your creation, and be friendly unto me, for I am the servant of God, the true worshiper of the highest, which is actually appended to calls 11 through 18 by angelic command for various reasons. The calls, because of their brevity and utter strangeness, are highly resistant to summary, so I'm not even going to attempt to summarize them here. They're best just to read, and considering that in total they're only a couple thousand words, it takes only about 10 or 15 minutes to read them all, not that reading them will make anything clearer to you. Though, recall my introduction to the episode, these keys, like the Liber Loci, are exercises in radical linguistic realism, such that each letter signifieth a member of the substance whereof it speaketh. Each word signifieth the quiddity of that substance. This is the kind of thing you might hear in Duns Scotus. But just as a Liber Loci is somehow thought to be reality itself in alphanumeric form, the keys are said to be the life of motion which animates pure being into becoming. They are what activates the pure potential of the tables of the Liber Loci as per pretty classic medieval Aristotelian physics. Further, the calls are said to touch on all parts of the world, with which you can do, in which the entire magical system can angelically powered international espionage. Yes, international espionage. Why isn't this a movie? I'm serious. Angelically powered international espionage using the language of creation, and you also kind of get the apocalypse there in the wings, if D rebuking a sitting emperor because the angels basically told him to do it. And of course, you have the wife swapping business later on. Hey, Robert Eggers, you gotta get your people to call me. We gotta make this John. Remote viewing aside, the calls are specifically required for opening the tables of the Liber Loga and the process of ascending or descending, as the Merkava tradition has it, from the Aether Lil down to the fourfold Aether of Tex, probably resulting in some kind of Gnostic-like experience of divine revelation. Of course, we don't know, at least not from the journals left by Dee and Kelly, because neither Dee nor Kelly ever seemed to complete the complex Chibofal or Kabofal ritual, so the jury's kind of out about what exactly all of this is supposed to do. We do learn a bit about the individual calls, and some of them often in kind of asides by the angels. For instance, we do get confirmation that call 1 is meant for table 2, table 1 is locked, though perhaps with the exception of that really weird string of letters by Nalvaj that we mentioned earlier. Further, call 1 invokes the kings and ministers of government, though this is perhaps a reference to celestial or planetary beings, but it could just as well be actual rulers on the earth, given this espionage business. Key 3 and perhaps the corresponding 4th table seem to be related to the incarnation of human beings into our physical bodies. The key of the 30 Aethers invokes the spirits of the air, which were typically identified as kind of quasi-demonic in many wars at this time. Recall that Czechoslovakia was actually burned for this kind of astral necromancy, though the angel Nalvaj makes it clear that they are not rejected, but dignified. Again, calls 19 through 49 are all identical, except for the change of the name of the specific Aether in the first line of the invocation. Aside from these brief asides, we know very little as to the exact meaning of these calls. Filled with angels, directions, geometric angles, oddly specific numbers, and descriptions of apocalyptic violence, they remain as inspiring and frightening as they are poetic and alluring. So what can we say about the language of the calls? From a mathematical linguistic angle at least, the language of Table 1 of the Liber Loga and the calls are actually distinct, but not totally unrelated. Recall that the Liber Loga can slip into glossolalia-like strings of letters, where the call language never appears to do that. Further, some words or word-like clusters from Liber Loga do seem to reappear in the calls, and they typically are very short words. Just what the relationship is between the two, if any, remains completely mysterious. The sample size of the call language is so small compared to that of the Liber Loga, in fact, much smaller. Table 1 of the Liber Loga contains about 4,800 words, while the call language is less than half that size at about 1,070 words, and really only about 250 if you don't count the repetitions. As you can imagine, with a poverty of sample size, deriving any sure linguistic features from the calls is extremely challenging. That said, the call language does have apparent linguistic features, including non-random words, syntax, morphology, numerals, even hints at verb conjugations and noun declensions. In short, it appears language-like, but let's add a caveat. I really mean a mountain of caveats, obviously, but let's specify one here. The calls are never really translated into English in a word-to-word analytic form. Rather, they're given an English sense by the angels. In fact, this sense is responsible for the interpolation of many adjectives into the otherwise very adjective-poor language of the calls. But what more can we say about the linguistics of the Enochian language? Phonologically speaking, the language appears quite similar to early modern English. Like the language of the Liber Loga, it doesn't seem to betray any sounds outside of that very specific phonemic range. While there are unusual consonant and vowel clusters, at least when compared to English, many of those are pretty adequately described by the phonetic clues left in the diaries by Dee. Of course, any phonological study of this speech that's preserved in Dee's early modern English would need to be placed into that context of pronunciation, and especially that all of this is actually happening in the midst of the vowel shift. Generally speaking, the language seems to be based on a collection of very brief
Hey everybody,
which are mutated with
did you know
and infixes to provide grammatical
that you were supposed to be here 6 minutes ago?
I know.
Okay, what
I know.
happened?
And I was texting you. I was in the bathroom. I was texting you.
Did you text me?
Yes, like 3 minutes ago, 2 minutes ago.
Okay, why didn't you text me beforehand?
Because my phone died and I was not having phone with me.
Okay, so here's the thing. You texted me this 2 minutes ago. Why didn't you just say, here's what I'm saying. I don't care. It's fine. But when we say a time, you got to be ready. You understand what I'm saying? Like that's not something like I'm a very understanding person. But bosses are not, okay? And you need to be accountable. If no one teaches you accountability, well then everybody's on Tony time and everybody's going to just do whatever they want to do and you're not going to be successful in life with that. When you tell someone I'll be there at a certain time, you need to be there at that time. If not early, okay?
Uh, I must be on a video camera in this episode because I don't feel like on camera. I want to do it, but I'm not feeling to be on camera.
You want to just be on camera. You don't have to say anything. You'll be upset with yourself 50 years into the future if you're like, yeah, and then there was that one time because I went to the bathroom or whatever, I wasn't feeling well. Just just be on camera. All you have to do is scroll. That's it. You don't have to do anything else. Okay, let's do this, big dog.
Now, let's go. Let's make this shit happen.
All
Let's
right.
make history happen for us.
That's right. And we might even be doing 2032. You never know, dog.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I'm gonna send you links. Give me 1 minute. I need to go to my computer and I need to brush my teeth and I need to do anything because I don't want to be like looking bad.
Okay.
But like I am the man, so I need to do things regardless how I'm feeling.
I don't know what you're saying. What'd you say?
I'm I am the man and I am need to doing things and don't care if I'm sad, happy, angry. I need to do these things.
That's
Because I'm
right.
a man.
That's right, big dog. Big dog, did you send the link?
That's my teeth. Like I said.
Okay. Hey, everybody. We're on Tony time. Hey, Rabbi, what's Tony time? Tony time is when you do whatever you want and you make everybody wait on your time and everybody has other things to do, but Tony doesn't care. Tony is showing absolute, complete non
I am doing this for you.
non-respect for anyone around him. He's just it's Tony time, everybody. And
I am.
hey, Rabbi, what time is Tony time? Well, let's say we were going to meet at 12 o'clock. Yeah. When normal people would want to meet at 12 o'clock, Tony time means we're going to meet at maybe 12:06, maybe Tony's got to go to the bathroom, maybe Tony's got to brush his teeth, maybe Tony's got to stretch, maybe Tony's got to eat. It's whatever time Tony wants. Oh, okay, Rabbi. Why does Tony do things on his time? Because he hasn't learned accountability. He will learn accountability someday, and then he will recognize that, hey, this is what you got to do. You got to get all that stuff done in advance. I'm just playing with you, but I'm teaching you a lesson as well. That you want to be accountable. Do you know what the word accountability means?
I know.
What's it mean?
It means I am on time.
Yeah.
And every time.
That's exactly right, Mama.
And everybody now thinks I am a horrible person.
No, nobody thinks you're a horrible person. They just recognize that Tony, if Tony has to understand, women want mature men, and not having accountability is a sign of immaturity. So we're teaching Tony accountability, and so how should have this been done? How did I have it done? Well, I was keeping an eye on the clock, and I saw, all right, there's about 10 minutes until we're supposed to meet. So I got my computer ready. I got my pages open. I turned on my light. I put on my jacket. I went to the bathroom. I got my water. And then I looked, and there was about 2 minutes left. And then I put my computer down. I got my headphones, and I was ready to go. Now, does that mean that, like, immediately, exactly? Like, no, I mean, we have some understanding. But that's how you should be.
I am doing things for you.
This is not
because
for me.
You don't want to
this is not for me.
To my teeth.
This okay, that's fine. This is for both of us. It's Tony time. 13 minutes after we were supposed to start. Tony's down.
I'm not mood in the jokes.
You're not what?
I'm sorry, I'm not mood.
You're not in
mood.
What do you mean?
I'm not in mood to get the jokes. I'm not.
That's okay. You don't have to be on the mood to get a job right now. You have to be in the mood to send me a link to join.
I know. I'm.
What Tony needs to understand is that the sooner I get a link, the sooner I stop singing the Tony accountability song. This is the Tony accountability song. When Tony says that they will be there at the top of the hour, you should just know for Tony that's 10:14 or whatever time it is for you. Don't worry. There are other people who are like this, and noon, you're there at noon or a little early. If you do things the way that
I send you the fucking link.
Okay, here we go, folks. Now, let's say I tried to get in the link and something went wrong with my computer. Unexpected. Then we say, hey, we understand. Unexpected things happen, but like brushing your teeth and going to the bathroom, I would understand if you're like, Rabbi, I was really rushed. But you weren't. You came in here and you were like, why do you ban people? I mean, like, I know that you were just chilling. Okay.
But
listen. You need to email me the link, please.
Okay.
You always email me the link.
Okay.
But I'm not going to get upset because you tried.
Yeah, I tried. I tried.
Exactly. Did you text that girl?
No, Dad.
Okay, well, you should have done that.
But I will do. Bro, can we go to the wall, please? I send it to.
Okay. Do you want to text that girl?
Well, not now.
Okay.
Not now.
You emailed it?
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
2030. All right, big dog. Okay, I'm gonna mute you. Oh, fudge.
Okay.
I'm gonna mute you here, and I'm gonna join the call in a moment. Because not even Rabbi was ready. Not even Rabbi was ready. Rabbi needs to adjust their camera. Rabbi, why are you giving Tony so much BS, but you don't even have your camera ready? Because it takes me 20 seconds to get my computer ready. And it takes Tony 17 minutes to get everything ready. Oh, but what's good for the goose is good for the gander. You should be fair. All right. We are going to join Tony's call in less than 1 minute. Put a timer on the clock, folks. Here we go. Tony. Can you hear me? Tony. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, yesterday you asked me for something. Do you remember for what you asked me? You asked me for a headshot. And did you use it? You asked me for a headshot, a picture of myself. And I sent it to you. And did you use it? What do you mean not yet? You already put out the thumbnail. That doesn't look like me. I mean, that's not me, but I sent you my headshot. You should use the headshot that I sent you. You know what a headshot is? It's a picture of your head. That's okay. That's okay. Can you hear me? No worries. I understand more than anybody in the world about disconnects, so don't worry. 2031 and maybe 2032. I know I am. I know I am. All right, I'm ready when you are. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, we just say welcome to 2031 and we go into it. I'm ready when you are. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome to 2031. 2031 will be a common year starting on Wednesday of the Gregorian calendar, the 2031st day of the Common Era, the 31st year of the third millennium and the 21st century, and the second year of the 2030s decade. The predicted and scheduled events on January 1st, assuming no further extensions to the term of copyrights become law in the interim, books, films, and other works by authors who died in 1960 will enter the public domain in the United Kingdom, the European Union, and some other jurisdictions. Those published in 1935 will enter the public domain in the United States. January, NASA plans to deorbit the International Space Station, directing any unbroken remnants into Point Nemo in the South Pacific Ocean. January as well, the 2031 World Men's Handball Championship will be held in Denmark, Iceland, and Norway. March 31st, the 2030 World Expo will be closed in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. April 5th, Comet Bernardinelli Bernstein will make its closest approach to Earth at a distance of 10.1 astronomical units, 1.5 billion kilometers, or 940 million miles. On May 1st, there will be the 100th anniversary of the Empire State Building. In June, Veritas, a mission by NASA to map the surface of Venus, will be launched. In July, the Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer, JUICE, will reach Jupiter. August 29th through September 14th, the 2031 FIBA Basketball World Cup will be held in France. From September to October, the 2031 Rugby World Cup will be held in the United States. From October to November, the 2031 Cricket World Cup will be held in India. October 29th, Transit of Venus from Uranus. December 12th, Virgin of Guadalupe celebrates its 500th year anniversary. December 17th, transit of Earth from Uranus. December, Envision, an ESA orbital mission to Venus, will be launched. Unknown dates that are planned for 2031: 2 World Trade Center, also known as 200 Greenwich Street, gets finished. The 22nd Pan American Games will be held. The 2031 Women's World Cup will be held in the United States, Mexico, and other CONCACAF members. The 2031 AFC Asian Cup will be held. In Kazakhstan, the switch of the writing script of the Kazakh language from the Cyrillic alphabet to the Latin alphabet is scheduled to be fully implemented by 2031. Formula One is targeting the return of V8 engines by approval from, and general elections are scheduled to be held in Nigeria. From a publishing standpoint, in 2031, The Bride of Frankenstein will be made public domain, or is planned to be made public domain in 2031. And moving into our timeline, From 2031 to 2045, Cargo Sue train becomes operational in Switzerland. From 2031 to 2035, Jupiter icy moons. I am reading our timeline. I said, and moving into our timeline. And moving into our timeline. 2031 timeline contents. 2031 to 2045, Cargo Sue terrain becomes operational in Switzerland. 2031 to 2035, Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer, JUICE explores the Jovian system. 2031 to 2032, China completes its Guowang and Qianfan mega constellations. 2031, generative AI is a $1 trillion market. The International Space Station is deorbited. Europe's first lunar lander, Da Vinci Plus, lands on Venus. Two World Trade Center completes the rebuilding of Ground Zero. Completion of the Stad Ship Tunnel. India has begun phasing out hydrofluorocarbons, HFCs. Much of Bangkok is being abandoned due to flooding. Perennial wheat and corn are becoming profitable. Stem cell pharmacies are commonplace. Married couples are a minority in the United Kingdom. Chocolate is becoming a rare luxury. And the final Avatar movie is planned for release. Perhaps the final one. 2031 to 2045. Cargo Sue train becomes operational in Switzerland. Cargo Sue terrain CST is an underground automated system of freight transport that becomes operational in Switzerland from 2031 onwards. It is designed to mitigate the increasing problem of road traffic, which has grown by 45% in the region since the mid-2010s. This tube network, including the self-driving carts and transfer stations, is built at a cost of $35 billion and is privately financed. The first section runs from Markingen Niederbipp to Zurich and is around 70 kilometers or 43 miles in length, with 10 hubs between the two regions. This is followed by additional tunnel sections and 80 hubs, eventually spanning the entire width of the country by 2045. Above ground way stations with vertical lifts enable the rapid transfer of cargo. Each vehicle is refrigeration compatible, meaning that fresh and chilled goods can be handled, such as food and medical supplies, as well as deliveries from production and logistics sites to urban centers. The CST can be used for the movement of recycling and waste products. The entire project is powered by renewables. The vehicles are propelled by electromagnetic induction and run at 19 miles per hour or 30 kilometers per hour, operating for 24 hours a day, which includes fully automated loading and unloading. An additional monorail system for carrying packages in the roof of the tunnel moves at twice this speed. Cargo suit terrain allows goods to be delivered more efficiently at more regular intervals, while reducing the burden of traffic on overnight. Occurring from 2031 to 2035 is Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer, JUICE, explores the Jovian system. Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer, JUICE, is a mission by the European Space Agency to explore the Jovian system, focusing on the moons Ganymede, Callisto, and Europa. Launched in 2023, the craft goes through 4 gravity assists: Earth, Venus, Earth, Earth, before reaching Jupiter in 2031. For its primary objective, the probe performs a series of flybys around some of the largest Galilean moons, Ganymede, Callisto, and Europa, all of which are believed to hold subsurface liquid water oceans. As a secondary objective, it also studies Jupiter's atmosphere and magnetosphere, gaining valuable insight into how the gas giant might have originally formed. The main science goals for Ganymede, and to a lesser extent for Callisto, are characterization of the ocean layers and detection of putative subsurface water reservoirs, topographical, geological, and compositional mapping of the surface, study of the physical properties of the icy crusts, characterization of the internal mass distribution, dynamics, and evolution of the interiors, investigation of Ganymede's tenuous atmosphere, study of Ganymede's intrinsic magnetic field and its interaction with the Jovian magnetosphere. For Europa, the focus is on the chemistry essential to life, including organic molecules, and on understanding the formation of surface features and the composition of non-water ice material. Furthermore, JUICE provides the first subsurface sounding of the Moon, including the first determination of the minimal thickness of the icy crust over the most recently active regions. JUICE begins at Ganymede, the largest moon in the solar system, which it swings past at close range in July 2031. Several hours after this maneuver, it prepares the orbital insertion at Jupiter itself. This highly elongated first orbit is followed by another Ganymede flyby, then further studies of Jupiter with orbits around the planet becoming less elongated and more circular. JUICE flies past Europa in July 2032 and Callisto in the same month. It then begins a high inclination phase to allow exploration of Jupiter's polar regions and to study the gas giant's magnetosphere. It also observes moon transits, i.e., moons and their shadows, as they pass in front of Jupiter. In December 2034, the spacecraft returns to Ganymede and enters into orbit as opposed to a flyby, becoming the first spacecraft to orbit a moon other than Earth's moon. This complicated maneuver allows it to come within 500 kilometers or 310 miles, returning very close range images of the surface. It also features a laser altimeter with 20 meter 66 feet spot size and 10 centimeter 3.9 inches vertical resolution, revealing tidal deformations of Ganymede. With the fuel running out, JUICE is deorbited and impacts the surface of Ganymede in late 2035. This mission, among ESA's most significant of recent years, provides a wealth of empirical data and new insights into the Jovian system, as well as improving the general scientific understanding of the Galilean moons. JUICE also enables mission planners to determine potential landing sites for surface probes in the future. Indeed, preparations are now getting underway to further explore Europa in the 2035 to 2050 timeframe. From 2031 to 2032, China completes its Guangwang and Qianfan megaconstellations. By the end of this period, China has finished deploying two vast satellite networks, Guowang and Qianfan, which together reshape the country's position in global space infrastructure. Guowang, operated by state-owned company Satnet, achieves its planned total of 12,992 satellites in low Earth orbit in 2031. Qianfan, managed by Shanghai Spacecom Satellite Technology (SSST), with support from Shanghai Municipal Government and the Chinese Academy of Sciences, grows to over 14,000 satellites by 2032. Although developed under different institutional frameworks, one central and state-controlled, the other commercially driven with regional backing, both constellations support China's broader strategy to deliver nationwide digital coverage, ensure secure communications, and expand strategic autonomy in space. Guangwang began deployment with a 10-satellite launch in December 2024. In response to the perceived strategic threat posed by Starlink, China's government orchestrated a surge in constellation launches during 2025 and 2026, backed by state directives and supported by national and commercial launch providers. Medium and heavy lift vehicles, including the Long March 5B and newer Long March 12, enabled the satellite network to rapidly scale up. Beijing-based company Landspace added momentum to the effort with the introduction of its methane-fueled Zhuk 3, whose reusable first stage helped reduce launch costs and turnaround times. By the end of 2026, China had put 2,800 Guowang satellites into orbit. Over the next 5 years, the launch cadence grew dramatically, adding more than 10,000 and completing the full mega constellation of 12,992 satellites. This allowed China to meet its deployment schedule and remain ahead of the regulatory deadline. With near global coverage, it established China as a direct rival to Western controlled orbital infrastructure. Tianfan, the sister constellation, began deployment in August 2024 when a Long March 6A delivered the first 18 satellites. A series of additional launches met the widely publicized goal of 648 satellites by December 2025. Halfway through the 1,296 satellite phase 1. From 2026 onward, SSST ramped up its operations to several launches each month, using the medium lift Long March 6A and Long March 8, the latter with the reusable variant in development, alongside the partially reusable Zoop 3, which offered a payload capacity comparable to SpaceX's Falcon 9. These efforts pushed the cumulative total above 5,000 satellites in 2028 and to almost 12,000 in 2030. The constellation reaches its planned total of more than 14,000 by 2032. Together, Guangwang and Qianfan expand China's active broadband fleet to 27,000 satellites, second only to Starlink's projected 42,000 by 2033, and set the stage for Honghu 3, a planned 10,000 satellite network due in 2035 that will push China's total even higher. As part of the broader Digital Silk Road initiative, Beijing's effort to expand digital infrastructure and connectivity across developing regions, these constellations provide partner nations with a state backed alternative to Western satellite services, reinforcing China's and geopolitical influence throughout the global south. With low Earth orbit becoming increasingly congested, China has begun to integrate electric propulsion thrusters, onboard AI guidance for collision avoidance, and dedicated deorbit systems into the latest Guangwang and Qianfan satellites. Ground controllers oversee traffic using an advanced platform designed to track tens of thousands of objects, with scalability to 100,000 satellites and beyond, a reflection of China's long-term ambitions in orbital management. Geopolitically, the completion of Jiaowang and Qianfan closes a major gap with the United States. A decade earlier, analysts had described Starlink's dominance as a strategic vulnerability for China. That vulnerability no longer exists. With both constellations now fully operational, China controls a broadband system at roughly two-thirds the size of Starlink, but matching its global ambitions. Dozens of countries now rely on Chinese satellites, either by preference or necessity, extending Beijing's influence across digital and orbital domains. Despite mounting concerns about crowding and competition in space, China's achievement brings clear benefits. Tens of millions of people now enjoy reliable, affordable internet for the first time, with potential to reach hundreds of millions more as terminal prices fall. Disaster response teams can operate with greater speed and confidence. Businesses, research institutions, and schools tap into high bandwidth tools that were previously unavailable. The completion of Jiaowang and Qianfan marks a defining milestone in China's rise as a space power, a technological breakthrough that elevates the nation's role in global communications. It also highlights the pressing imperative for international cooperation to ensure Earth's orbital environment remains stable and accessible for future generations. The next event that we anticipate in 2031 is generative AI is becoming a $1 trillion market. The early beginnings of generative AI, a subset of artificial intelligence for creating new content or data models based on existing datasets, could be traced back to the broader evolution of neural networks and the subsequent rise of deep learning. While the foundational concepts of neural networks first emerged in the mid 20th century, it took until the 2010s for certain forms of generative AI to begin making notable strides, largely propelled by exponential advances in computational power, algorithms, and the availability of vast datasets. Generative adversarial networks, GANs, GANs, marked a major milestone in the field when first demonstrated in 2014. In a GAN, two neural networks are given a given a training set of images and then made to compete with each other to create brand new ones. This process is repeated, rapidly improving with each cycle, resulting in a final image that is often indistinguishable from an existing object, person, or scene. The public became aware of GANs via content on websites like "This person does not exist," which created realistic human faces. Even greater advancements emerged with large language models (LLMs), such as the GPT series. With 175 billion parameters, GPT-3 demonstrated a remarkable ability to generate human-like text across diverse tasks with minimal fine-tuning. Its versatility made it suitable for tasks ranging from writing essays to coding in various web languages. Version 3.5 became publicly available in late 2022 as ChatGPT, followed by the more powerful GPT-4. Alongside LLMs, multimodal models showed that generative AI could be applied to several different areas at the same time, combining realistic and coherent text, images, music, voices, and even video. The complexity of these models led to speculation about the arrival of the first artificial general intelligence (AGI). However, concerns also arose over the use of such technology to generate fake news and other harmful content, as well as the potential to make many traditional human jobs obsolete. In July 2023, the Screen Actors Guild, American Federation of Television and Radio Artists, SAG-AFTRA, a labor union representing 160,000 media professionals worldwide, began a strike against major TV and film studios in protest of low compensation, ownership of work, and generative AI. But the march of technology could not be stopped. With each new advance, generative AI drove down the cost of production, decreased the time required to create content, and empowered both individuals and small enterprises to access tools once exclusive to large corporations. The democratization of this technology around the globe allowed even those without specialized skills or knowledge to harness its power. In the second half of the 2020s, AI powered personal assistants became capable of generating entire new movies. With just a few simple voice commands, a film could now be made based on a user's own personal tastes and preferences. A comedy of 90 minutes duration, for example, perhaps even featuring a deepfake of the user themselves and their friends, along with specific themes or settings. Although initially a premium service, this capability declined rapidly in cost and soon led to widespread availability of personalized auto-generated movies. By 2031, the market for generative AI has seen a nearly 50-fold increase compared with a decade earlier, growing from 23 billion to over $1 trillion annually, revolutionizing industries such as entertainment, advertising, design, journalism, and gaming. Video games now frequently include AI-generated narratives which adapt to a player's choices in real time. Movie scenes can be quickly and easily edited to optimize virtual actors, such as increasing or decreasing the intensity of a certain emotion without needing a real human to reenact a scene. Many schools and colleges are now integrating generative AI into curricula and courses, not just for computer science, but also creative subjects like art, literature, and music. It can also produce customized learning materials for students, catering to their pace and level of understanding. Virtual teachers can provide students with 24/7 support whenever needed. Workspaces continue to evolve, with AI increasingly prevalent as a coworker, collaborator, and tool that amplifies human creativity and productivity. It has transformed numerous other fields, including architecture, engineering, fashion, healthcare, and urban planning. To address the misuse of generative AI, for instance, uh, for example, for deepfakes, for deepfakes, many control mechanisms and ethical guidelines have now been established. This includes better detection methods for AI generated content and inherent safeguards. The next event that we anticipate is the International Space Station is deorbited. The International Space Station (ISS), which first became operational in November 2000, has now reached the end of its lifespan. Originally intended to last only 15 years, it continued to defy expectations through the late 2010s and into the 2020s. Multiple extensions of the planned time in orbit, along with additional modules and upgrades, meant that it would endure for twice the length of its earlier timeline. By far the largest human-made object in space, the ISS was visible to the naked eye from Earth as it completed its 16 daily orbits, varying between 418 kilometers and 422 kilometers above the Earth's surface. With its microgravity environment, the ISS yielded breakthroughs in medicine and biotechnology, material science, and other areas of research. It helped to monitor Earth's ecosystems and natural disasters in real time. It also provided testing of future spacecraft technologies and a place to study the health effects of long-term spaceflight, essential for enabling the future human exploration of the solar system. However, the ISS accumulated damage over the long term, with solar radiation and temperature extremes gradually taking their toll. The daily expansion and contraction of materials, charring of glass, repeated docking and undocking of spacecraft all weakened the station's integrity. High-speed collisions with space junk also posed a significant and growing threat. A previous plan by NASA had proposed ending the ISS by 2028, but in 2022 the Biden administration extended this timeline to 2031. The ISS would be steered toward a remote part of the Pacific Ocean known as Point Nemo, a spacecraft graveyard and the furthest known location from civilization. In late 2030, the ISS is gently decelerated by onboard thrusters, causing its altitude to gradually decrease over the course of a few months. The final part of the descent is much faster and occurs in January 2031. As it re-enters the atmosphere, the large solar arrays are the first components to burn away, followed by the upper modules and then the remaining structure below. The ISS is four times the size of Mir, which underwent a similar maneuver in 2001. As of 2022, NASA had spent $3.1 billion a year on the space station program, with more than $1.3 billion going to operations of the station and research performed there, and $1.8 billion on crew and cargo transportation. The retirement of the station therefore provides major cost savings for NASA and enables the agency to focus on other areas. By 2031, commercial space platforms are replacing the ISS as a venue for scientific research and collaboration. Another major deorbit occurs the following year when China retires Tiangong, its national space station. The next event that we anticipate in 2031 is Europe's first lunar lander. For decades, Europe lagged behind other major space agencies in lunar exploration. While NASA (1966), the Soviet Union (1966), China (2013), and India (2023) all achieved successful moon landings, Europe had yet to place a single spacecraft on the. Pardon me? Absolutely. Europe's first lunar lander. For decades, Europe lagged behind other major space agencies in lunar exploration. While NASA (1966), the Soviet Union (1966), China (2013), and India (2023) all achieved successful moon landings, Europe had yet to place a single spacecraft on the lunar surface. The European Space Agency (ESA) provided instruments and technology to international missions, but it lacked an independent lunar lander of its own. This absence became more pronounced in the 2020s as global interest in moon exploration surged with the Artemis program, China and India's expanding ambitions, and commercial ventures led by private companies. Recognizing the need for greater autonomy in space, ESA developed Argonaut, its first ever dedicated lunar lander. This would consist of three main components: a lunar descent element (LDE) for ensuring a precise journey to the Moon and soft landing, a cargo platform element serving as the interface between the lander and its mission-specific payloads, and the payload, with a capacity of up to 1,500 kilograms (330 3,300 pounds. 1,500 kilograms, 3,300 pounds. This modular design would allow the Argonaut to accommodate a wide range of functions, from deploying infrastructure and power systems to transporting specific instruments and rovers. In a landmark achievement, an Ariane 6 rocket launches the first Argonaut to the Moon in 2031, marking Europe's entry into surface operations. This mission, known as Argonet, focuses on establishing critical infrastructure in the lunar southern region. It delivers dedicated navigation and telecommunication payloads, along with energy generation and storage systems, laying the groundwork for future explorations and sustained operations. Notably, Argonaut is engineered to endure the Moon's extreme environmental conditions for extended periods, including the harsh 14-day lunar night, where temperatures can plummet to as low as negative 150 degrees Celsius. Its robust design ensures operational longevity, with the capability to survive for up to 5 years. Its design is also versatile enough to enable landings in any region, pinpointing locations to within 50-meter accuracy, potentially allowing samples to be analyzed from previously unexplored and hard to reach areas of the Moon. Additional missions with Argonaut landers occur approximately every 2 years throughout the 2030s. These aim to expand Europe's role in lunar exploration, such as delivering more complex payloads, supporting international partnerships, for instance with NASA's Artemis program, and helping to establish a long-term human presence on the Moon. The next event that we anticipate is Da Vinci Plus landing on the Moon. Da Vinci Plus is a robotic spacecraft sent to investigate the atmosphere of Venus as part of NASA's Discovery program. Having launched in 2029 and performed a series of flybys, it deploys a lander in 2031, the first since NASA's Pioneer Venus in 1978 and the USSR's Vega in 1985. During its 63-minute descent by parachute, the sphere-shaped probe samples the air, taking measurements of its chemical composition and other properties down to the surface. This data, 10 times more detailed than any previous mission, helps in understanding the atmosphere's origin, how it has evolved over time, and how and why it is different from those of Earth and Mars. It determines the history of the water on Venus, such as the presence of oceans in the past, as well as previously unknown processes at work in the lower atmosphere. Before it reaches the surface, the Da Vinci Plus probe takes the first ever high resolution photos of the planet's intriguing rigid terrain, tesserae, to explore the origin alongside tectonic, volcanic, and weathering history. This camera, the Venus Descent Imager (VENDI), is similar to the Mars Descent Imager (MARDI) and reveals the surface of Venus in stunning, never-before-seen detail. The probe's other instruments include two spectrometers to obtain the first detailed in situ surveys of noble and trace gases and associated isotope ratios, alongside an atmospheric structure investigation to measure the dynamics of the Venusian atmosphere during entry and descent. All of these findings help scientists understand why Venus and Earth took such different paths as they matured, providing another point of comparison for studies of rocky exoplanets. A sister mission, Veritas, is also taking place at Venus during this time, with a focus on mapping and geology. The next event that we anticipate is two World Trade Center being completed at Ground Zero. 3 decades after the terrorist attacks of the 11th of September 2001, the rebuilding of Ground Zero has reached its symbolic conclusion. Two World Trade Center, the final office tower of the 16-acre World Trade Center site, is now opening as the new global headquarters of American Express. Designed by Foster Partners and developed by Silverstein Properties, the skyscraper rises 374 meters, or 1,226 feet, above 200 Greenwich Street, immediately north of the Oculus, the distinctive wing-shaped transport hub and shopping complex at the center of the rebuilt World Trade Center. Its 55 floors contain nearly 186,000 square meters, 2 million square feet, of space with capacity for up to 10,000 employees. American Express is both the sole owner and occupant of the building, which stands on land owned by the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey under a long-term ground lease. The company is relocating from its previous headquarters at the nearby 200 Vesey Street, which had served as its headquarters since 1986. At street level, the new building fills the last conspicuous gap between beside the Oculus and the 9/11 Memorial. It becomes the second tallest tower in Lower Manhattan, surpassed only by the 541-meter or 1,776-foot One World Trade Center. From more distant viewpoints, it adds a major peak to Lower Manhattan, joining 1, 3, 4, and 7 World Trade Center in a descending cluster across the rebuilt complex. Its broad, stepped profile gives it a commanding presence, particularly when viewed from the Hudson River and New Jersey, where the previously incomplete eastern side of the complex now appears fully developed. The tower consists of several slender, interlocking glass volumes that step back as they rise. These setbacks create three terraces and six corner gardens, providing more than an acre of outdoor space with panoramic views across Manhattan and the surrounding waterways. Greenery is integrated throughout the vertical workplace, alongside flexible offices, communal and advanced smart building technology. Fully electric and designed around energy efficiency, the tower reflects the growing emphasis of employee well-being and environmental performance in corporate architecture. The project includes a long, complicated effort to complete the final office tower at Ground Zero. Earlier designs had failed to progress amid financing problems and changing office markets, while the COVID-19 pandemic added further uncertainty. American Express ultimately revived the project by committing to own and occupy the entire building. A ceremonial groundbreaking in July 2026 formally marked the start of the main construction phase. One qualification remains: the separate 5 World Trade Center site lies on the southern edge of the campus, south of Liberty Park and the Memorial Court. It sits outside the principal group of office towers surrounding the memorial. 2 World Trade Center therefore completes this central office cluster and fills its final major skyline gap. For an entire generation, Ground Zero was characterized by absence, first as an enormous void, and later by construction sites, temporary structures, and unfinished plans. By 2031, it has become a fully functioning district of offices, transport, culture, public space, and remembrance, demonstrating how a city can preserve the memory of its darkest moment while continuing to build confidently towards the future. The next event that we anticipate is the completion of the Stad Ship Tunnel. The Stad Ship Tunnel is a 1.8-kilometer or 1.1-mile canal and tunnel cutting through Norway's rugged Stad Peninsula, letting ships bypass one of the coast's most dangerous stretches. The tunnel measures 49 meters or 161 feet high and 36 meters or 118 feet wide, with a water depth of 12 meters (39 feet), handling ships up to 16,000 gross tonnage and large enough for the Hurtigruten coastal express ships. First proposed in 1874, but revived more than 130 years later, the project began construction in 2026, costing 2.7 billion kroner or US $314 million and taking about 5 years to complete. It required the removal of 8 million tons of rock to carve the passage. The official opening occurs in 2031, later than the initial 2026 estimate, but still marking the world's first full-scale ship tunnel. The tunnel operates with strict safety and traffic controls. Vessels wait at each end for clearance, using a red and white light system similar to aircraft signals. Only 5 ships an hour can pass through, maintaining safe distances of about 400 meters. Large vessels have a clearance of 2.5 meters on each side, tested in model tanks to ensure stability. Pilots guide ships longer than 70 meters, while speed limits add a further layer of safety. A typical vessel moving at 5 knots can pass through in about 15 minutes. Smaller recreational craft may also use the passage during designated times. The next event that we anticipate is India has begun phasing out hydrofluorocarbons, HFCs. The Montreal Protocol, signed in 1987, was an international agreement to protect the ozone layer by phasing out the production of substances responsible for ozone depletion. These included chlorofluorocarbons and hydrofluorocarbons, chlorofluorocarbons CFCs and hydrofluorocarbons HCFCs. CFCs and HCFCs had been used in a wide range of industrial applications, such as aerospace, agriculture, air conditioning, electronics, fire protection, flexible and rigid foam, laboratory measurements, and refrigeration. Produced mostly in developed countries, hydrofluorocarbons HFCs began to replace CFCs and HCFCs. HFCs posed no harm to the ozone layer because, unlike CFCs and HCFCs, they did not contain chlorine. They were, however, greenhouse gases with a very high global warming potential, GWP, thousands of times greater than carbon dioxide, CO2, when measured on a per molecule basis. While their atmospheric concentration was initially very low, it began to grow rapidly in the years following the Montreal Protocol. Known as super greenhouse gases, it was feared that soaring use of HFCs combined with their high global warming potential could undercut the benefits expected from the reduction of other greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide and methane. If left unchecked, it was calculated that HFCs could add a potentially disastrous zero point 0.5 degrees Celsius to global average temperatures by the end of the 21st century. Unlike other greenhouse gases in the 2015 Paris Agreement, HFCs had other international negotiations. In September 2016, the New York Declaration urged a global reduction in the use of HFCs. In October 2016, negotiators from 170 nations, meeting at the summit of the UN Environment Programme in Kigali, Rwanda, reached a legally binding accord to phase out hydrofluorocarbons (HFCs) in an amendment to the original Montreal Protocol. While hailed as a major achievement for international diplomacy, there were significant differences on the timing and schedule of reductions. The final agreement would see the richest countries starting the process in 2019. Over 100 developed nations would follow in 2024. However, a small group of countries argued for and secured a later start, insisting their economies needed time to grow. Among this group was India, the world's third largest emitter of greenhouse gases and a region with surging demand for air conditioning due to both rising incomes and increasingly extreme hot weather. The chemicals needed to replace HFCs were more flammable and toxic, requiring better trained and better paid people to design, install, and maintain equipment such as air conditioners safely and correctly. In addition, new technologies were required to capture and store HFC in some applications. India's Council of Energy, Environment and Water estimated that the total cost of phasing out HFCs in all homes, workplaces, and vehicles could reach up to $38 billion. India, along with Pakistan and a number of Gulf states, agreed to freeze their use of HFCs by 2028. This plateau would be followed by steep reductions from 2031 onwards, leading to the vast majority of HFCs being eliminated by the late 2040s. The next event, much of Bangkok is being abandoned due to flooding. Bangkok, with a population of over 12 million, has been sinking underwater for decades. By the early 2030s, it's facing a disaster of epic scale, with much of the city being abandoned. This has occurred for various different reasons. First and foremost, the city is built on clay. When originally settled, the region was just swampy coastline, but today it is covered by skyscrapers, highways, and urban development. The enormous weight of all this concrete and steel has been pushing down on the soft clay beneath, causing the soils to descend by up to 5.3 centimeters per year. By 2010, part of the mega, me- megalopus, megalopus was already under sea level, a trend that would only become worse in the following decades. The illegal tapping of groundwater has been another major factor. Many of the city's residents have been continuously pumping up groundwater, both for their own use and to sell as a commodity, removing a natural layer and resulting in further destabilization of the soil. Rising sea levels due to global warming have been yet another factor, eroding the coastline at a rate of 4 centimeters a year, while the increasing severity of monsoon rains has led to longer and more devastating floods. The explosive growth of Bangkok in recent decades, making it one of the fastest growing places in Southeast Asia, has dealt a serious blow to the city's infrastructure. Areas of land in early that had in the early 20th century been used to absorb floodwaters had vast suburbs and business districts built over them. Canals were filled in to make way for rapid urbanization of the Chao Phraya River delta. The weight of the city grew and grew to the point where the soft soil it was built upon could simply no longer support it. By the early 2030s, large portions of the megalopus are well below sea level. The government's response during this time has proven inadequate. A lack of clear policy doing little to help the overall situation, while seawalls have been almost useless due to increasing erosion of the shore. The lowering of the city, combined with rising sea levels over 20 centimeters higher than in 2000, has resulted in whole districts of Bangkok being permanently abandoned. Over a million buildings, the majority residential, are rendered uninhabitable, forcing their occupants to move further inland. Many areas which have yet to be fully claimed by the sea have also been evacuated as the regularity of flooding proved too costly for many. Shanty towns and refugee camps are forming outside the city, while the government struggles to adjust as the capital sinks. Thailand as a whole is going through a period of almost unimaginable stress at this time, a result of such huge population displacement. The political, economic, and social upheaval in the region is having a significant impact on global GDP. Efforts are underway to save Bangkok's numerous historical monuments and artifacts, with some temples being moved inland and reconstructed in their entirety. Due to the scale of this disaster, however, much is lost. In in the coming years, the situation for Bangkok will only worsen as more and more of the city is permanently flooded. By the end of this century, the entire city will be abandoned. The next event that we anticipate, perennial wheat and corn are becoming profitable. In traditional agriculture, all major grain crops have been annuals or short-lived perennials grown as annuals, surviving for just one growing season. They die off once harvested, and then a brand new crop must be planted to take their place. This requires vast amounts of fuel, fertilizer, herbicides, and pesticides, causing soil erosion, acidification, and disrupting both the nitrogen and carbon cycles. Between 1600 and 2000 of the Common Era, the United States lost around one-third of its topsoil. Worldwide soil erosion was putting the livelihoods of nearly a billion people at risk by by the early 21st century. More than a quarter of Earth's land surface had been converted for agricultural use, with more land converted since 1950 than in the previous 150 years. This situation was being exacerbated by rapid population growth, demand for meat products in emerging economies, increasing production of biofuels, and global warming. Genetic engineering had emerged as an important tool in crop management. Among the most notable advances occurred in 2017, when Bio Cassava Plus received regulatory approval, giving a huge boost to farming in Africa. By the early 2030s, has been following this has been followed by an even greater breakthrough: perennial wheat and corn, becoming profitable after many years of development. Perennial grain crops provide a revolution in agriculture. By growing continuously for 2 or more years, they are far more efficient than traditional annual crops, requiring less fuel, fertilizer, herbicides, and pesticides. They can store more carbon, maintain better soil quality and water content, and manage nutrients better thanks to their deeper root systems. The deciphering of bred wheat's genetic code in the early 2010s helped in paving the way towards a new generation of perennial crops. The rate of increase in wheat yields, having been in decline since 1980, is now beginning to increase again. However, agriculture will face a new set of challenges later this decade as the effects of climate change begin to accelerate markedly. The next event that we anticipate are stem cell pharmacies becoming commonplace. Stem cell pharmacies are now a fairly common experience in the developed world, offering walk in diagnoses, stem cell collection, and banking services for use in future medical crises. Affordable, personalized, and targeted treatments are becoming available for regenerating various bodily tissues. The next event that we anticipate in 2031 are married couples becoming a minority in the UK. By now, marriage in the UK has been reduced to a lifestyle choice enjoyed by a minority rather than an essential institution of society. The married population has shrunk from almost 50% of adults in 2009 to just 41% now. This trend began in the 1980s. Increasing pressures of work and money, together with the general stresses of the outside world, geopolitical, social, and economic, are putting ever greater strain on couples. The decline of religious institutions has also played a part. Unmarried partnerships no longer carry the stigma they once had. In addition, increasing numbers of people either working at home alone or living with their parents are making it difficult for some to meet potential partners. Another contributory factor is the explosion in the use of virtual reality and other technologies, leading to increased isolation of the individual. People of all ages spend increasingly large amounts of their time engaged in highly immersive online experiences, requiring little or no interaction with the outside world. Of those who are married, the number of children per couple has declined, and not just in the UK, but other Western societies too. Combined with increasing numbers of Muslim immigrants who have higher numbers of children, this is significantly altering the demographic balance. The next event that we anticipate is chocolate becoming a rare luxury. Chocolate products have been Chocolate products have become alarmingly expensive, with individual bars costing upwards of $10. Drought, soil depletion, and diminishing harvests in Africa, where two-thirds of the world's cocoa is produced, have led to soaring prices. Cocoa is also competing for agricultural space with other commodities like palm oil, which is increasingly in demand for biofuels. Poor pay and working conditions have also been a factor. Many young farmers are now abandoning their lands and heading to the cities in search of better and more highly paid jobs. The next event that we anticipate in 2031, after the success of the 1997 movie Titanic, director James Cameron began a project that took almost 10 years to make: his science fiction epic Avatar 2009. This was a landmark for 3D technology and CGI, with numerous accolades, winning Oscars for Best Art Direction, Best Cinematography, and Best Visual Effects, and nominated for a total of 9, including Best Picture and Best Director. It also won the 67th Golden Globe Awards for Best Motion Picture, Drama, and Best Director, and was nominated for 2 others. At the 36th Saturn Awards, Avatar won all 10 awards it was nominated for. Numerous other awards, nominations, and honors were received. With a worldwide box office gross of more than $2.7 billion, Avatar became the highest grossing film of all time, surpassing Cameron's previous blockbuster, Titanic, at $2.2 billion. 2 sequels to Avatar were initially confirmed after the success of the first film. The, this number was subsequently expanded to 4, with, with, with Cameron's said to be directing, producing, and co writing all of them. Many of the stars from the original film would reprise their roles, including Sam Worthington, Zoe Saldana, Giovanni Ribisi, C.C.H. Pounder, and Joel David Moore. Despite the deaths of their characters in the original film, Stephen Lang and Matt Gerald would also make an appearance. Sigourney Weaver was confirmed too, although playing a different character. New cast members included Kate Winslet and Cliff Curtis portraying Na'vi Reef People, along with Una Chaplin as Varang, described as a strong and vibrant central character who spans the entire saga of the sequels. A number of child actors would also portray freedivers and become pivotal new characters through the sequels. The second Avatar movie, being set in marine environments, featured heavy use of underwater scenes, actually filmed underwater with the cast in performance capture. Blending underwater filming and performance capture was a feature never accomplished before, requiring a year and a half to develop a new motion capture system. The film would also be available in glasses-free 3D, another first in film history. Following acquisition by Disney, these sequels were pushed back. The COVID-19 crisis caused yet further delays in production. Avatar 2 would be shifted to December 2022 from its original December 2020 date, followed by Avatar 3 in December 2025 and Avatar 4 in December 2029. The science fiction epic reaches its conclusion with a fifth and final film released in December 2031, 6 years later than its original planned date. Computing power is orders of magnitude more advanced than in 2009, making the visual effects in these subsequent films even more spectacular and impressive than the original, setting a new benchmark for CGI movies. And with that, I would love to hear what you have to think about these proposed and predicted events, Tony. I do as well. I agree with you. There you go. And for anyone watching and wondering, are Tony and Rabbi AI? No, we are not. We are the real deal. And I would like to add that I think it's interesting that chocolate will become a rare luxury. Perhaps that's unfortunate. As a lover of chocolate myself, I don't want to see that happen. Also, I think the Stad ship tunnel is going to be fascinating. A tunnel for boats is just something that has never been completed before. Poor Bangkok being abandoned due to flooding. Hopefully, they're able to find some ways to help the people there. Stem cell pharmacies becoming commonplace, quite interesting. Married couples being a minority in the UK is one of the things that I probably anticipate will become more of a regular event, perhaps in the developed world and perhaps just globally, as people don't find it necessary to get married in order to perhaps have children or raise children. The International Space Station, I remember when it was launched, and for it to be deorbited, it's had a really good run. So, with that, Tony, is there anything else that you'd like to add? Oh, absolutely. No doubt about that. Excellent. Well, with that, we look forward to seeing you in the next year. Thank you. And cut. All right, so we're going to cut there, and then we are going to run the thing that we do at always at the end, and now we're going to go to 2032. Let's get it done. Let's pound it out. Exactly. If I may make a suggestion, go ahead. We need to be better. What? Oh, I think we're fine. I mean, I'm literally reading every single thing, so all you have to do is follow along. And if you're a little early or a little late, it's no big deal. One suggestion that I would make: look at your camera right now. Okay, so like many times the camera is like right here on your face. If you can, sit up straight so people can see your whole face, or move your camera down a little bit. But yeah, I mean, you don't want to have your camera be like, in the future you're going to be like, wow, you can't see my face or my mouth or whatever. Now the top of your head is too high, so just you want to center yourself. There you go, perfect. You look fine. You look you you look fine. You look absolutely fine. Black t-shirt's perfect. You look great. Just anything's better than cutting you off here. Okay, ready for 2032? Take your time. Take your time. No, it's worse. Yeah, you look dark. Much better. Okay, are you ready? Okay, are you ready? Welcome to 2032. 2032 will be a leap year starting on Thursday of the Gregorian calendar. The 2300 cut, cut. I'm going to start over. And we also need to get that on the screen. So we're going to restart in three, two, one. Welcome to 2032. 2032 will be a leap year starting on Thursday of the Gregorian calendar, the 2032nd year of the Common Era, the 32nd year of the third millennium and the 21st century, and the third year of the 2030s decade. The predicted and scheduled events: January 1st. Assuming no further extensions to the term of copyrights become law in the interim, books, films, and other works by authors who died in 1961 will enter the public domain in the United Kingdom and the European Union and some other jurisdictions. Those published in 1936 will enter the public domain in the United States, including The Phantom, The Green Hornet, and Cato. In January of 2032, specifically January 15th to February 1st, the 2032 European Men's Handball Championship is expected to be held in France and Germany. On February 22nd, the 300th birthday of the late George Washington. March 19th, the 100th anniversary of the Sydney Harbour Bridge. In April, the 2000, the 2032 French presidential election is scheduled to be held no less than 35 days after the 5-year term starting in 2027 expires. From June, July, Turkey and Italy are expected to co-host the UEFA Euro 2032. July 23rd to August 8th, the 2032 Summer Olympics is scheduled to be held in Brisbane, Queensland, Australia. August 24th through September 5th, the 2032 Summer Paralympics is expected to be held in Brisbane. November 2nd, the 2032 United States presidential election is scheduled to be held. The winners will be inaugurated on January 20th, 2033. November 13th, a transit of Mercury will occur. December 1st through December 19th, the 2032 European Women's Handball Championship is expected to be held in Germany, Denmark, and Poland. December 22nd, the asteroid 2024 YR4, which had an impact rating of 3 on the Torino scale from January 27th, 2025 to February 20th, 2025, will pass by Earth. Some unknown dates that are expected to happen in 2032. The Korea Lunar Lander and Rover, a lunar lander currently under development in South Korea, is planned to be launched. LifeBird, a planned small space observatory that aims to study the cosmic microwave background, is planned to be launched. And with that, we'll move into our timeline. 2032 timeline contents. From 2032 to 2037, we anticipate a transition from ice to battery electric shipping. 2032 to 2033, heavy cargo deployments to the lunar surface, and some events that we anticipate in 2032. The end of support date for Windows 10. Brisbane hosts the Summer Olympic Games. The Strait of Messina Bridge is completed. The majority of UK homes are rented. British's ash trees have been wiped out by a fungal disease. Leatherback sea turtle populations have collapsed. China's space station is deorbited. Completion of the Australia-Asia power link. One-third of Saudi Arabia's electricity comes from solar. Britain upgrades its nuclear-armed submarine fleet. Transit of Mercury. Close approach of the asteroid 2024 YR4, and the opening of Poland's central communication port. From 2032 to 2037, we anticipate a transition from ice to battery electric shipping. During this period, battery electric propulsion becomes affordable for the majority of container ship routes around the world. The industry is now shifting rapidly away from the traditional internal combustion engine (ICE) powered systems, with even some of the larger vessels undergoing full electrification, both newly built and retrofitted older ships. Until recently, ship owners often held outdated assumptions on battery costs, energy density values, and available onboard space. While car, truck, and other road vehicle brands attracted much attention for going electric and hybrid, emerging opportunities in cargo ship transport appeared less obvious. Batteries had been perceived as heavy, expensive, impractical devices for bulk and container shipping. In reality, however, sea freight lagged only a few years behind land-based vehicles in terms of disruptive trends and would soon be undergoing a major transformation of its own. Low-tech short-term measures had initially been introduced to cut ship emissions, such as route optimization, slow steaming, and full and hull fouling management. Alternative fuels had also been mandated by the International Maritime Organization (IMO) to lower the sulfur content of fuel for all ocean-going vessels from 3.5% to 0.5%, which came into force on the 1st of January 2020. Some long-haul routes began to use hybrid electric systems combining existing generator engines with hydrogen fuel cells and/or energy storage, but a fully electric configuration remained limited to ferries and small shuttles. A cargo ship with a 100% battery power had been demonstrated in 2021. Yara Birkeland, jointly developed by Norwegian chemical firm Yara International and maritime technology company Kongsberg Group, sailed 35 nautical miles or 65 kilometers around the coast of Norway using 7-megawatt batteries. Although relatively modest in scale, with a cargo capacity of 100 TEU, 20-foot equivalent unit, and length of only 79 meters or 260 feet, Yara Birkeland proved the feasibility of zero-emission cargo shipping and included full autonomous capability too. That same year, a coalition of major companies, including Amazon and IKEA, announced a new initiative, Cargo Owners for Zero-Emission Vehicles (COZEV), with a goal of moving to zero-carbon shipping by 2040. In 2022, shipping group Maersk announced plans to install hundreds of offshore charging stations around the world, allowing vessels to power themselves with electricity instead of fossil fuels while idling outside ports. Another company, Fleet Zero, began converting diesel ships to battery electric in 2025 and designed a new electric ship, the MVE-7, for long distance cargo. Fleet Zero also developed a battery swapping solution that enabled smaller ports to effectively function as charging stations and exchange points. New environmental regulations, alongside further improvements in cost and energy density, led to booming demand and rapid innovation in battery electric propulsion systems during the second half of the decade. Between 2022 and 2029, the economic viability and range of electrified cargo ships roughly doubled, with routes as long as 6,000 kilometers being feasible for some size classes. These advances continued into the 2030s. An additional economic advantage came from considering the environmental and health impacts incurred during a ship's life cycle, which studies had shown to be 12 times higher for heavy oil and diesel powered vessels. Governments and international organizations appeared increasingly keen to incorporate these air pollution damages and social costs into their regulatory regimes. The disparity between traditional and fully electric container vessels only widened, with even greater energy densities and lower costs achieved. In 2029, 40% of the world's cargo shipping routes had become technically and environmentally viable for battery electric propulsion, with a tipping point now reached. The majority, more than 50%, of routes have either been electrified or are being considered for electrification during the 2032 to 2037 period. While many older vessels will remain in service for years to come, the global fleet now appears on track to be nearly carbon neutral by mid century. In 2020, international freight accounted for between 2 and 3% of global energy related CO2 emissions. Without decarbonization, this figure had been projected to reach 17% by 2050. Widespread automation. We are reading the end of the article regarding a transition from ice to battery electric shipping. Absolutely. Widespread automation is accompanying the increased sustainability of shipping, both in terms of navigation and the loading unloading process, as well as recharging and battery swapping at ports. In addition, cargo capacities are becoming larger than ever. Some vessels will reach 50,000 TEU by the 2060s. Larger battery electric ships can function as emergency backup power plants during increasingly common extreme events leading to power supply disruptions. Energy storage capacities of 5 to 10 gigawatts achieved during the 2030s can provide more can provide enough generation to mitigate blackouts affecting 1 million or more people. From 2032 to 2033, heavy cargo deployments to the lunar surface are anticipated. Following the successes of earlier Artemis missions, including the historic alleged return of humans to the moon, the assembly of the Lunar Gateway, and expanded surface explorations, NASA's Artemis 7 and 8 represent a new phase in lunar development. Having demonstrated human landing systems, the agency is now focusing on heavy cargo deployments to establish a more permanent presence. In 2032, SpaceX's massive Starship rocket delivers a pressurized rover, known as the Lunar Cruiser, to the moon's surface. Developed jointly by Toyota and the Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency (JAXA), this vehicle can accommodate two crew members without the need for spacesuits. With enough oxygen and supplies for up to 30 days, it greatly expands the range and duration of exploration activities, providing a mobile habitat and laboratory for extended missions. The lunar cruiser has a length of 6 meters (19.7 feet), width of 5.2 meters (17.1 feet), and height of 3.8 meters (12.5 feet), providing an internal living space of 13 cubic meters. Although its crew capacity is two, it can hold four people in the event of an emergency. To help with dangerous terrain or difficult situations, the vehicle features advanced driving assistance, including safe route generation and an augmented reality display. Powered by a retractable solar panel and fuel cell, it remains in operation for 10 years, covering thousands of miles of rocky landscape. The following year, in 2033, private aerospace company Blue Origin deploys a cargo lander known as Blue Moon. Designed for heavy payloads, Blue Moon is a versatile lander able to carry large-scale infrastructure to support human exploration. This delivers a lunar surface habitat to the Moon. Standing approximately 16 meters or 52 feet in height, the structure includes living quarters, life support systems, stowage volume, support for external robotics, and communication arrays for maintaining contact with the orbiting lunar gateway. Initially, this serves as an outpost for crew visits of up to 60 days. Over time, however, it becomes part of a modular infrastructure, with additional components delivered and integrated to form a larger, permanent moon base capable of supporting multiple astronauts for much longer periods. As such, it will function as the precursor to a more advanced lunar base planned for construction from 2035 to 2040. The next event that we anticipate in 2032 is the end of support date for Windows 10. Microsoft released Windows 10, the direct successor to its Windows 8.1 operating system, in July 2015. It received positive reviews, surpassing Windows 7 as the most popular version of Windows worldwide by 2018. More than a billion devices are running Windows 10 by 2020, leading to a peak market share of 82% of all Windows PCs in early 2022 and 58% of all PCs, the rest being other Windows editions and other operating systems such as macOS and Linux. This share began to decline as Windows 11, launched in October 2021, became increasingly popular. Microsoft announced 14th October 2025 as the retirement date for Windows 10 Home and Pro, a little over 10 years after their initial release, which had become the standard lifecycle length for major Windows versions. However, extended support would be offered for enterprise IoT versions until 13th of January 2032 as part of the Long-Term Servicing Channel (LTSC). After this date, no new security updates, non-security updates, free or paid assisted support options, or online technical content updates are offered. This means that computers without a newer version are now vulnerable to hackers or malware. By 2032, a 14th generation of Windows has become available as the family of operating systems enters its 47th year. The next event that we anticipate is Brisbane hosting the Summer Olympic Games. In July and August 2032, Australia hosts the Summer Games for the third time in its history. The previous two venues had been Melbourne in 1956 and Sydney in 2000. This time, Brisbane is the chosen location, on the country's east coast. This also marks only the second occasion that the Summer Games have been held in a Southern Hemisphere winter, after the 2016 Olympics in Rio de Janeiro. In addition to Brisbane itself, events are held at the nearby Gold Coast to the south and Sunshine Coast to the north, using venues from the 2018 Commonwealth Games. A fourth regional zone is established for games of football at more distant locations. Several new sports centers and stadiums are constructed in time for 2032. Transport connections between the three main regions are also improved. The total cost of both the Olympic and Paralympic Games, initially put at $5 billion, subsequently overruns. However, it is far lower than the $26 billion budget for Tokyo 2020, the most expensive games in history. The next event that we anticipate is the Strait of Messina Bridge being completed. A long-stalled bridge between Sicily and mainland Italy is finally completed in 2032. This crossing had been proposed in ancient times, but the first detailed plans only began to emerge in the 1990s. Following a series of delays and cancellations, Giorgia Meloni's government revived the project in 2023, and construction officially began the following year. The Strait of Messina Bridge, costing €4.5 billion or $5 billion, is the longest suspension bridge on Earth. Its main span of 3,300 meters
or 10,800 feet, easily surpasses the previous record holders. China's recently completed Zhang Zhanggang Jingzhang Rugua Bridge, with its span of 2,300 meters or 7,550 feet, and the 2,003-meter or 6,637 feet Kanakkale Bridge in Turkey, which had held the record before that. It also has the tallest structural height of any bridge, with its towers reaching 382 meters or 1,255 feet, exceeding the 341 meters or 1,119 feet 1,119 feet Millau Viaduct in France. For comparison, this is taller than the roof height of the Empire State Building. The bridge has three vehicle lanes in each direction, two for regular traffic, one for emergencies, and one for rail. It supports the crossing of 6 million vehicles and 60,000 trains each year, bringing Sicily's 5 million residents closer to the rest of the continent. The bridge forms part of the Berlin-Palermo Railway Axis, Line 1 of the Trans-European Transport Network, 10T, 10-T. With high structural integrity, the Strait of Messina Bridge is designed to withstand earthquakes of 7.5 magnitude. The deck's aerodynamic stability can resist winds of up to 300 kilometers per hour or 186 miles per hour, corresponding to a return period of over 2,000 years. The mega project boosts the national economy of Italy by €2.9 billion each year, equal to 0.17 of gross domestic product. The next event that we anticipate is the majority of UK homes being rented. By 2032, house prices in the UK have become so unaffordable that the majority of people are forced to take rented accommodation. This trend first began to emerge during the Blair years of the late 90s and early 2000s. It could be argued, however, that the problem originated as far back as 1980, when the Conservative government led by Margaret Thatcher passed the Housing Act. This led to a fall in socially rented housing, as council tenants were given the legal right to buy, at a large discount, the home they were living in, while councils were prevented from reinvesting most of the proceeds from these sales into building new homes. Many tenants who had purchased these council flats later profited from them as buy-to-let landlords, effectively subsidized by taxpayers, or sold them to speculators, investors, and property firms. About 1.5 million council homes were sold by 2003, and this figure had reached 2 million by 2015. A failure to construct enough new homes, combined with rapid population growth, resulted in a serious lack of supply during the early 21st century. Factors included changes in employment landscape, a rise in the number of students, later marriage, and rising separation rates. Having been relatively stable for most of the 20th century, the average cost of a UK home rose from £50,000 in 1995 to £184,000 in 2007. During the same period, mortgage payments as a percentage of income soared from 18% to more than 50%. The problem was compounded by stagnant wage growth below inflation, a decline in the level of household savings from 16% in the 90s to just 6% within 2 decades, and tighter lending requirements in the aftermath of the Great Recession. Subsequent attempts to rectify the situation was the Help to Buy scheme, but these only exacerbated the problem by creating artificially inflated demand. The fundamental issue was lack of supply, but government funding and policies came nowhere near close enough to addressing the point, with only a tinkering around the edges to boost housing stock. Because of these failures, less than half, 49%, of UK households are homeowners by 2032, the first time since the early 70s that a majority of people are renting. One third of households are now renting privately, twice as many in 2015. London and the southeast of England have been particularly affected due to the massive influx of foreign billionaires pouring money into the region and pushing up land values. The gap between rich and poor, and between the younger and older generations, has now grown to be wider than ever, creating an ever more polarized and unequal society. The next event that we anticipate is Britain's ash trees having been wiped out by a fungal disease. Ash dieback, caused by the fungus Challara fraxinia, killed huge numbers of trees from the mid-1990s onwards, particularly in Eastern and Northern Europe. Up to 90% of ash trees were affected in Denmark. The fungus was first scientifically described in 2006. It was discovered in the UK during 2012, initially only on imported nursery stock. But in the but in October of that year, it was found on trees at two sites of established woodland in the East Anglia region. This occurred despite clear warnings from ecologists and foresters that imports of seedlings from the continent should be banned in case of infection. Despite efforts to contain the disease, it was impossible to stop. Within a few weeks, cholera fraxinia was confirmed in dozens of other locations. Over the next 2 decades, it spread throughout the country, wiping out most of the 90 million ash trees in Britain. Many plant species, birds, and other animals dependent upon the trees for survival were also lost, at a time when their numbers were already in sharp decline. With ash trees forming a significant proportion of the UK's woodland, an eerie silence is descending on many areas of the countryside, with birdsongs and other wildlife becoming ever rarer. The next event that we anticipate are leatherback sea turtle populations having collapsed. Growing up to 2.7 meters, 8 feet 10 inches in length and weighing nearly 700 kilograms or 1,550 pounds, leatherbacks are the largest turtles on Earth and make trans-Pacific migrations from Indonesia to the U.S. Pacific coast and back again. These ancient reptiles are the only remaining members of a family of turtles with evolutionary roots going back 100 million years. After mating at sea, females come ashore during the breeding season to nest. At night, they excavate a hole in the sand, depositing about 100 eggs. This is filled with sand to hide the clutch from predators before the mother returns to sea. Once common throughout the world, leatherback populations declined rapidly during the 20th century and into the early 21st. At the Jemerspa Medi Beach in Papua Barat, Indonesia, accounting for 75% of all sightings in the Western Pacific. Nest numbers fell from 14,500 in 1984 to less than 1,400 in 2017. Several problems affected leatherback turtles. Beach predators such as pigs and dogs introduced to islands which ate turtle eggs, rising temperatures on sands that killed eggs and skewed sex ratios by reducing the production of male hatchlings, the danger of being caught by fisheries during migrations, and harvesting of adults and eggs for food by islanders. In addition, plastic waste becomes a huge and growing threat during the 21st century, especially plastic bags mistaken for their favorite food, jellyfish. Researchers found some individuals with almost 5 kilograms, 11 pounds of ingested plastic in their stomachs. By the early 2030s, leatherback turtle populations have plummeted even further worldwide. Although nesting sites still exist, their numbers have dropped to such critically low levels that the species can no longer sustain its population in the wild and is now on a clear path toward extinction. Next event that we anticipate is China's space station being deorbited. China's first space station has reached the end of its 10-year lifespan. After a decade of onboard research, it is abandoned and sent into a decaying orbit. A new, larger, and more advanced space station is now in the process of being constructed. The next event that we anticipate is the completion of the Australia-Asia Power Link. The Australia-Asia Power Link is a clean energy mega-project that becomes fully operational in 2032. It consists of a giant solar wind and complex in Australia's Northern Territory, linked by undersea transmission to export renewable electricity into Southeast Asia. Originally intended to deliver 20 gigawatts, its developers later scaled down the project to 6 gigawatts after financial restructuring and design revisions to improve feasibility. Even at this reduced capacity, it remains one of the largest combined renewable and battery projects in the world. The facility is located in the Barkley region of the Northern Territory. The solar photovoltaic PV modules cover a 12-kilometer by 10-kilometer, 7.5-mile by 6.2-mile land area chosen for its exceptionally high solar irradiance. This is a complement. This is complemented by additional capacity from a wind farm. From the generation site, a high voltage direct current (HVDC) transmission line carries electricity north to Darwin, then continues as an undersea cable to Singapore via Indonesian waters. The Finnish link extends 4,300 kilometers or 2,670 miles, making it one of the world's largest submarine electricity connections. Most of the exported power gives Singapore nearly 2 gigawatts of firm capacity, enough to meet 15% of the nation's total electricity demand, while Darwin receives 4 gigawatts for domestic and industrial use. Large-scale batteries at both ends provide load balancing to ensure continuous daily dispatch. Doubts over the project emerged in 2023 when developer Sun Cable collapsed its voluntary administration following a disagreement between its backers over the need for more funding. Later that year, a new ownership structure revived the plan, securing finance and eventually planning approvals. This new and revised project aimed to supply electricity to Darwin by 2030, followed by Singapore 2 years later. With its huge generating capacity and enormous cable length, the AA Powerlink forms part of the continent-wide supergrid that emerges in Australasia and Oceania during the mid-21st century. It has an expected operational lifetime of 70 years. The next event that we anticipate is one-third of Saudi Arabia's electricity coming from solar. In 2012, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia had only 0.003 gigawatts of installed solar energy capacity. More than half of its electricity was created from burning oil. By 2032, however, it has 41 gigawatts of installed solar energy, accounting for a third of the nation's 121 gigawatt total energy demand. About 25 gigawatts is produced by solar thermal plants, which use mirrors to focus energy from the sun on heating fluids, which in turn run turbines. The other 16 gigawatts is provided by massive photovoltaic farms. This has been the result of considerable foreign investment, as well as the wealth produced by fossil fuels, totaling over $100 billion. Though several other nations have more extensive solar infrastructure, this has been one of the most ambitious projects, especially considering Saudi Arabia's old position as the world's largest exporter of crude oil. The enormous expanses of desert, as well as measurably more intense sunlight in the equatorial regions, gives the country a huge amount of room to expand further. Even larger projects are now planned. Construction is also underway on high voltage cables connecting Saudi Arabia to neighboring countries and some in southern Europe. Eventually, this will be expanded to include all of Europe and northern Africa. Alongside solar, another 21 gigawatts is generated by a combination of nuclear, wind, and geothermal power. Through nuclear cooperation agreements with China, France, South Korea, and Argentina, Saudi Arabia has now constructed 16 new nuclear reactors. Longer term, the country has further ambitions to be powered entirely by renewables. Much of the oil industry in Saudi Arabia is now transitioning away from energy production to the manufacture of plastics and polymers. These developments, coupled with the fact that it remains one of the wealthiest countries in the region, has, are helping Saudi Arabia transition to a more sustainable long-term future. Additionally, its strong military ties to the West and extensive desalination infrastructure have allowed Saudi Arabia to remain relatively stable compared to some of its neighbors. The next event that we anticipate, Britain upgrading its nuclear-armed submarine fleet. Britain has the Britain was the third country after the US and Soviet Union to test an independently developed nuclear weapon in 1952. From 1969 onwards, the country always had at least one ballistic missile submarine on patrol, creating a nuclear deterrent that the Defense Council described in 1980 as effectively invulnerable to preemptive attack. Until the 1990s, Britain had deployed a variety of nuclear weapons on Royal Navy carriers, V bombers, and other aircraft around the world. However, these were gradually withdrawn. The retirement of the WE 177 in both air dropped freefall and depth charge versions was the final stage of this decommissioning process. In 1998, this left a group of four Vanguard submarines armed with Trident II D5s as Britain's only nuclear weapons platform. Britain retained a stockpile of about 215 thermonuclear warheads, with 120 operational as of 2016. A decision to renew the Trident armed submarines was made in 2006, with Prime Minister Tony Blair warning that it would be unwise and dangerous for Britain to give up its nuclear weapons. Although the Cold War had ended, the UK still needed nuclear weapons, said Blair, as no one could be sure another nuclear threat would not emerge in the future. He outlined plans to spend up to $20 billion on a new generation of submarines for Trident missiles. However, the Trident program was to prove highly controversial, with costs escalating considerably. This was an especially divisive topic in the wake of the 2008 financial crash and the subsequent years of austerity and cuts to public services. By 2016, the Ministry of Defense had revised the cost of building, testing, and commissioning the replacement of vessels to £31 billion, plus a contingency fund of £10 billion over 35 years, about 6% of defense spending every year. Nevertheless, MPs voted to back the renewal in a vote of 472 to 117. Alongside this program, the government reiterated its commitment to multilateral nuclear disarmament, promising to reduce Britain's stockpile of nuclear warheads to 180 by the mid 2020s. Trident was based on the idea of mutually assured destruction. It aimed to deter a nuclear attack on Britain by guaranteeing a retaliatory strike against any potential aggressor. After succeeding David Cameron as Prime Minister, one of Theresa May's first jobs was to write a letter of last resort authorizing the use of Trident missiles in the event of such a nightmare scenario. Each of the Vanguard submarines contained a safe with one of these sealed letters, which of course it was hoped would never have to be used. David Cameron's previous letters were destroyed. Previously named Successor Class, it was announced in October 2016 that the new submarines would be renamed the Dreadnought class after the parliamentary vote on the upgrade program. Construction began soon afterwards. The first new submarine would begin operation by 2028, and the existing fleet of Vanguard submarines is phased out by 2032. After more than 40 years of service, each missile is 13 meters, 44 feet long, weighing 58.5 tons, or 130,000 pounds, with a range of 11,300 kilometers, or 7,000 miles, a top speed of 18,030 miles per hour, or 29,020 kilometers per hour, Mach 24, and target accuracy of within a few feet. Despite its diminishing power in the world, Britain retains a nuclear deterrent for long into the future and plays a key role in maintaining global security. Dreadnought class submarines remain in service until the 2060s, in which time they are replaced by automated and crewless vessels. The next event that we anticipate is the transit of Mercury. A transit of Mercury takes place when the planet Mercury passes directly or transits between the Sun and a superior planet, becoming visible against and hence obscuring a small portion of the solar disk. During a transit, Mercury appears as a tiny black dot moving across the disk of the Sun. A transit of Mercury occurs on the 13th of November 2032. The last time this happened was the 11th of November 2019. After 2032, the next occasion is in 2039, with a further 8 transits during the remainder of the 21st century. Each transit typically lasts for several hours. Transits of Venus with respect to Earth can also occur, although these are rarer since Venus is further from the Sun and orbits more slowly. Rarer still are simultaneous transits of both Mercury and Venus. Such an event last occurred in 373,173 before the Common Era. Uh, such an event last occurred in 373,173 before the Common Era, and the next occurs on the 26th of July, 69,163 of the Common Era. The next event that we anticipate is the close approach of the asteroid 2020 YR4. 2020 YR4 is an Apollo type near Earth asteroid discovered by the Atlas telescope in Chile on 27th of December 2024, 2 days after it passed closest to Earth. With an estimated diameter of 60 meters, a rotation period of 19.5 minutes, and an elliptical orbit around the Sun every 4.05 years, it quickly became a subject of intense study. Initial calculations suggested a chance of an Earth impact in the future, briefly reaching a Torino scale rating of 3, the highest seen since 99942 Apophis in 2004. At one point in early 2025, it had the highest known probability of hitting Earth, peaking at 3.1%. However, follow-up observations by the James Webb Telescope in March and May 2025 eliminated the risk to Earth. Ironically, these same observations slightly increased the odds of a lunar impact. Astronomers estimated a 4.3% chance that YR4 would strike the Moon on the 22nd of December 2032. Such an impact would be the largest on the Moon in at least 5,000 years. The event could eject up to 100 million kilograms of debris, some of which might reach Earth within days, threatening satellites and possibly creating a meteor shower. Scientists planned a new JWST observation campaign in 2026 to refine the asteroid's trajectory further. Subsequent observations, especially during the close approach in 2028, enabled a much more precise calculation of its future orbit and a refined estimation of the likelihood of impact. Many observatories, as well as amateur astronomers, are monitoring this close approach on 22nd December 2032. The next event that we anticipate is the opening of Poland's Central Communication Port. In 2032, Poland opens the Central Communication Port, also known as the Sol- Solidarity Transport Hub, 40 kilometers southwest of Warsaw. The vast purpose-built complex replaces the aging and overcrowded Warsaw-Chopin Airport and stands as one of the largest infrastructure projects in Central and Eastern Europe. Government leaders first proposed the airport in the late 2010s, aiming to complete it by 2027. However, administrative reshuffles, local opposition, and the COVID-19 pandemic slowed the project's early progress. Political changes and lengthy land acquisitions pushed the beginning of large-scale construction in 2026, delaying the opening by 5 years. In late 2032, workers complete the first phase. The airport opens with two parallel runways and a terminal that handles around 40 million passengers each year. Its modular design allows future expansion to four runways and a total capacity approaching 100 million passengers, potentially rivaling some of the world's busiest aviation hubs, such as Atlanta, Heathrow, and Dubai. The new airport integrates seamlessly with Poland's rail network, the latter also having undergone a major expansion in recent years. More than 100 cities are connected directly to the site through high speed and intercity lines, with trains reaching up to 250 kilometers per hour or 155 miles per hour on the first sections and higher speeds planned in later phases. Passengers can travel from central Warsaw to the airport in about 15 to 20 minutes, while new routes link the capital to Lodz and other major urban centers across the country. Residents and environmental groups protested against land use, displacement, and noise during the planning and construction phases, while analysts questioned the project's cost and long-term returns. Despite these challenges, the government and European investors funded and oversaw its completion. The new airport and associated rail infrastructure have a combined cost of approximately 131 billion Polish zloty. or 31 billion euros. Poland is now able to compete with Western European countries on the aviation market and establish a greater share of international traffic as global demand for air travel continues to increase. Analysts project major long-term economic benefits, including tens of thousands of jobs created during the construction phase and nearly 300,000 sustained across Poland in the 2040s, alongside an annual boost to national GDP of around 90 billion zloty, or 20 billion euro. And with that, we conclude the potential events that we anticipate seeing in 2032. What are your thoughts? Very interesting, absolutely. I think that the end of support for Windows 10 is to me of specific interest. I'm always interested in what Microsoft's doing with their Windows line. Brisbane hosting the Summer Olympics. I think it's great that Oceania will get an Olympic Games. The Strait of Messina, that'll be fantastic for Italy. I'm in agreement. The majority of UK homes being rented, not necessarily ideal. The Britain ash trees being wiped out by a fungal disease. Let's try to save some of those. The leatherback sea turtle populations having collapsed. That's sad. Let's hope they have a resurgence. Of course, like you said, China is going to have an amazing century. It will continue to have an amazing century. At this time, would almost certainly be the largest economy in the world, and it will have its space station deorbited. The completion of the Australia Asia Power Link, quite interesting, with the opportunity to perhaps improve life in Oceania. One third of Saudi Arabia's electricity coming from solar, quite interesting as it is seen as such a crude oil powerhouse. Britain upgrading its nuclear armed submarine fleet. That seems like it's a long term plan. The transit of Mercury, it's just something that will continue. The close approach of the asteroid 2024 YR4, quite interesting as well. Hopefully, it continues to avoid Earth and the Moon as well. And the opening of Poland's central communication port will be very interesting, especially for Eastern Europe. And so, with that, Tony, do you have any concluding remarks to communicate to the audience? Excellent. Neither do I. We look forward to connecting with you in the next video. Cut. All right. I'm going to send you an email that says, uh, I don't want you to forget at the beginning of 2032, you have to make an edit because I had to make a small cut. Um, so, um, is my voice uploaded? Yeah, I know. Yeah, I changed some stuff on my computer. Okay, and what I'm going to do is send you an email right now, and you can't forget at the beginning of 2032, we need to cut it like there's like a cut 10 or 20 seconds into it, and um, you should be aware that um, you should be aware that you need to cut that out. Okay, so we've got 2027, 2020, 2021, 2030, 2031, 2032. We've got 6 hours of these. Are you happy with them thus far? I most certainly. I think it's great. And I also think it's really interesting that we have the opportunity with these. to um, like tell the story of the future. That's very exciting, and um, I don't know. I personally think that we should continue. Like they're getting shorter, which is cool. I mean, you know, they're not that much shorter, but like 2032 was shorter than 2031. 2031 was shorter than 2030, and and we'll get to the point where maybe we can do three in a day. They'll be like 45 minutes each or something like that, and then eventually they'll be like we'll do like five in a day because they just don't have that much in the far future. So I really think we did most of the hard ones because they were most recent, and I think that's really great. And you got a, if you would, I want you on 2027 to ask ChatGPT to swap my picture with the one that I sent you on Discord, my headshot. Would you do so, please? No, no big deal. I don't care about it, so that's not a big deal. Just on um, on I, you want me to send it to you an email? Sure, sure. Just one minute, please. Edit 2032 at the beginning. There is a cut like in the first minute. Please remove the cut. Okay. Because I know what I look like and I don't look like that. I look similar, but I don't look like that. It's not that it's like terrible. I could live with it. But it's like you asked me for a headshot and I gave it to you and you didn't use it. And so I'm like, well, why did I send you the headshot then? Or why did you ask me for it? Does that make sense? Okay. So I am going to put in here a headshot and edit in 2032. Now, here's what I don't want to happen. I watched 2032 and this cut is still in there. Like, that's a thing I could see you doing. So just make sure, like, I got the edit in 2032 and headshot, and I'm sending this to you. And let me know if you received it. You should be getting it very soon. Can you check your email? You got it? Okay, big dog. Well, then that seems like what we needed to do. And you've got another podcast to do this afternoon, right? Okay, big dog. I will talk to you later. And if you need anything from me, let me know, okay? Excellent. Good job. God willing. Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Mathematical structure and thus meaning, though admittedly the rules of these mutations are poorly understood if they can be really said to exist at all. Some of those roots have their origins in other English, Latin, Greek, and sometimes even Hebrew words. The nature of the mutations of nouns and verbs don't seem to follow any apparent pattern, although elements of declension and conjugation might be present, and there appears to be a pretty strong case that the vocative is actually used in the Enochian language. While some range of nouns, verbs, and numerals are known, adjectives are actually rather poorly attested, as I mentioned earlier. However, compound words are attested and even employ elision in their formation. The celestial speech seems to be prodromal, Latin, and while personal pronouns and prepositions are attested, they're actually pretty rarely in use. The syntax is generally SVO, subject verb object, like in English, and the numerical system is a complete mystery. The first 10 numbers are attested, sometimes with various forms for each number. Further numbers from 12, 1,000, 8,763. Some huge numbers are even attested, and there seems to be some one-to-one correspondence of celestial letters to Arabic numerals, but it isn't understood in the least. Even numbers like 1,000, 9,996, or 3,663, they don't seem to even track Arabic numerals to Enochian letters in any comprehensible sense. Thus, Enochian numerals remain a complete mystery, and as Leach pointed out to me in private correspondence, any attempt at Enochian gematria is doomed to fail in this regard. Generally speaking, the small sample size, the semi-random mutations in the apparent root system of the celestial speech work as both a bug and a feature of the language. A bug in that the most we can gather about the language are taken from such small sample sizes as to make them indistinguishable from simply chance changes or occurrences. Further, it also may be a bug of the angelic language that so many of the words are apparently derived from other languages like English, Latin, Greek, and Hebrew. But if you take an angelic priority for the origins of all the languages, then that problem conveniently goes away. Though if you know anything about contemporary linguistics, you can't as easily just accept that angelic priority as Dee probably did, and you're left with some serious questions about how these words got built into Enochian. Though all that might play as a feature as well, the language is just non-random enough, and given Kelly an obvious non-linguist who's not Tolkien as a medium for this thing, perhaps non-random enough to think that something beyond him is ultimately responsible for the revelation of the celestial speech. Now, it could also just as well be a con job by Edward. I had my ears cut off for previous con jobs. Talbot. Oh, I mean Kelly, as an exercise in conning D. It could also be an odd exercise in cryptography a la Trithemius or something altogether more complex. In fact, I'm on team altogether more complex, if that matters to out there. Of course, the revelation of the calls in 1584 would be by no means the final revelation from D. and Kelly's angels. In the midst of the revelation of the calls and the call of the 38ers would appear the parts of the Earth revelation, all an aspect of the ability of the Magus to use the system to remote view and perhaps even influence the various regions of the Earth. Clearly an interest to D. I mean, this is the guy that coined the phrase, the British Empire, and was deeply involved in espionage. Later would appear the system that we now call the Watchtowers, though as D thought they were reaching the apex of these increasingly apocalyptic sessions, Kelly was seeking to get out of it all. And he'd do so. He'd find work as an alchemist in the Holy Roman Empire, which provided him with title and lands, Sir Edward Kelly, before dooming him to prison, and ultimately an escape attempt from that prison cost him his life. Dee would return to an England eventually ruled over by James I, whose intolerance of anything magical was legendary, though apparently the England Navaj actually looked a bit like James I. His library and scientific equipment were all included upon his return home to Mortlake. He would live the rest of his life under a meager pension and the constant state of being accused of being a sorcerer, something you don't want in the Witchcraft Act of 1604. Of course, this wouldn't stop his desire to discover radical truths through angel scrying, though nearly all of his sessions with Bartholomew Pigman, which meant many more years of Kelly sessions, were all destroyed and lost. I suppose that to the very end, Dee could hear that final angelic utterance somewhere deep in his being. Open the mysteries of your creation and make us partakers of undefiled knowledge. The classic Daniel Laycock Enochian Dictionary remains a pretty helpful volume in the study of the celestial language, and it was actually one of the first esotericism-related purchases that I ever made. I think it was like 14 at the time. The calls themselves can be viewed in Cotton Appendix number 1, along with a fair copy in Kelly's hand and Slide 3191. Of course, the most comprehensive study of the angelic, celestial, and Enochian languages and the Jabofal or Gabofal ritual to unlock it is Father Aaron Leach's 2-volume work on this topic. In fact, this episode would have been virtually impossible without his wonderful scholarship and insight. Again, I'd really like to thank him for looking over this work, and I'd also really recommend ordering his books from his website. You can get them signed, and he gets a more direct cut of the profits. I mean, look guys, these occult writers are not making a ton of money, and trust me, folks publishing books like these are doing it out of a labors of love, and supporting them is something we can all do. Make sure to support your small independent publishers and independent authors. Of course, this episode won't be the end of John Dee and the Enochian material, so I hope you'll join me for more Enochia in the future. Until then, Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
If I go hook or something.
אבל ניצלון בו, זה צלוי, כל מברך עד שמגיע לגיל. יש תמיד את המחלוקת כאן, בכל הסוגיה, הראשונים, שאנחנו אומרים שצלייה זה לא בעיה, האם הכוונה שגם לחלק שכל כך מופיע בגוף, גם לחלק הזה שנוגע, אולי לחלק הזה שנוגע בגוף, כן מקבל איזה שיטה, נגע בו. אז יכול להיות לכן, הרמב"ם אומר שצריכים להוציא את הגיל מקודש. אוקיי. כל זה צריך לדעת שנגיע להם. אם נצלה את זה, לא למשל, אז אפשר להתחייב.
It was a role-playing game. Super Mario RPG, Legend of the Seven Stars. It seemed like an odd idea. Mario in an RPG setting? Mario had been in a lot of different genres. Puzzle games, sports, kart racers, edutainment. But an RPG might have been the last genre on people's minds when it came to the Italian plumber. But Super Mario RPG was a hit, and it's considered not only one of the best Super Nintendo games, but also one of the best RPGs ever made. In Business Insider's list of the top 10 Super Mario games, Super Mario RPG is ranked number 9. IGN made them permanent fans of the genre. It was also Square's big break in the Western market. Super Mario RPG outsold all of their previous releases on the Super Nintendo and helped them see what works and what doesn't in the West. Super Mario RPG is a classic. If you don't already have it on Super Nintendo, it's readily available on Nintendo's Virtual Console service. We may never see a true sequel to the game. Sometimes it's best to go out on top. That's all for this episode of The Game Historian. Thanks for watching.
Funding for Gaming Historian is provided in part by supporters on Patreon. Thank you.
Hey everybody, just a quick reminder, there's still time to pre-order The Gaming Historian Volume 1 on Blu-ray. Blu-ray has 16 classic episodes plus 5 hours of exclusive content. So click the link to the right to order your copy today.
אז זה לא שומני, זה לא נכנס. איפה התוקף? עוד מעט הגיע התוקף. אני ראיתי זה תוקף. לא זה טוב. זה מותר. למה זה כחוש? אז זה לא שומני. אוקיי.
Video games are one of the biggest forms of entertainment and one of the biggest industries in the world. From the earliest, blockiest games to the technical masterpieces of modern titles, gaming has been constantly evolving to provide new experiences and allow more and more people to enjoy gaming. While many companies and groups have worked to advance gaming over the decades, none are as influential and respected as Nintendo. Nintendo is one of the largest gaming companies in the world, and for good reason. Their games are some of the best on the market. Their Nintendo Switch is one of the highest-selling consoles ever, and their commitment to player enjoyment is rock solid. The lofty position Nintendo enjoys was well fought for. They've been part of the games industry since its very inception, and they have been at the forefront of innovation for games. In this video, I want to go through Nintendo's past, look at what they did differently, and see how they came to dominate the world of gaming. This is a brief history of Nintendo. To talk about the history of Nintendo, it's best to start at the very beginning. This is the first building of Nintendo, located in Shimokyoku, Kyoto, and founded in 1889. The founder, Fusujiro Yamaguchi, initially named the company Nintendo Karto, with the Karto being a reference to its main product, Hanafuda cards. Playing cards in Japan were a popular form of entertainment at the time, but they were heavily regulated due to their gambling connection. While the Japanese government banned and confiscated Western-style cards, Hanafuda were tolerated as they were a more Japanese invention. Yamaguchi himself was a skilled artisan and lover of cards, and set out to sell Hanafuda through Nintendo. His business was initially quite successful. Yamaguchi's Hanafuda were well regarded and sought after throughout Kyoto. A major factor in Nintendo's early success was, ironically, gambling. The Yakuza were, and still are, a series of organized crime syndicates in Japan, and they were known for operating illegal gambling dens in this time period. Hanafuda were typically used for gambling. In the absence of Western-style cards, it was the next best thing. Gamblers would typically start a new game of Hanafuda with a fresh deck, meaning there was heightened demand for Nintendo's cards. In addition to their blossoming Hanafuda business, Nintendo would see further success when they began producing Western-style cards. This was a tentative move. The Japanese government lifted their bans on them around the turn of the century. Politics and bans were really effective. Nintendo's success with Western-style cards, state-run corporation, and able to distribute their cards in cigarette shops throughout all of Japan, giving them access to an enormous and highly profitable market. This partnership was wildly successful, and by the 1920s, Nintendo was one of, if not the largest card manufacturer in Japan. In 1929, Fusajiro Yamauchi would take control. Kaneda mostly followed in the footsteps of his father-in-law, specifically through dogged expansion. In 1933, Kaneda moved Nintendo from its modest first building into a full-on factory next door. This streamlined Nintendo's card manufacturing and amped up their production to meet national demand. Further expansion would occur in 1947, when Nintendo established their own distribution group for playing cards. The team would specifically target toy shops around Japan, allowing Nintendo to bring it to the profitable youth market. These expansions secured Nintendo's success in the 30s and 40s, but unfortunately, Kaneda's tenure at Nintendo would be cut short. He suffered a stroke in 1948, retired as president the following year, and will later pass on February 2nd, 1949. On his deathbed, however, he sought an heir for Nintendo. He had found one in his 22-year-old grandson, Hiroshi Yamauchi. Yamauchi would prove to be the most influential figure in Nintendo's history and would take the company to new markets, industries, and heights under his tenure. Initially, however, Yamauchi just followed the well-treaded path and focused primarily on playing cards. In 1953, Nintendo became the first company in Japan to produce plastic-wrapped cards. This modernized the production and gave them a more appealing product, especially compared to imported cards. Yamauchi's first major success would come in 1959, when Nintendo secured a licensing deal with Walt Disney. Toys, board games, and of course playing cards would all be adorned with Disney characters. Western cartoons like Mickey Mouse and Popeye were very popular in Japan, and Nintendo's branded products were similarly popular. Cards remained their primary focus, and thanks to this brand deal, Nintendo would sell a record 600,000 card packs in the first year. While Nintendo had become a big fish in the playing cards market, Yamauchi quickly realized the pond was inherently small. There was only so much demand and interest in Hanafuda or Western cards, and Yamauchi had greater ambitions for Nintendo. In 1962, Yamauchi took Nintendo public and began a series of expansions into different markets. One of Nintendo's first non-card pursuits was a series of single-serving instant rice, a la instant noodles. This venture ultimately failed. Their instant rice was apparently of low quality and never really took off. Nintendo would also start the taxi service known as Daya. Daya was initially successful, but managing the business became burdensome as taxi unions demanded better compensation and benefits. Tired of dealing with these unions, Yamauchi would ultimately sell and abandon the taxi venture. Perhaps the most unusual business from Nintendo at this time was a number of play hotels operated around Kyoto. Now, the first mention of this business comes from the 1994 book Game Over, How Nintendo Conquered the World, and while it's often seen as the seminal work on Nintendo's history, the love hotel claim is difficult to corroborate. Whether it's an urban legend, cold hard fact, or somewhere in between, we'll leave to you. With that out of the way, by the late 1960s, Nintendo was on the brink of bankruptcy due to these many failed ventures. It was here that Yamauchi would refocus the company away from miscellaneous industries and solely on entertainment. Nintendo was still manufacturing cars at this time, and at Taiwan, Kukui Yokoi took oversee their production. Yokoi was a tinkerer at heart, and would often build small toys and contraptions on his time off, or whenever it was slow at work. By sheer chance, Yamauchi visited Yokoi one day and saw a toy he'd been working on, a claw with an extended lattice arm. Yamauchi was genuinely impressed with the toy, and Yokoi took it to his newly founded R&D department. Here, Yokoi would work with the head of research, Hiroshi Itanishi, to develop new toys and products for Nintendo. Their first product would be based on Yokoi's original design and called the Ultra Hand. The toy was an instant hit and would go on to be Nintendo's first product to sell over 1 million units. Other popular toys to come from Yokoi at this time included the Ultra Machine, an indoor baseball thrower, and the Love Tester, essentially a circuit you complete by grabbing the machine and holding hands with someone. Yokoi's toys were incredibly popular, and it's no exaggeration to say they pulled Nintendo back from the brink. The 1970s would be a time of major advancement in electronics and computer technology. Hiroshi Yama. Video games are one of the biggest forms of entertainment and one of the biggest industries in the world. From the earliest, blockiest games to the technical masterpieces of modern titles, gaming has been constantly evolving to provide new experiences and allow more and more people to enjoy gaming. While many companies and groups have worked to advance gaming over the decades, none are as influential and respected as Nintendo. Nintendo is one of the largest gaming companies in the world, and for good reason. Their games are some of the best on the market. Their Nintendo Switch is one of the highest-selling consoles ever, and their commitment to player enjoyment is rock solid. The lofty position Nintendo enjoys was well fought for. They've been part of the games industry since its very inception, and they have been at the forefront of innovation for games. In this video, I want to go through Nintendo's past, look at what they did differently, and see how they came to dominate the world of gaming. This is a brief history of Nintendo. To talk about the history of Nintendo, it's best to start at the very beginning. This is the first building of Nintendo, located in Shimokyoku, Kyoto, and founded in 1889. The founder, Fusajiro Yamauchi, initially named the company Nintendo Karto, with the Karto being a reference to its main product, Hanafuda cards. Playing cards in Japan were a popular form of entertainment at the time, but they were heavily regulated due to their gambling connection. While the Japanese government banned and confiscated Western-style cards, Hanafuda were tolerated as they were a more Japanese invention. Yamauchi himself was a skilled artisan and lover of cards, and set out to sell Hanafuda through Nintendo. His business was initially quite successful. Yamauchi's Hanafuda were well regarded and sought after throughout Kyoto. A major factor in Nintendo's early success was, ironically, gambling. The Yakuza were, and still are, a series of organized crime syndicates in Japan, and they were known for operating legal gambling dens in this time period. While Hanafuda weren't typically used for gambling, in the absence of Western-style cards, it was the next best thing. Gamblers would typically start a new game of Hanafuda with a fresh deck, meaning there was heightened demand for Nintendo's cards. In addition to their blossoming Hanafuda business, Nintendo would see further success when they began producing Western-style cards. This wasn't an illegal move or anything. The Japanese government lifted their bans on them around the turn of the century, perhaps realizing said bans weren't really effective. Nintendo's success with Western-style cards was largely thanks to a partnership with Japan Tobacco and Salt, a massive state-run corporation. Nintendo was able to distribute their cards in cigarette shops throughout all of Japan, giving them access to an enormous and highly profitable market. This partnership was wildly successful, and by the 1920s, Nintendo was one of, if not the largest card manufacturer in Japan. In 1929, Fusajiro Yamauchi would step down as president of Nintendo and have his son-in-law, Sekiryo Kaneda, take control. Kaneda mostly followed in the footsteps of his father-in-law, specifically through dogged expansion. In 1933, Kaneda moved Nintendo from its modest first building into a full-on factory next door. This streamlined Nintendo's card manufacturing and amped up their production to meet national demand. Further expansion would occur in 1947, when Nintendo established their own distribution group for playing cards. The team would specifically target toy shops around Japan, allowing Nintendo to break into the profitable youth market. These expansions secured Nintendo's success in the 30s and 40s, but unfortunately, Kaneda's tenure at Nintendo would be cut short. He suffered a stroke in 1948, retired as president the following year, and would later pass on February 2nd, 1949. On his deathbed, however, he sought an heir for Nintendo, and found one in his 22-year-old grandson, Hiroshi Yamauchi. Yamauchi would prove to be the most influential figure in Nintendo's history, and would take the company to new markets, industries, and heights under his tenure. Initially, however, Yamauchi just followed the well-treaded path and focused primarily on playing cards. In 1953, Nintendo became the first company in Japan to produce plastic-backed cards. This modernized the production and gave them a more appealing product, especially compared to imported cards. Yamauchi's first major success would come in 1959, when Nintendo secured a licensing deal with Walt Disney. Toys, board games, and of course playing cards would all be adorned with Disney characters. Western cartoons like Mickey Mouse and Popeye were very popular in Japan, and Nintendo's branded products were similarly popular. Cards remained their primary focus, and thanks to this brand deal, Nintendo would sell a record 600,000 card packs in the first year. While Nintendo had become a big fish in the playing cards market, Yamauchi quickly realized the pond was inherently small. There was only so much demand and interest in Hanafuda or Western cards, and Yamauchi had greater ambitions for Nintendo. In 1962, Yamauchi took Nintendo public and began a series of expansions into different markets. One of Nintendo's first non-card pursuits was a series of single-serving instant rice, a la instant noodles. This venture ultimately failed. Their instant rice was apparently of low quality and never really took off. Nintendo would also start a taxi service known as Daya. Daya was initially successful, but managing the business became burdensome as taxi unions demanded better compensation and benefits. Tired of dealing with these unions, Yamauchi would ultimately sell and abandon the taxi venture. Perhaps the most unusual business from Nintendo at this time was a number of love hotels operated around Kyoto. Now, the first mention of this business comes from the 1994 book Game Over, How Nintendo Conquered the World. And while it's often seen as the seminal work on Nintendo's history, the love hotel claim is difficult to corroborate. Whether it's an urban legend, cold hard fact, or somewhere in between, we'll leave to you. With that out of the way, by the late 1960s, Nintendo was on the brink of bankruptcy due to these many failed ventures. It was here that Yamauchi would refocus the company away from miscellaneous industries and solely on entertainment. Nintendo was still manufacturing cards at this time, and had hired one Gunpei Yokoi to oversee their production. Yokoi was a tinkerer at heart, and would often build small toys and contraptions on his time off, or whenever it was slow at work. By sheer chance, Yamauchi visited Yokoi one day and saw a toy he'd been working on, a claw with an extending lattice arm. Yamauchi was genuinely impressed with the toy, and moved Yokoi to Nintendo's newly founded R&D department. Here, Yokoi would work with the head of research, Hiroshi Imanishi, to develop new toys and products for Nintendo. Their first product would be based on Yokoi's original design, and called the Ultra Hand. The toy was an instant hit, and would go on to be Nintendo's first product to sell over 1 million units. Other popular toys to come from Yokoi at this time included the Ultra Machine, an indoor baseball thrower, and the Love Tester, essentially a circuit you complete by grabbing the machine and holding hands with someone. Yokoi's toys were incredibly popular, and it's no exaggeration to say they pulled Nintendo back from the brink. The 1970s would be a time of major advancement in electronics and computer technology. Hiroshi Yamauchi, realizing the huge potential of these developments, mandated his employees pursue toys and products utilizing this technology. Nintendo would quickly see success in this area thanks to a recent hire, Masayuki Uemura. Uemura was an electrical engineer and worker for Sharp. He visited Nintendo one day to hopefully sell his company's latest offering, a series of small solar cells. Yokoi quickly saw potential applications for these cells, and hired Uemura away from Sharp to help in this pursuit. Their basic idea was to use solar cells as targets that could be hit with light, and to make a fun shooting game out of the technology. The result was the Nintendo Beam Gun, first released in 1970, an instant hit and another million-unit seller. So popular was the Beam Gun that Nintendo decided to scale up and double down on the technology. Ski shooting was a popular sport in Japan in the 70s, but one not many people had access to. At the same time, bowling alleys across Japan were closing thanks to a falling interest in the sport. Yokoi believed they could acquire these bowling alleys for cheap, then convert them into shooting ranges using light guns and simulated pigeons. A novel and ambitious plan, the result would be the snappily named Laser Clay shooting system. Laser Clay debuted in 1973 and was an overnight success. Nintendo's bowling alleys turned shooting ranges were packed to the brim. Yokoi and Yamauchi had another success in their hands, but unfortunately, Laser Clay's popularity would be tragically short-lived. That same year, Japan's economy would experience a shock and decline thanks to the 1973 oil crisis. Households were more focused on basic necessities than Nintendo's latest attraction, and thanks to the massive investment in Laser Clay, the company was once again on the brink of bankruptcy. Nintendo's first attempt to recover from their latest brush with bankruptcy would be to salvage their laser gun offerings. They would scale down Laser Clay, make it so it worked as an arcade cabinet, and release their mini Laser Clay throughout Japan. They would also release a Western-themed cowboy shooter called Wild Gunman. Wild Gunman was unique in that it played films of cowboys, and your goal was to win a draw against them with your light gun. Both cabinet offerings were popular in their own right, but couldn't pull Nintendo out of the slump they found themselves in. Yamauchi would turn towards recent developments in the West, specifically home game consoles, to help buoy Nintendo. He secured a partnership with Mitsubishi to help manufacture Nintendo's first home consoles, the Color TV series. The first in the series was the Color TV Game 6, released in 1977, and was essentially a Pong machine. Pong was a really big deal when it came out, and it was kind of the only video game for a while. Further Color TV consoles would be released in the following years, such as Color TV Game 15, essentially more Pong, Racing 112, a racing game with a built-in steering wheel, and Block Breaker, Breakout with colors and a few different layouts. While many of these games were clones, they offered variations on the original formula to keep things fresh, and they were all received quite well. In addition, Nintendo produced these consoles for cheap and kept the retail price of them very low, allowing them to undercut competing home systems. Thanks to this, the Color TV series was a resounding success for Nintendo, and they sold over 3 million consoles across all versions. Color TV would be just the first of Nintendo's successes in the burgeoning field of video games, and their second would come from none other than Gunpei Yokoi. Yokoi's designs all followed a particular philosophy that he termed Kareita Kijutsu no Suihei Shiko, or lateral thinking with seasoned technology. The basic idea is to take developed or mature technologies, then repurpose them to create a new product or fill a new niche. In the late 70s, Yokoi was riding home from work when he noticed a commuter playing with a miniature calculator. Realizing that processors and electronics had reached this level of miniaturization, he set about applying the basic technology for Nintendo. The result would be the Game & Watch, released in 1980, a handheld video game that would also keep time. The Game & Watch was a fun, inexpensive novelty, came in numerous varieties with different games, and would sell upwards of 40 million units during its 11-year lifespan. The success of the Game & Watch was just what Nintendo needed, quickly pulling them out of an 8 billion yen debt and putting them 4 billion up. This cash injection would give Nintendo ample room to experiment with new technology and expand in the 80s. While Nintendo was seeing modest success with Color TV, and the Game & Watch was a smash hit, their efforts in the arcade scene left much to be desired. Arcades made up the bulk of the games industry in the 70s and early 80s, and Nintendo naturally tried their hand in this market. The problem was Nintendo's early arcade offerings were either unimpressive or uninspired. The first arcade cabinet Nintendo put on the market was the 1978 computer Othello, a digitized form of the strategy board game. While Othello as a game was popular in Japan and the world at large, as an arcade cabinet it wasn't the hottest item. Nintendo would press on, however, and continue trying their hand in the arcade market. They would release games such as Monkey Magic, a Breakout clone, Space Fever, a Space Invaders clone, and Sheriff, a game that took heavy inspiration from Space Invaders. Nintendo was well aware of their copycat tendencies, and had neither issue nor shame with the practice. The unoriginality in Nintendo's arcade titles would be reflected in their performance. They were little more than trend chasers and 2-bit players in the arcade scene. Nintendo would see further setbacks in 1980 due to their commercial flop, Radar Scope. Radar Scope, while clearly being inspired by Space Invaders, was initially received well in Japan. Yamauchi believed it would perform similarly well in the United States, and did a major advertising push for Radar Scope in the US. Unfortunately, by the time it arrived in the US, there was little interest in the game. The Space Invaders craze had been replaced with mascot-centric games like Pac-Man, and of the 3,000 Radar Scope units shipped, only 1,000 actually sold. The failure of Radar Scope and Nintendo's enduring inability to break into the American market vexed Yamauchi. Nintendo was in need of a mega hit, the likes of Space Invaders or Pac-Man, and they needed it fast. Fortunately, this mega hit would come in 1981, thanks to one Shigeru Miyamoto. Shigeru Miyamoto was hired onto Nintendo in 1977. Educated in industrial design, Miyamoto worked in various departments around Nintendo for art and advertisement. Miyamoto would quickly get experience in game design, having done the sprite art for 1979 Sheriff, along with other arcade titles from Nintendo. He was a creative mind and rising star at Nintendo, and Yamauchi would call on him in 1981. He would express Nintendo's need for a breakout title, and ask Miyamoto to lead that project. Miyamoto quickly and enthusiastically accepted the challenge, and set about designing what would eventually be Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong as a project would be painstakingly pored over by Miyamoto and his team, and was in many ways a culmination of game design at the time. Miyamoto was an avid gamer himself, and coupled with his background in industrial design, had a very keen eye for what set games apart. On the most fundamental level, a game had to be easy to learn, but difficult to master. It had to be a game that anyone could pick up, but that everyone would play again. Donkey Kong is truly impressive, and that it achieves these lofty goals almost effortlessly. The player, your objective, and the obstacles in between are communicated instantly. You don't need a tutorial to know you have to climb ladders, dodge barrels or fireballs, and save your girlfriend. The gameplay itself is challenging, but fair. Barrels, springs, and fireballs are just random enough to keep a player engaged and on their toes. The hammer also functions much like the power pellet in Pac-Man, relieving tension and giving players a moment of control. Furthermore, Donkey Kong wasn't just fun to play, but also fun to watch. The cheery sounds and infectious gameplay would draw any and all arcade goers to Donkey Kong, further bolstering the game's popularity. Finally, Donkey Kong capitalized on trends much more intelligently than prior attempts at Nintendo. Pac-Man was going gangbusters around the world in 1981, and there was a general interest in mascot characters. Miyamoto initially planned to make the game with Popeye characters, with Popeye as our hero, Pluto the villain, and Olive Oil the damsel in distress. Due to the slow process of licensing, coupled with the technical difficulties of making a realistic Popeye, the original characters of Donkey Kong, Lady, and Jumpman were used instead. This move would prove to be popular and effective. Jumpman was one of the first arcade characters to look even vaguely humanoid, and Donkey Kong's softer, more sympathetic design was inviting and well received. The numerous factors that made Donkey Kong culminated in a game that was more intelligently than prior attempts at Nintendo. Pac-Man was going gangbusters around the world in 1981, and there was a general interest in mascot characters. Miyamoto initially planned to make the game with Popeye characters, with Popeye as our hero, Pluto the villain, and Olive Oil the damsel in distress. Due to the slow process of licensing, coupled with the technical difficulties of making a realistic Popeye, the original characters of Donkey Kong, Lady, and Jumpman were used instead. This move would prove to be popular and effective. Jumpman was one of the first arcade characters to look even vaguely humanoid, and Donkey Kong's softer, more sympathetic design was inviting and well received. The numerous factors that made Donkey Kong culminated in a game that was impossible to put down, and Nintendo saw this very early on. Before the game was even released in Japan, Nintendo's playtesters would stay long after their shifts just for another round, a very positive sign for Nintendo, if a little unhealthy. Donkey Kong would be released in Japan in July of 1981 to immediate success. It would become Japan's highest-grossing arcade game for that year. As impressive as the Japanese release was, the North American release of Donkey Kong was even more spectacular. Also released in July of 1981, Donkey Kong would sell over 85,000 cabinets throughout the US in just 8 months. Donkey Kong would also see minor localization changes. DK was still DK, Lady became Pauline, and Jumpman was made a carpenter and given the name Mario. The basis for this name came from the owner of Nintendo's Seattle warehouse, Mario Segale. The name just stuck, despite Segale's protestations, and also made Mario Italian by proxy. The popularity of Donkey Kong was not limited to arcades. Nintendo ported the game to their Game & Watch in 1982. Console ports were done through Coleco the same year, and you saw an abundance of DK and Mario merchandise crop up. Nintendo would also develop numerous popular sequels to Donkey Kong, like Donkey Kong Jr., Donkey Kong 3, and Mario Bros. Mario Bros is interesting as it introduced Mario's brother, Luigi, a player too for competitive or cooperative play. The name Luigi is also Italian, but also comes from the Japanese word Ruigi, meaning similar. This was appropriate, as Luigi was a palette swap of Mario with the same gameplay, and also because he was Mario's brother. All in all, the absolute success of Donkey Kong and its spin-offs was well beyond Nintendo's expectations. It was the mega hit Yamauchi needed for Nintendo. It would be Shigeru Miyamoto's first major entry in the world of gaming. As Nintendo was seeing runaway success in arcades and still raking in millions from Game & Watch, their console offerings had fallen off by the 80s. The Color TV series was successful and profitable for its time, but had diminished in popularity as new, second-gen consoles hit the market. Yamauchi, hoping to regain ground on home consoles, tasked Masayuki Uemura to design a new console. Yamauchi's specifications were stringent. He wanted something that wasn't just better, but substantially cheaper than any other console on the market. Uemura, along with Nintendo veteran Genyo Takeda, would labor over this task for close to 2 years. They worked with various semiconductor companies to design and test chips for this console, a laborious process given Yamauchi's rigid demands. Their work would finally culminate in the Nintendo Family Computer, better known as the Famicom.
Released in July of 1983, the Famicom was sold for half the price of their competitors and had arcade-level graphics, both massive selling points. Everything seemed to be going fine. Nintendo had yet another smash hit and began to dominate yet another industry. Unfortunately, Nintendo quickly ran into a snag with the Famicom. There was a widespread issue with its graphics chip, which would lead to system crashes in an unusable console when certain games were played. This came at the worst possible time as well. Nintendo was ramping up for the holiday market, but their flagship product was defective. At tremendous cost, Yamauchi would order a total recall of all Famicoms to repair their faulty hardware. This move would fortunately pay off. Nintendo was able to salvage both the Famicom and their reputation. In total, the Famicom would sell over 1 million units in 1983, nearly 3 million in 1984, and a whopping 6.5 million in 1985. The Famicom would continue to sell in the millions throughout the 80s, and Nintendo would totally dominate Japanese home consoles in this time period. This popularity was thanks not just to the power and affordability of the console, but the wide selection of games on it. Nintendo released the Famicom with near-perfect ports of its arcade titles, while popular in their own right, and just as popular on the console. Nintendo would initially be the sole producer of games for the Famicom, but would begin licensing games from other studios in mid-1984. Given the obscene popularity of the console itself, coupled with exclusivity contracts for these third parties, the Famicom became the go-to console for quality games. All in all, the Famicom would sell over 19 million units in Japan and made Nintendo a household name throughout the country. As the Japanese video game market boomed under Nintendo, the American market was in a bust. The video game crash of 1983 saw a massive decline in the American video game industry. The primary causes of this crash include the oversaturation of home consoles, a glut of low-quality games, and falling consumer confidence in the games industry. The result was a precipitous drop in console and game sales, along with a slight decline in arcades. Yamauchi was confident the Famicom would perform well in the US, but he knew it would require a deft touch to pull off. Firstly, Nintendo introduced the Versus system to the United States in 1984. The Versus system was a series of arcade cabinets that ran on Famicom hardware and played slightly modified Famicom games. These cabinets had multiple sets of controls and were designed for multiplayer competitive play, hence the Versus. Games on these cabinets were readily and easily interchangeable as well. Arcades could swap out one game for another in as little as 20 minutes. The Versus system would prove incredibly popular with both gamers and arcade owners alike. Gamers enjoy the competitive nature and quality of games, and arcade owners were able to get new games from Nintendo for cheap. The Versus system was a huge success for Nintendo. They had sold up to 20,000 Versus cabinets by the end of 1984, and would sell thousands more in the following years. The Versus system also helped Nintendo gain interest in the Famicom. They were able to test the hardware and software in American markets without formally releasing the console. Due to the success of the Versus system, Nintendo was confident the American market would react positively to the Famicom. However, there was still a stigma surrounding video games in the video game industry by 1985. In an effort to circumvent this stigma, Nintendo would completely redesign the console for American audiences. Their first change would be in the name. Nintendo would call their console the Nintendo Entertainment System. It wasn't a computer. It wasn't a video game. It was a fun, toy-like device, at least in terms of marketing. Nintendo would further lean into the toy-like aspects of their console by harping on features like the Zapper and Rob. In addition, the NES itself was explicitly designed to not look like a video game console. Cartridges weren't loaded from the top like older consoles, but from the front, like a VCR. All this was done to paint a different light on the NES, one free from the negative connotations of video games. With the Famicom finally redesigned for American audiences, Nintendo made preparations to release their NES. Nintendo of America, Nintendo's US branch, initially released the NES to a limited regional audience, New York City. NYC was chosen not because it would be easy to sell a NES there, but because it would be hard. NYC was a highly competitive market by default, and was also affected the worst by the video game crash of 1983. If the NES could succeed in New York City, Yamauchi thought, then would succeed across the US. First released on October 18, 1985, NES sales in New York were frankly middling. Of the 100,000, Yamauchi and NOA were not deterred, however, and began selling the NES in other cities around the U.S. Their second test market was Los Angeles in February 1986, where sales were steady and promising. Nintendo would continue expanding to cities around the U.S. before finally going national on September 27, 1986.
Nintendo's great efforts to sell and promote the NES were quickly repaid. They sold 3 million units in 1986, another 3 million in 1987, and a whopping 7 million in 1988. By 1989, the NES was in a quarter of all U.S. households, and by 1990, a third. To call the NES a phenomenon would be an egregious understatement. It was far, far beyond Nintendo's expectations, effectively resurrecting the dying U.S. video game industry and putting Nintendo in charge. This massive success can be attributed to a number of factors. First and foremost, you had the dogged efforts of NOA to promote the NES. NOA worked tirelessly to convince stores and shopkeepers to stock the NES. NOA spared no expense in advertising and marketing as well, allocating $50 million just for the New York market. These advertisements leaned into the design philosophy of the NES and did everything to avoid the video game connotation. Rob and the Zapper were put at the forefront. You weren't purchasing cartridges, but game packs. You weren't buying a console, but an entertainment system. It was a Trojan horse approach, and it proved very successful. On a technical level, the NES was substantially better than any other console. This is apparent in the most outward sense. The NES's graphics were excellent for the time, and the console was sold at an affordable price. However, there was one specific addition to the NES that set it apart from previous consoles: a lockout chip. Consoles like the Atari 2600 had no protections for unlicensed cartridges. You could print out whatever game you wanted and sell it on the open market, whether or not the game was actually good. The unregulated nature of second-generation consoles led to a glut of low-quality titles, and in turn contributed to the crash of 1983. Nintendo would not repeat these mistakes, and implemented safeguards in their Famicom along with the NES. The 10NES system was a component of all NES consoles and cartridges, and would lock out unlicensed games from being played on the NES. Games had to be licensed through Nintendo, and more specifically Yamauchi. Hiroshi Yamauchi wasn't a gamer himself, but he was renowned for his ability to pick out games that would be sensations. This dovetails into perhaps the biggest selling point of the NES, its massive library of excellent games. The Legend of Zelda, Metroid, Excitebike, Duck Hunt, Wild Gunman, Dragon Quest, Punch-Out, Mega Man, and of course, Nintendo's crown jewel, Super Mario Bros. Super Mario Bros. Was released and bundled with the NES, and was the single highest-selling game for the console. Developed by Shigeru Miyamoto, the success and quality of Super Mario can be attributed to its excellent design and a gameplay loop that holds up even today. World 1-1 of Super Mario Bros. Presents every mechanic and challenge in the game right out the gate. From defeating enemies to acquiring power-ups, from overcoming obstacles to platforming, the game design forces players to figure things out without being told and without them even realizing it. This subtle, masterful design immediately gives players the basics for the rest of the game, then allows them to refine their skills throughout the game's 32 levels. Another factor in Super Mario Bros. Popularity was the music. Shigeru Miyamoto worked closely with composer Koji Kondo to develop the soundtrack for Super Mario. Kondo would take inspiration from modern jazz funk when composing, and these influences can be directly found in the final product. The soundtrack was treated with the respect it deserved, and its quality and catchiness would be one of the most iconic aspects of Super Mario Bros. The game would go on to sell over 40 million copies during the NES's run, and Mario became a cultural icon across the United States. The success of Super Mario Bros. And its subsequent sequels would result in a huge amount of merchandising as well. Plushes, lunchboxes, fruit snacks, cereal, sweaters, playing cards, toothbrushes, beach towels, paper cups, glasses with lead paint, telephone books, and bike alarms would all be adorned with Nintendo's new mascot. Thanks in large part to Mario, the NES was an unbelievable success for Nintendo, and they would sell nearly 62 million units around the world. Perhaps more impressively, the NES managed to resurrect gaming in America, cementing Nintendo as a major player in gaming worldwide. While the NES was going gangbusters across Japan and the US, Nintendo had begun to scale back their arcade business. This was thanks primarily to the insane popularity of the Famicom and the NES, but also due to recent laws passed in Japan. The Businesses Affecting Public Morals Regulation Act, or FUEHO, was a law first passed in 1948. It was meant to regulate dancing and other forms of entertainment in Japan. The law would be amended in 1984 to target various gaming operations with the goal of inhibiting illegal gambling. However, due to the vague wording and inconsistent enforcement of the law, many legitimate arcades got caught in the crossfire. The law also imposed regulations on arcades. Children under 16 couldn't play after 6 p.m., and arcades in general had to close by midnight. The regulations and restrictions didn't kill Japanese arcades, but they were greatly hamstrung. Due to this, Nintendo could expect their arcade offerings to be less prolific and less profitable. Furthermore, Yamauchi feared Japanese arcade operators would sell their cabinets overseas and compete with Nintendo's regional operations. Nintendo would thus make the bold move to completely pull out of the Japanese arcade scene and instead focus solely on their foreign markets. To that end, Nintendo would release their PlayChoice 10 system in 1986 for Western audiences. The PlayChoice 10 was essentially an enhanced versus system. Players had access to up to 10 games on one cabinet. PlayChoice would continue to advertise upcoming NES titles as well. Games like Super Mario Bros. 3 would debut on arcades before being released on the NES. While the PlayChoice was useful in advertising NES games and was a surprise hit in the UK, it would never reach the same popularity of the versus system. The competitive aspects of the versus system was just more appealing than the sheer variety of PlayChoice 10. While Nintendo proper had stopped developing arcade games, they would continue publishing them from third parties and subsidiaries. One of their most popular titles published was R-Type, a space shooter bullet hell that was popular in Japan, but a surprise hit throughout the West. The graphics and quality of the game were exceptional for the time, and the Geiger-esque aesthetics were a huge appeal. The gameplay itself was deep and notoriously difficult, and this challenge was one of its biggest draws. R-Type was a definite success, but Nintendo would nonetheless scale back their arcade business by the end of the 80s and focus more on consoles and mobile offerings. On the topic of mobile offerings, Nintendo continued producing and selling new Game & Watches throughout the 80s. They remained a fairly popular item, but the simple design and gameplay of Game & Watch had begun to age by the late 80s. Nintendo understood there was interest and demand for a quality mobile system, however, and they would follow up the Game & Watch with the Game Boy. Designed by Yokoi and Nintendo veteran Satoru Okada, the Game Boy was a marriage between the NES and Game & Watch. You'd have the variety and quality of games found on the NES, coupled with the mobility of the Game & Watch. However, there were drawbacks to the original Game Boy. It was less sophisticated compared to other handhelds at the time, and had only a small 4-color screen. Where Nintendo won out over their competitors was cost. The cheaper technology gave the handheld a more attractive price, and the Game Boy was more rugged and battery efficient. Just as the hardware was affordable and appealing, so too were the games. The Game Boy would launch and be bundled with Tetris, arguably the perfect game for the system. Short, fast, and immediately addictive, Tetris was a killer app for the Game Boy, and was hugely popular in its own right. Tetris would go on to sell over 35 million copies of the Game Boy, an unbelievable number, second only to Pokemon. The brainchild of Satoshi Tajiri, and based on his childhood hobby of insect collecting, Nintendo initially had little faith or interest in the project. Shigeru Miyamoto, on the other hand, saw the appeal, and both encouraged and supported Tajiri during the development of Pokemon. After a 6-year development period, Pokemon Red and Green would be released in Japan in February 1996. Sales were initially slow, but rapidly took off later that year, selling over 1.6 million copies just in 1996. The simple premise of catch-em-all, coupled with the complex mechanics and in-person trading, made Pokemon a smash hit with the youth. Nintendo would very quickly capitalize on the popularity and marketability of Pokemon, releasing a card game, manga series, anime adaptation, and a huge amount of merchandise in the first 2 years. The merch and media were massive successes both in Japan and North America, and when the Pokemon games actually reached the US in 1998, they were instant hits. Pokemon would go on to sell over 80 million games on the Game Boy and Game Boy Color, elevating its prominence to the likes of Mario and Zelda, and giving Nintendo another golden goose. Pokemon, along with Tetris, made the Game Boy an irresistible purchase, and by the 2000s, over 118 million Game Boys and Game Boy Colors had been sold. Just as the Game & Watch dominated the 80s, the Game Boy would dominate the 90s, and be Nintendo's third best-selling console of all time. The success of the Game Boy was truly phenomenal, but unfortunately, it would actually lead to the departure of Gunpei Yokoi. Nintendo had become a monolithic entity thanks to its Famicom lineup in the Game Boy. The more corporate, big business direction Nintendo was heading left Yokoi feeling somewhat alienated. He wanted to work more on niche, smaller toys and games, rather than the blockbuster consoles Nintendo was developing. He would leave Nintendo on August 16, 1996, and found his own company, Koto. Unfortunately, Yokoi would not helm this new company for long, as he would pass away on October 4th, 1997, from a car accident. Gunpei Yokoi was a pivotal part of Nintendo during its transition to entertainment, and he would be the source of many of Nintendo's early hits. His design philosophy would be maintained in Nintendo's future projects even to today, and he remains a revered member of Nintendo's pantheon. Now, while 90s Nintendo had largely moved out of arcades, and their Game Boy was a worldwide sensation, their console dominance had begun to see challengers. Nintendo enjoyed a near unrivaled top spot after the release of the NES, but this dominance would last only through the 80s. The NES wasn't a cutting-edge piece of technology upon its release, and by the late 80s it was increasingly unimpressive. In addition, because the NES reinvigorated the American video games industry, you began to see increased competition in the console market. One of the biggest competitors at the time was Sega, with their Sega Genesis in the US and Sega Mega Drive everywhere else. Nintendo had a challenger they couldn't really ignore, and they would respond with a new console of their own. Nintendo had begun work on a more powerful version of the Famicom starting in 1987, and would release their Super Famicom in Japan on November 21st, 1990. The Super Famicom was an all-around technical upgrade to the original Famicom. The system was faster, more detailed, had better sound, and bigger games. The Super Famicom would also introduce rudimentary 3D graphics with its Mode 7, giving an impressive level of depth and detail, especially for the time. The Super Famicom would be the preferred 4th-gen console in Japan, outselling the Sega Mega Drive over 4 to 1. However, Nintendo would not see the same fortunes in the West, as the Sega Genesis was a much more popular console in the US. Nintendo would release their North American Super NES in 1991, immediately facing stiff competition with the Genesis, and more specifically, Sonic. Sonic the Hedgehog was a game released in 1991, whose titular mascot was designed specifically for the American market. Created by designer Naoto Oshima and financial criminal Yuji Naka, Sonic was meant to have attitude, to be the cool character in the video game scene. Sonic was the forefront of Sega's numerous advertising campaigns, which painted their console as a cooler, more adult option compared to Nintendo. Couple this with the earlier release of the Genesis and much larger library compared to the SNES, and Sega would lead console sales in the West. Another important metric for the success of a console is that of attach rate, essentially the number of games sold per console. In this regard, the Genesis handily won out over the SNES, selling over twice as many games per console. The success of the Genesis should not detract from that of the SNES, however. It was the clear winner in Japan, had comparable 16-bit hardware to the Genesis, and possessed a vast library of quality titles. Nintendo's Golden Goose, Mario, would have several popular games on the SNES, but you would also see franchise returns from Zelda and Metroid, along with new classics such as Star Fox and Mario Kart. Donkey Kong would appear again as well, and Rare's Donkey Kong Country would actually give the SNES a much-needed boost in North America. In total, the SNES would sell around 49 million units worldwide, handily outselling the Genesis, and ultimately be considered one of the best consoles of the 2D era. 1996 would be the year Nintendo released their 5th-gen console, the Nintendo 64. Like with the 4th gen, Nintendo was slow to provide an entry for the current console generation. Their rival, Sega, would release their Sega Saturn in November 1994, and a new competitor, Sony, would release their PlayStation just a week later. While Nintendo had feuded with Sega since the days of arcades, Sony was new to the video game scene, and their entry was in many ways caused by Nintendo. Back in 1988, Nintendo would partner with Sony to produce peripherals for their upcoming Super Famicom, namely an add-on that would read CD-ROMs. Sony would also work on a standalone console that could read both SNES games and games on CDs, called the PlayStation. The deal surrounding this early PlayStation was heavily skewed in favor of Sony. They would be the sole manufacturer of music and movies on the platform, and be the owner of its CD format. Yamauchi was a savvy, if not ruthless, business partnership with Sony in 1991. Nintendo successfully hobbled Sony to manufacture Philips for their SNES CD peripheral, but it would ultimately be scrapped due to the failure of the Philips CDI. Sony, on the other hand, made the best of this betrayal. They had been working on their PlayStation for a few years before being suddenly dropped by Nintendo, and would salvage their work into the eventual Sony PlayStation. Back to Nintendo, they would release their Nintendo 64 in Japan on June 23rd, 1996, and in North America on September 26th of the same year. The N64 got its name from its 64-bit CPU,
a whopping 4 times the bits of the SNES, which allowed it to make the jump from 2D to real 3D. The N64 actually saw significant delays, being initially slated for Christmas of 1995, before getting pushed back to April, then June of the following year. Nintendo's rationale for this delay was that they were waiting for better launch titles to be developed, namely Super Mario 64. In any event, the hype and anticipation surrounding the N64 was substantial, and Nintendo would often play into it in their advertisement. Upon its release, the N64 was received well both in Japan and the United States, outselling their competitors for the first few months. The N64 would also launch with one of the most iconic entries in the Mario franchise in Nintendo's history, Super Mario 64. Super Mario 64 would be Mario's first adventure in 3D, immaculately translating 2D Mario into the next dimension. It would beautifully show off the capabilities of the N64. The world to explore was massive, the music was iconic, and the gameplay was just fun. Its charm and sheer quality would lead to numerous awards for SM64, and it would ultimately be the highest-selling game on the N64. It was the killer app for the N64, and despite not being bundled with a console, it would still drive huge sales for Nintendo. However, going into 1997, the N64 would lose serious ground to its main competitor, the PlayStation. Outside of the launch window, the N64 sales were always a distant second to the PlayStation's, and for a number of reasons. The biggest issue the N64 faced was regarding games, namely, that it didn't have too many. Super Mario 64 was fantastic, but it was one of only 2 launch titles. This paltry variety of games was a consequence of the N64's notoriously difficult game development system. Poorly designed hardware, coupled with the newness of 3D technology, made development on the N64 a challenging, if not infuriating, endeavor. This stymied production on first-party titles and disincentivized third parties from even bothering with the console. Third parties would be further disincentivized from developing on the N64 due to the fact it utilized cartridges for games. While cartridges had certain advantages over CDs, such as faster load times and being harder to pirate, they also came with a slew of disadvantages. First and foremost is cost. Cartridges are several times slower and more expensive to produce compared to CDs. The higher cost and lower returns from just printing on the N64 didn't help attract third parties to the console. In addition, N64 cartridges could store at most a measly tenth of the data on a CD, and devs would have to dramatically scale down their games if they wanted them on the N64. The unnecessary constraints were unappealing, and it also led to fewer cross-platform titles on the N64. In short, the limitations and frustrations of working on the N64 turned third parties and thus games away from the console. Outside of the hardware and software issues on the N64, Sony just did better business with their PlayStation. You see this just in the cost of both. Whereas Nintendo would often make their consoles cheaper than the competition, their N64 was always at the same price as the PlayStation. In fact, Sony would consistently slash prices on the PlayStation, leaving the N64 to play catch-up. The advantage Nintendo so often enjoyed was now held by Sony, and it led to substantially greater sales for the PlayStation. It's worth noting that both of these consoles would be sold at a loss. The strategy was to just get them in the hands of consumers, then recoup any losses through game sales. While both the N64 and PlayStation sold more than enough games to be profitable, the PlayStation had a much higher attach rate thanks to its larger and broader library. Part of this came from the PlayStation's better marketing and direction compared to the N64. While Nintendo stuck to a preteen audience, both in games and with its advertisement, Sony would aggressively cater to a more mature and broader demographic. Nintendo's failure to capitalize on older gamers, who they themselves created with their prior consoles, allowed Sony to heavily capitalize on them. Ultimately, the N64 would sell half the number of PlayStations in the US, a fraction in Europe, and be beat by even the Sega Saturn in Japan. The N64 is a somewhat odd console in the history of Nintendo. It was a financial success, but a middling one compared to prior consoles. It had some of the best games ever made, but missed out on just as many. It implemented new technologies, but its vestiges of the past weighed it down. If the 4th generation challenged Nintendo's top spot, then the 5th generation fully dethroned them. Moving forward, Nintendo would be in a much more competitive gaming scene. They were no longer the only option for gamers and game developers. They would have to take lessons from their competition and carve out a niche of their own to succeed, if not survive. However, before venturing into the 21st century and the 6th gen, we would be remiss to gloss over Nintendo's less popular 5th generation entry, the Virtual Boy. The
Virtual Boy is a strange piece of gaming hardware. Essentially a stationary VR headset, the Virtual Boy hoped to give its games a sense of 3D through stereoscopy. Stereoscopy is a visual technique involving two images, both of the same subject, but with one picture at a slight angle. If you position the two pictures close to your eyes, you generate the illusion of a 3D image. The Virtual Boy would take this principle to use two small screens that would generate stereoscopic images of games. On the surface, the Virtual Boy seemed like an interesting and unique offering, and Nintendo was fairly confident in the console. However, there were a number of fundamental flaws surrounding the console. Firstly, the Virtual Boy was somewhere between a mobile and home console, and it would have the worst of both worlds. The Virtual Boy wasn't fully mobile. It required a stationary surface to actually be used, so playing it on the go was out of the question. It was more powerful than a mobile system like the Game Boy, but not nearly as powerful as any other 5th-gen console. It also only had one color, red. Nintendo apparently couldn't get a full-color system to work, so red would be the only color on the system. This led to the second issue, cost. The Virtual Boy was priced between the Game Boy and a full-on 5th-gen console. Because of the aforementioned issues of poor mobility and lackluster performance, there was no reason to get a Virtual Boy when presented with any alternative. Finally, the Virtual Boy would receive very little support from Nintendo. Gunpei Yokoi and his team were the only real developers on the Virtual Boy, with the rest of Nintendo more focused on the N64. This led to underbaked hardware of the console itself, but also very little software, only a measly 22 games in total. Upon its release in 1995, the Virtual Boy was immediately panned for its poor hardware, low mobility, pitiful library, and discomfort during use. Total sales would top out at 770,000 worldwide, thanks in part to this suboptimal system, but also due to poor advertising surrounding the console. Ultimately, the Virtual Boy would receive only 12 months of support before being scuttled in 1996, and written off as a total failure. All in all, the 5th generation for Nintendo was a bit of a mixed bag. The Game Boy Color was incredibly popular, their N64 underperformed, and the Virtual Boy was a complete joke. The 6th generation would be much the same. Nintendo would learn some lessons from the 5th gen to help modernize their offerings, but would falter in certain areas compared to their competitors. They would, however, start the 2000s out strong with one of their most successful consoles to date, the Game Boy Advance. The Game Boy Advance would be released for Japan in March of 2001, and for the rest of the world in June. The GBA would be a total upgrade over its Game Boy and Game Boy Color forebears, hence the Advance. Particular upgrades include a full-color LCD screen and a CPU on par with the SNES. Later, improved versions of the GBA, namely the Game Boy Advance SP, would offer additional upgrades like a rechargeable battery pack and an actual backlight for the screen.
אם אתה לא מכיר את הדולה, אתה לא מכיר את ההיללות, אז כולם עשו, זאת אומרת, אפילו בלי שזה נותן טעם, זה הכל עשו. מה קורה עם כל הרוקות ששם שם את ההיללות. ולא עושים טעם. אם אתה מרגיש ברוק, אתה תואם את הרוקות, אתה מרגיש טעם, אתה נותן את זה לכל. וברור, שזה טעם של גיל, אסור, הוא יכול. וכן, חכיר שנדלו, וכן, חכיר שדל, כל מיני. זה יכול להיות נוגע לכל בן אדם. בוא נגיד, נפל סיבוב לתוך המטרה. זה קורה, זה לא קורה. אז מה השיעור בדיוק? אני מדבר על זה נפל יותר. ויש לך חתיכה ללילה, שנפל לתוך סיר שלם של מין משהו, בשר ממש משוגע. וכן, חכיר שדל, כל מיני. זה קורה, הנה, המשפחה שלי זה דגל, כן? שפרנסקי זה דגל. פעם היה סיפור, לא יודע מה הסיפור היום, פעם אמרו שיש הרבה דולפין נכנס לתוך התמונה. כי שמים שם את הרשתות, תופסים תמונה, תופסים דולפין, תופסים כל מיני סולפים, אני לא יודע איך קוראים סולפים הזה. דגל חרב, ככה אומרים את זה בעברית. הדג חרב, זה לא בעיה, במפעלים, אז לוקחים גם קצת תמונה, קצת דג חרב, קצת דולפין, כל התמונה זה בסדר. אז נשאלת השאלה אם זה לא עושים טעם, האם זה נותן טעם או לא. וכן חכים של דג קודש מספר שלי, קירויס, מה נשמע קירויס, אם אתה יכול לראות, זה הדג הקנה, זה הבשר השעה, כאילו לסתם, זה הכל, זה הולך לפי מה שזה נותן טעם, אם זה נותן טעם, זה אסור כל התפשיל אסור, אם זה לא נותן טעם, טוב, נשאיר את זה שם. כאילו נסו, אבל כאן, זה גם נורמלי שתואם את זה על הלשון שלו, אם הוא לא תואם, אתה פשוט מוציא את החתיכה של המביא למעשית, ואתה אוכל את השם. אם אתה לא מסיק טוב, את הנביא לו, כזה, כולו נסו, אפילו כאילו איזה גם, זה אסור. רוטל! אבל מה שיש ברוטל שם של הצ'ולן, של הבשר, לא יסודם, אם זה נותן טעם של נביא לו, אז הכל נביא לו, והפוליסאי, של הכל נביא לו, הנה. נשמע עצמי לא רוצה לסוס מרדכי, אנחנו נוזים קצת דלדון דיימס למטה, ערות הברכה. בואו עליהם חברי, היה בן אדם רשע מדושב. בן אדם הוא לא טוב, הוא היה טבח, הוא היה קצב, והציג לו מאוד שהחבר שלו לשעבר לא מבקש ממנו סליחה ולא נשנו איתו. אז הוא בא להציג לו, אומר לו, יהבס הייסיס מלואי דפצה לגיר ומנהל למטה. שדע לך, אם היינו עושים שולם, ונסייתי לו מישור של פאטן דעבדי אתמול, בדיוק שחקתי שור, אתה לא מאמין איזה סטייק עם השור הזה, אתה לא מאמין איזה מנגל עשיתי איתו. חבל מאוד שאתה לא ביקש ממני סליחה ולא השתנת איתי, ואז הייתי נראה לך סטייק כמו שצריך. אומר לי, ההוא לא רוצה לשמוע את הדבר הזה, הוא אומר, אחי, משיפורי, שופרי. אתה לא מאמין איזה סטייקים, אכלתי מהבשר שאתה שחקת. אני לא צריך להשלים איתך בכלל, היה לי סטייקים כמו שצריך. אומר לי, איפה ניסחת? אומר לי, גזר עם דברים מכל סוף לי. האונייר הזה אומר,
would see success comparable to the original, thanks again to the myriad games offered on the handheld. Like with the first Game Boy, the most popular title on the GBA was the Pokemon series, and about 40 million copies of Pokemon were sold for the handheld. Outside of Pokemon, the GBA was home to a number of SNES and upgraded NES ports. This would introduce some of Nintendo's classics to a new generation, and be a big draw to the console. Finally, the GBA would have a number of non-Pokemon, non-port titles, all very popular in their own right. These include Superstar Saga, The Minish Cap, and Wario Land 4, Wario's greatest achievement. Outside of the variety and quality of its games, the GBA basically saw zero competition in the handheld market. The success of the original Game Boy killed off the competition, and seeing that the GBA was a flat upgrade over the original, it was an easy purchase for many. Priced at $99, the GBA was technically cheaper than the original on account of inflation, making it an affordable and highly attractive purchase. In addition, the GBA would come with a number of peripherals to either augment games on the system or give it uses outside of gaming. Examples include an MP3 player, cartridges with full movies or shows on them, and a glucose monitor for kids with diabetes. All in all, the GBA would sell over 81 million units over its 9-year lifespan, making it one of Nintendo's most successful consoles. While Nintendo's first handheld of the 21st century was a smash hit, their first home console left much to be desired. The Nintendo GameCube would be Nintendo's flagship console for the 6th gen. It would compete with the likes of Sony's PlayStation 2 and Microsoft's new Xbox. It was released for Japan in September 2001 and for the US in November that same year. The GameCube represented something of a clean break from Nintendo's past consoles, both in terms of design and direction. The biggest and most obvious change is the GameCube's use of discs rather than cartridges. The GameCube was a much more graphically intensive console compared to the N64, which meant greater data storage was just a necessity. Furthermore, the costs and obnoxiously small data storage of cartridges was increasingly unpopular with third parties. This ties into Nintendo's other shift with the GameCube. They made a much greater effort to support and appeal to third-party developers. The difficulty of developing for the N64, contrasted with the PlayStation's success with third-party games, meant that Nintendo needed third-party support for the GameCube to succeed. Furthermore, Nintendo would work to shake its family-friendly image at this time in order to attract a broader range of gamers and developers. While E-rated first-party games were plentiful on the console, they opened themselves up to plenty of third-party offerings with higher age ratings. While Nintendo had taken many steps forward with the GameCube, their competitors at Sony were still a few steps ahead. Their PlayStation 2 had two major advantages over the GameCube, with the first being an incredibly popular previous console. The PS1 was the single highest-selling console ever by 2000, the year of the PS2's release. The PS2 was also backwards compatible, meaning one's PS1 library could find a home on a more powerful console. Nintendo couldn't say the same. Their N64 was well received, but sold only around a third the number of PlayStations. Furthermore, you couldn't really pop in an N64 or SNES cartridge into the GameCube, meaning it would rely solely on its own library. The second advantage the PS2 had over the GameCube actually had nothing to do with games. It was the PS2's DVD player. In an era where all movies and shows are streamed or acquired online, it's worth emphasizing just how big a deal this was. DVD players at this time were very popular, but fairly expensive pieces of technology, costing around $200 to $300 in 2000. The PS2 was thus a unique and tantalizing proposition. It was a DVD player and next-gen console, all for $299 on release. The PS2 was the right product at the right time, and though Nintendo offered their GameCube for $100